So why don't we get this in? Don't just stand by. Love don't wait on it. Ain't no rules, so why don't we get this in? Don't tell so about it. Love don't wait on it. Make your move. Cause my jigsaw, I want all of your pieces. You fit my edges, oh it's so seamless. My jigsaw, I'm in love with your piece. Yeah, I want all of your pieces. I'm in love with your pieces. Nasty girl like Janet Jackson. Okay. Necesito encontrar. She's the type to make you call the reverend. Porque necesito ayudar. So why don't we get this in? Don't just stand by. Love don't wait on it. Ain't no rules, so why don't we get this in? Don't tell so about it. Love don't wait on it. Make your move. Cause my jigsaw, I want all of your pieces. You fit my edges, oh it's so seamless. My jigsaw, I'm in love with your piece. Yeah, I want all of your pieces. I'm in love with your pieces. My jigsaw, I want all of your pieces. You fit my edges, oh it's so seamless. My jigsaw, I'm in love with your piece. Yeah, I want all of your pieces. I'm in love with your pieces.
Ain't nobody else up on my level. Gonna turn it up, way past 11. Gotta treat myself better than ever. Gonna roll the dice, gonna pull that lever. Embracing the moment, my life is my own and I'm living it, living it. Yeah, I got the power, no stopping me now cause I'm bringing it, bringing it. No second to waste, I'm in front of the race and I'm running it, running it. I'm ready to go and I ain't going slow, I said underlay, underlay. Hey, no time like right now, I'm going all out. I'm showing you how I'm rocking the house. No time like right now, I'm going all out. I'm showing you how I'm rocking the house. Hey, this is my time, nothing gonna hold me back now. I'ma get mine. Hey, this is my time, nothing gonna hold me down now. Going sky high. Get it all right here, right now. Get it all right here, right now. No time like right now. I'm going all out. I'm showing you how I'm rocking the house. No time like
edge of the earth. See what's on the horizon, it's all out there, my girl. I can see the moonlight, but it's sunny where you are. I see you in the distance, shining like a star. We're gonna see it all, it won't be long, my girl. We are like pillars, holding up the world. However long the distance, wherever it may be, we just gotta see it, we just gotta go. We just gotta go. However long the distance, wherever it may be, we just gotta see it, we just gotta go. We just gotta go. We just gotta go.
I want it so I can show it off. I get it, I got it, you know I never stop. Nothing, no nothing could ever slow me down. It's all right here, right now. I work it, but never break a sweat. I got the power, so I don't gotta flex. I do what I want on my own time. I ain't one of a million, I'm one of a kind. Ooh, I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it. I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it, have it. So good, it's hard to believe it. Can't fake this kind of feeling. Real life, no, you're not dreaming. I'm a real deal. Original is my style. Individual, versatile. I lead the pack by a mile. I'm a real deal. Ooh, I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it. I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it, have it. Ooh, I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it. Ooh, I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it, have it.
It's the time, still on a
grab my hand. The world's yours and you can't refuse to trust. So much for hoping. Give me some time, still wanna try. Open my heart to you. Give me some time, still wanna try. Open my heart to you. Give me some time, still wanna try. Open my heart to you. Give me a sign, it's a good one. Open my heart to you. Urging, flying. I'm so close, babe. Don't you be my babe.
Yeah, yeah, let me show you something. Yeah, yeah, I'ma show you something. Yeah, yeah, let me show you something. Yeah, yeah, I'ma show you something. It's amazing, elevating, get your heart racing. Yeah, it's incredible. Once you get it, you'll never wanna let it go. Nah, good vibes, it's so electric. Good times, it's so connected. Said what I said, you know I meant it. I'll blow your mind. Get up, get ready for it. Yeah, yeah, let me show you something. Yeah, yeah, I'ma show you something. Yeah, yeah, let me show you something. Yeah, yeah, I'ma show you something. Ain't seen nothing like this before.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
One rifle for Shiro.
Oh, swing out, multiplayer phase here. That shield and Famous just sliding forward, able to find him with the classic. Crystal putting it back eventually, but it's Shiro barrel stuffing Crystal. Going for the Hunter's Fury. Knows that the counter swing is going to be pretty much instantaneous, and Shiro.
Seeing too much in terms of couple of years as well. So right now, sticking to this setup, especially with Buzz still opping away the tops of pipes as well. Stax is nearby. Oh, Buzz swaps over to the Headhunter, and instantly with that. Oh! It's going to be map point, so hopefully the stack helps them out. It's Forsaken up to the top of Rumble. Ooh, finds texture, but still the sprays from Karen over. He shrouded steps way past them.
Yes, on the reposition, Patrick who forced away as the flash comes in. Nice drag across. Famous going to be taken down. Hell yes, looks to absolutely shatter their hopes here on this C site. This ace. And it looks like Global, it looks like they're willing to die to give it to them. They do lose out on an additional player.
Gen G, the 9-3. Salvos at least, just in case, but ultimately PaperX has the site currently. Munchkin though, happy to play off first. PaperX now in for a bit of a triple, but what is that spray? Oh, he's getting the transfer, he's getting
He's gonna show you a picture together.
Mm-hmm.
You guys recognize it?
Hell no.
I forgot.
What?
Jet has 3 smokes, but it might be better. Wait, I don't remember this.
I forgot it. So.
Me either, I don't know.
This I remember.
This one is,
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
for sure.
wow, this one is a horrible thing. They can't pass this way.
この時はあんま覚えてない。
This one is annoying. I don't like ranked when Rain is again.
Oh, when you can on both at the same time, right? So it's OP.
No, at that time, I think this one is not OP, I guess.
初めて見ました。
Who the this guy?
Vision strike reflex.
これは覚えてます。
Did we stack?
You.
これ覚えてる人いるかな。
So this is the Korean team.
Oh, this is. Wait, you were in. Did you use the same name?
いや、
No, me and Jinmoon is quite, we competing each other so long time, since 21.
Oh.
What? This guy looks like 괜찮아. Ding, 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 ding. You look
Yeah,
older,
younger
bro.
now,
Yeah,
yeah?
younger now, yeah.
Yeah.
Same like me, bro. I think everyone know that.
No, classic stacks.
The mouse kiss.
The mouse kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, classic. You same, bro.
Yeah, same.
You same.
Really? So long ago.
So you're like 16?
No, I was 17, I think. So young.
You're getting old, bro.
I'm already a boomer.
Hello guys, I'm Stax from TLN VALORANT. I play VALORANT since beginning.
こんにちは。TFM のジンブンです。バラント始めてから始めました。
Hello everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from PaperX and I've been playing Valorant from the beginning.
Hello, I'm Cruz, and I'm from TLN Esports. I've been playing Valorant since the start as well. For me, he's the same. Toxic.
What do you mean toxic, bro? I'm not toxic. I'm kind of guy.
You fake kind guy.
Not fake. After break time, you come follow the blue, bro.
My first match ever was against you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Reina?
Yes.
Yeah, right now
Yeah,
at the
Reina
Haven.
Haven.
Yeah.
I was complaining in a scrim, and I played against him, and then his race was so annoying, and
Yeah,
I'm like, oh,
true.
this guy is so annoying. So I told my teammate, play like him.
ステッツ選手なんだけど、初めての、会ったのは覚えてないけど、大会で配信で見て、熱い男だなって。
The most memorable thing was probably qualifying for my first tournament. It was really a big surprise to me because I never expected to like qualify for a tournament like that. When I was playing professionally, I was just like playing casually with friends, you know. I didn't expect to like make it this far. Somehow I'm here today.
一番覚えてるのは、ティアン上がってきて、最初の試合が一番、熱もかかってるし、ちょっと熱かったと思います。
I think personality-wise, of course, I feel it changed. Last time I'm more like introverted, but now slightly better, I think.
I become more calm, I guess, because I getting older and then I think a lot. So yeah.
他いた本当にゲーム始めた時はランクでボイス使わなくてもう全部意見とかも無視してもうゲームする人だったけど、性格時代が変わっててそうしたら絶対上手くならないなって思ってもう頑張って変えたけどまだ足りないですね。
For me, it's
Nothing
like
changed.
a lot of change. For
Really?
me, yeah, because I was like hype man. I was like ah, and then now I feel like when I have a lot of kids in the team, I can't be always mad anymore because they will be very sad if I'm always mad. So I need to come back to be being the same guy I was 2-3 years ago. So it's like I change all the time.
All these old players is like we play against them like when I'm like a kid, you know, like 17, 18 years old. I remember just starting out. Yeah, definitely it's like nostalgic, you know, like just thinking of all those times.
その先輩っていうかその長くやってる人を見ててすごいなって思ってもっと頑張れたのですごいリスペクトしてます。
Yeah, I can remember Jimbung. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good aimer. I think Munchkin few times. Yeah, not many.
なんかまだ強い人とまだ会えてないなって感じあるので多分モンチキンさんとかそのチーム自体でちょっと強さを感じたので
I agree. Munchkin, insane. I press tab 18 and 2 and I'm like, okay. Next, for me, I think it was 2022. The only team we couldn't beat was them. So the next tournament, Copenhagen, the finals, I was like, okay, guys, we all agreed that let's just run it down. And it was 3-0.
I think it has to be Demon 1. That guy, I just remember whenever we play him, it's like you cannot even jiggle pick him, you know? You jiggle pick him, you just get one tap.
X10 against Envy. I think that was the first time Pacific team ever beat NA. And my life's changed after that game in Thailand. People know me, stuff like that.
That thing's crazy.
That's why-
Superstar.
I think like that, and then I checked my Instagram, not a lot of followers.
I think against NRG in Tokyo, it's really fun to play CGRS because I think he's like a really good teammate. Like he just makes the team very hyped and happy. So he played really well and it was really, really fun. I played you in Tokyo first game.
We got destroyed by you guys. Yeah. That's bad.
Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. For you, bro. For me, it's the first international Masters, Berlin Masters. It was first, when I was in the Business Strikers. If we gonna made a playoff, we can qualify for the champions.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we make it.
Yeah.
And then we made a playoff, and then we go to home. We met the Gambit, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Prime Gambit.
Yeah, Prime Gambit.
Every player improved a lot, but I miss the older player, like ex-Gambit player, like Shadows. First I met him in the Berlin. He looks like kind of UFC fighter. Really, he beard and the muscle and height, right? And then he's the first time he invited me. Hey, you have a lighter? And then, yeah, I have that.
I feel like now May has improved a lot. He was good, but he wasn't
He was a support.
so good like now. I feel like now May has improved a lot. So I think May.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think maybe like 3-4 years ago, the game was way more simpler. Maybe when you execute side, it's just like smoke and flash. But now there's like stun, bomb, flash,
Sit down. Nowadays, everyone is the burst shot, you know? Move and burst shot. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Back in the day, we just...
We see, we
we crouch, we spray. And then we won. Easy one. Real man fight, you know? Everyone is just like... Beep, 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 beep. Everyone Michael Jackson, bro. I want to see more agents over the 100 agents.
Too many stacks, too many.
Yeah, but at the time we're not gonna play. We just watching. we just watching the chicken. 없으면 좋겠다고 했어? 유지됐으면 좋겠다고?
아니요 바뀌는 건 좋은데
너무 많이 추가되는 거라.
바뀌는 건 좋은데 결국 프로니까 이게 돼서 메타 바뀌는 건 좀 빡세가지고 僕もバロラントが面白いからずっとやってます。
First thing is a fan, of course, right? And then that thing.
I lift weights because this year I lift weights because practice lifting trophy.
Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. Whether we are winning or losing, it really means a lot to us. And
Keep on supporting us, whether you're Thai or not.
ステージ1も頑張っていきたいと思います。
이제 시작했기 때문에 아직 할 일이 많다고 생각을 해서 더 재밌는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
It's Creamy, Wild Oreo, Forsaken, and Kelly S.
Flex?
Flex, they all play Flex agent.
Flex?
Yeah, I think Flex.
Why? Flex? Younger guys, young boys.
It's not the videos.
Confirm.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
안녕하십니까. 안녕하세요.
해볼 게임은 퍼시픽 운동회인데요. 텍스처 선수가 선서문 먼저 낭독해 주실게요.
네. 선수단 선서. 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 명예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속합니다. 약속합니다. 네.
어떤 미니 게임한테 예상이 되시는 분 있으신가요?
저요. 그 피구. 피구?
어,
무슨
닷지
피구를
볼.
어떻게?
그 소바 충격 화살로 그거 하는 거.
는 소바 하니까. 야, 잘하고 와.
이해야 된다, 형.
뭐라 말 좀 해라.
내가 더 날렵해.
와, 야 잠깐만 날려.
그래도 형이야. 화살은 내가 더 묵직해.
야야, 너 왜 웃어? 규혁이 너 뭐야? 화이팅!
더 크게, 더 크게.
화이팅! 오. 야야야! 야야야, 춤을 다 맞아.
야, 한 대만 더 맞춰봐.
형, 좀 떨어져서, 좀 떨어져서.
고수인데?
개보다리!
아니, 고수인데?
야!
원래 지고 시작하는 거예요.
뭐래?
젠지의 경기답게.
오케이, 오케이. 아, 패승승, 패승승!
승승으로 가자, 승승.
우리 승승으로 가자, 임마. 이분 화이팅! 가자, 가자. 나이스. 하자.
와, 쉽다. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 자,
못해!
제발 내려. 여기.
접으세요!
형, 좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화겠자. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
아무리 묵직해도 못 맞추면은 묵직함이 필요가 없어요.
맞지. 가자. 빨리 끝내.
아,
잘한다!
야, 왜 가도? 좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
이거야, 임마! 신노!
아, 김범배 화이팅!
응, 아니야? 김원태 화이팅!
가자.
여기.
하던 대로.
좋은데?
여기. 저기.
그렇지!
Player
우리야였다.
먼저 땄어.
조용해라, VAR 판독!
판독.
젠지가 이번 포인트 가져갑니다.
아, 뭐야! 오케이!
손에 땀 나는데 이거? 아, 긴장돼. 아.
그만 맞아, 그만.
할 때 시작할 때 속이.
여기다. 가자.
좀 봐!
여기.
가자.
여기. 나 진짜
나 지키면 돼!
야, 욕심 부담하면 어떡해?
무비라 그렇게 날렵하진 않은데?
에바야, 너무 묵직한데?
아, 좋았다!
복수해줘.
복수해줘?
복수해줘.
알았어.
저기 그 늙은이가 이제 스파이크 담당 연막이잖아 또.
맞긴 해. 아무래도 계속 들고 있어야지요.
잘 넘기긴 해.
난 내 안에 스파이크가 들어온 적이 없어.
내가 이번에 넣어줄게.
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보.
노장답게 잘하겠지.
살짝 아쉬울 것 같지 않아? 너무 느려.
나 느려?
아니, 상대가 더 느려.
어디야?
오, 빠른데?
스킬을 왜?
Spike dropped. I have the spike.
뭐야?
스킬 좋아. 따라가야 돼. 예측해 예측.
어떡할래? 어떡할까? 이거 어때?
예측해서 해야 돼. 예측해서.
어때 대회네? 어때요? 오, 나도 갈 건데? 안 돼.
확실하다요. 따라올 수가 없어.
저 웨이리를 한 번도 안 해봐서 이 스킬을 모르겠어요. 잘.
안 되는데.
응원가기 시작할게요. 하나, 둘, 셋.
아이 궁. 도망가. 형도 궁 써.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
느려요.
어떻게 할 건데?
느린데.
맞춰.
우클릭 누르면 택시 한 번입니다. 여러분들께 맞던데.
놀림까지.
이렇게 할 건데.
너무 빨라.
어때?
근데 말했잖아 느리다니까.
아니 이거 확실히 잘한다 그냥 이거는.
생긴 거에 비해 날렵해.
아직 내가 더 젊다.
그런 거 같네. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
좋아. 도망가고.
좋아. 날렵해.
약간 아쉬운데? 못 찾겠지 늙어서. 말했잖아 느리다니까.
나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
I have the spike.
어떻게 할 건데? 어떻게 줄 건데? 우리 팀 나라용이야.
나 빨리
되겠어?
응아니야 나한테 건데 여기 이 클릭해 주시고 나 역기 된다
나안 돌아가잖아.
눌렀어
그때 큐라면
안 돼.
넣어야 돼. 해야 돼.
아니야 이렇게 안 눌렀는데 쉬운데?
안 되네.
나한테는 어려운데?
깔끔하게 이겼다
깔끔하네. 확실하다.
나한테 너무 어려운데?
롱점프
내 감각이 좋아야 되는데 이거. 내고 마음속 3초 전. 이게 숫자 세컨.
확실하다.
파이팅!
1점도 주면 안 돼.
3대 떡 해야 돼.
안 내진 나갈보. 에이 먼저.
저는 준비됐습니다.
그래 시작해.
지금이에요.
지금이니.
레전드.
망한 거 같은데 우리.
확실하다. 야, 질 수가 없어요.
갈 수 있어. 갈 수 있어. 너야 너. 담비.
역교 화이팅. 이겼잖아. 확실하잖아.
야 나리브 클로즈다 임마
잘하긴 했어. 인정할게. 내가 조금 더 잘했다.
역겨 이기면은 샤브샤브 사줄게.
그래 가자.
형, 우리는 뭐 없나? 불닭. 치즈 불닭. 형이 끓여줄게. 너 들어와 임마. 바로 들어와.
보내버렸어요. 다시.
몰스백
아무.
잠깐만. 이거 떨어진 걸로 인정해야 되는 거 아니야?
한번.
애교 불어봐.
한 번만.
야 넘어가자
야.
야 그런 말을 보면 어떡해. 어떡해.
빨리
아니야, 내가 봤을 때 너무 빨리야.
빨리 했지?
지금 이 끝거리로상 내가 봤을 때 한 3.5초 정도 마음속으로 세야 돼.
지금.
감 알았어. 이제 질 수가 없어 이제.
불닭 없어 진다
나 완벽한 타이밍 재버렸어 이제.
그러니까 3.5.
확인했어.
페이크 안 쏘네.
심장이 없다. 야수의 심장이.
확실하잖아.
3.5초가 아니라 1.5초로 들었지 너.
규혁이 3연승 하면 소고기 사줄라 했는데.
아 그러면 완전 끝에 가면 이제 소고기?
완전 끝에 가면 돼. 오케이. 소고기 사줄게.
그 심장 가지고 뭐 되겠어? 난 될 수 있어, 할 수 있어. 너 먼저 해.
너부터 해.
너 먼저 하겠습니다.
나 눈 감고 할게. 눈 감고. 눈 감지 마. 아이!
너무 빨리.
와 진짜.
혁기야 너만 잘하면 돼. 혁기야.
할수 있어.
혁기야 너만 잘하면 돼.
3, 4, 5. 잘 가고. 이지. 쉽고 재밌었습니다.
아니 뭐 소바 이게 짬 차이가 아무리 나더라도 이게 기본의 실력이 있으니까 또.
멋지.
와. 트로피. 부럽다.
뭐야?
부럽다.
위 팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다.
우승.
What the
Welcome to VCT Pacific Stage 1. I'm your host, Victoria Chubby Ninja. And today at the desk with me, I have two very special guests. We got two coaches who know each other pretty well from a distance. It's Coach Alex and Coach Six Fingers from Boom and Paper X, respectively. Now, you guys, you kind of know each other since at least 2016 from a previous game. You were both players. You played against each other. You were, Six Fingers, you were teammates with Mind Freak and Forsaken. You played against Tommy. How does it feel being here together in Pacific?
I mean, it feels great, I can say. Like, catching up them, right?
Yeah.
Like, they start first against, right? I also, like, start late. And then, like, now we are in the same tournaments. I can say, like, it's feel great, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How does it feel to be, you know, failed players turned coaches? I'm just kidding, though. I think
small world, you know.
I think it's you guys as coaches are, you know, very well respected here. And we want to know more about you, Six Fingers, as head coach. How long have you been with Boom? What was your journey to head coach?
I've been with Boom since 2016. I can
Okay,
say. So
yeah,
it's
a long time. start as a player?
9 years,
Forever.
right?
Yeah.
9 years.
Yes, really, almost.
Yeah. For the coach, I can say I start as an analyst in 2022, and then we went. I think the biggest achievement at that year is we went to champions. I think.
Yeah.
Champions 2022, and then like starting from there, like they kind of like promote me towards the assistant coach plus analyst, and then like after ascension, like I can say they're not promoting me. They forced me to be head coach. Yeah.
They forced you?
Yeah,
You don't
they
want?
forced. I actually don't want. I mean, we have another plan, but that plan is fucked up. And then
So, no choice.
yeah, so like okay, you be the head coach now. Bring someone else. There's something like that.
But Boom looks so good right now. So did you make any changes from end of last year Ascension coming into this year as head coach and into Pacific?
We changed quite a lot, I can say, in terms of practice.
Yeah.
And then like the approach towards like the players, everything, right? Yeah, we changed quite a lot, but we keep the good thing from the previous one as a basic, I can say.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I want to ask about that. I've noticed one thing that Boom has done is that you guys seem to like classic Valorant. You don't use any of the new agents, or at least we haven't seen it yet. What's the playstyle or direction for Boom?
I mean, it's quite mixed, I can say. Even if you say like we're not using like new agents, when Teho actually coming out, we use it, right?
Okay.
In Fracture.
Fair. Fair. Yeah.
But the point where when Whaley come out, I don't know, like I see it's not really that good. I can say it's not fit to our play style. Like, so yeah, we just don't use it actually.
Okay. Now, Coach Frost has said on, I think it was Spike Talk, or they were talking about Boom, and that Boom has gone through a lot of trauma, you know, going through Ascension, getting runner-up, and then coming into Pacific sort of by fluke, by, you know, an odd situation here, and there just been so many close moments, and this is why Boom is so good, he's saying, and this is why you guys are going to do really well. Do you think this is true? That, like, pressure has made you guys stronger?
I mean, I think 50-50. Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, the biggest thing I can say is like the drive that everyone here have to win actually. Like they are craving to win, right? They're craving to like improve.
Yeah.
That's I think the big point why they can make it so far, like this far. Yeah.
Well, Alex, Paper X has gone through the ringer too. Things have been looking a little unusual for Paper X. So I want to ask you, does your team do better after losses, or do they spiral?
I think we do the same. I think we do a little bit better because we can learn. You know, sometimes we just run people over in scrims and then we think we're good, and then we play a game in the official match and we lose. You know, so it's good for us to like get better. Yeah. So I think we'll do okay.
All right. Well, I want to ask about Patman. I think we kind of know he'll be playing.
Yep. Some maps.
Probably today, yeah, on some maps. So you were really vague last interview, so I didn't push it. Now, can you share more about him today and what you see in him? Like, what's he going to be doing on? Well, what's he?
What's he like?
Yeah, what's he like? What's he doing on your roster?
He found himself on the roster suddenly and is a bit thrust into the limelight. He's a good kid, you know. Like I interviewed him, and he comes from a sports background. He played basketball varsity. I don't know what that means in Philippines, but basically I
that's a better
school
team.
School team in the highest level of whatever it is. I think this is a useful trait to have in players in general, you know, like sports background. I think most of my players are just, we play the game, you know. And he also has never played any other esport and only Valorant. So he picked it up at like 90 years old. I think he's 23 now. I think that's rare, you know, to suddenly just go from Valorant and then boom, he's in middle of Pacific. So I think he's one to look out for.
Do you consider him a rookie then? He's a rookie.
Yeah,
Valorant's his first game.
Yeah,
that is
a baby, man.
Crazy.
All things considered, like, we've been around for 10 years, 15 years.
Yeah.
This guy has only played one game and he's suddenly here. So yeah, he's an absolute rookie.
Well, having Patman in your roster, does this change your gameplay style at all?
I mean, it's more of a plug and play thing, I think.
Oh,
it's
okay.
Like, yeah, not really.
Okay.
I'm hoping it's it'll get better.
Okay. Well, speaking of rookies, last year we saw a lot of Korean rookies enter Pacific, but this year there are a lot. I mean, you guys are basically all new to Pacific, and you have Patman here. I think this is around the period where a lot of players start to hit homesickness. At least this is what happened over the last 2 years. Are your players affected at all by this? Do they miss home?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, they all like, I don't know, like I think in the past, like this month, right? we went to like Indonesian restaurant like twice.
Oh, you did?
Already twice.
I wonder if it's the same one that Paper X went to.
Indo boys need Indo food, right? If not, they get really angry and complain.
Yeah, the moment we cannot go out, basically like we stock our Indomie in the cabinet, right? So
Yeah.
If it runs out, right?
Yeah, we
You'll
runs
get
out
very
and
angry.
GG.
Yeah, I know the Indo guys definitely always bring their sambal, their chili over to Korea as well. Now, Alex, what's something you notice in Boom that you're worried about as an opponent, and perhaps even admire as a coach?
I mean, they're just super confident right now. I don't know. It's hard to play against a team that like feels as though they can do anything and win. You know, like just TP in and just charge you and they're gonna kill 3 and they have full belief. You know, I think they're also very happy to play on stage. You know, it feels as though they're not feeling any fear. And yeah, I mean, admire. I mean, I hope my team can play like that.
All right.
We know it's gonna be a difficult game.
Okay.
Very difficult game.
And then Six Fingers, what do you make of your Paper X opponents today? A lot of folks out there watching at home, their faith is wavering a bit for Paper X. How do you feel about Paper X?
I mean, I can say like in a competitive game, I can say there's win, there's lose. There's like up and downs, right? Even though like you have like gonna have like on day or off day. I guess like it's just like the time where actually Paper X have the off day.
Okay.
I mean they're really good team. They have like good lineups, right? Good players, you know. It's just like how they, I don't know, maybe like how they communicate with each other, like the teamwork again, right? And then like how to like, what is it called? Resurrect like the spirit of the team, you know? Like they went to like Masters Champions, right? Before, like why they cannot do it again, right? That's the thing. Yeah, I feel that they just need to bounce back, I think.
All right. Well, I don't know if today's going to be the day or not. All right. We did have a question from Twitter. Ravish asked who would win in a Thumb War best of 3.
Best of 3.
But you know what? I think there was only one way to find out, at least in a BO1 Thumb War. Left-hand, though, we're going to make this extra challenging.
Holy shit.
Got to say 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a Thumb War.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a Thumb War.
Is it?
So
yeah,
let's do it.
You go.
It's okay.
All right. Well, Alex won that one. You guys, we can do finish the best of 3 later. Yeah. Alex, a lot of fans are really worried. Do you have any words of reassurance for them today? Because all the fans are very confident right now.
I mean, I think we trained well this week, so I hope you enjoy Batman's debut.
Okay, and any words for your Indonesian fans? For Wilson, who had a weird question for you guys. I'm not going to ask it, though. So.
Yeah, I think for today, like whoever wins or whoever lose, I think we just need to see like some good match again. Yeah. I prefer like
exciting match would be
nice. I prefer like a good match, an exciting match rather than like 13-0 or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I agree. Do you get stressed out when you're watching in the coach's booth? The way Alex does? You get stressed too?
A little bit, yeah.
All right. Well, that's all we have time for. We got to send you down. I cannot wait to watch the coach cams. Good luck, gentlemen. It's really great chatting with both of you. So I'll let you head off on your merry way. You can leave the headsets here. Thank you so much. Good luck. And as our analysts settle back in, we have Pilsky and Big Time here. Let's take a look at the standings. So if Boom wins today, if they win this match against Paper X, they will be the first team to officially qualify for playoffs. On the other hand, of course, Paper X doesn't win this. This will make things very difficult for them to make it through. But you can see how the standings are very exciting. And right now we have Pilsky and Big Time here, so you're going to hear the voices join in. What do you guys make of the interview that you heard just now?
Well, I couldn't hear much of it. I don't know about you.
Oh, they were really quiet compared to Frost and Ewok, right?
We're only stood over there somewhere. Yeah, they were, they were keeping it subdued. So, I mean, you'll have to tell me, what did you make of the interview?
I mean, it's a Southeast Asian energy. I even told them they could banter and, like, talk to each other. And, like, no. We're taught to be good Southeast Asian boys in the classroom. You wait for your turn to raise your hand. Yeah, on camera. Off camera. It's a different story. All right, well, we'll break that down real soon. Let's talk about the Smite Buddy. We got the April Fool's skin. We were talking about this yesterday. Best skin, I guess. It's amazing. They made it even better this year, so yeah.
Get the Smite Buddy.
Yeah.
Why not?
Sell it, Morgan. You love the Smite Buddy.
Buy the Smite Buddy, or I will find you.
Oh my God.
I will find you. Buy the Smite Buddy.
Very threatening.
It's very good. Very good.
Okay.
Very good. Very good. All right. Okay, buy it and take a look at these standings here.
I've got some different marketing tactics in the UK.
It is.
I'm not aware of.
So this is today's schedule. We got PaperX and Boom. We heard from the coaches just now. Next up, we got Talon facing against Nongshim. Today is the Ascension teams day. Yesterday was the Japanese teams. I don't think Japan's super happy right now if you're a fan of Japanese teams.
Yeah, it's been better for Japan, I think, right now in Valorant terms. So, you know, they definitely have some recovery to do. But as you say, today is all about those Ascension teams coming up. And I think they have a lot to be excited for today, I would say.
For sure. I mean, Boom could be one of the first Ascension teams. I think the first Ascension team in Pacific to be able to get in towards the playoffs.
Yeah.
So
crazy.
That could be huge. That could be huge for them because they were the team that wasn't even expected to be here at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, let's see how the players are doing or welcoming our two teams here. And that's Patman we're looking at joining the squad officially here in Korea. He was here in the coaching booth last week, and now he'll be playing today. We're finally going to be seeing him. So Alex was saying that Patman will be playing some of the maps. So I think that sounds like we're definitely going to be seeing him here today. He said he ended up getting him because he has a lot of sports background, competitive sports background. But Valorant is his very first game he's ever played. So it's very interesting to see a guy who's like really, you know, he's like Primy. He's like so fresh. Like he's like a newborn baby.
Oh, I think less fresh than Primy, though, because at least he has some Tier 2 experience. He's been kicking it around in a lot of the Filipino teams and playing in the Challengers scene, which you've already seen the excellent experience that gives you. I think Kelly S and some of the other players that we've seen move up from the Filipino scene are the perfect example of that. And I think Patman's going to be another great example of that. You know, he was playing, I think, in Zol before this, right? Or was it in...
Might have been Naus.
Naus? Really? I thought it was Zol, but you know, I think honestly for Patman, there's so many of those great Filipino scenes in the Filipino teams in Tier 2. Like there's 3 or 4 of them. So I think that's why you're seeing so much Filipino talent get the move up at the moment, because it's such a strong and competitive regional scene that we've got right now.
Oh, absolutely. And another scene that is very strong is Indonesia. So to see so many Indonesian players today is going to be phenomenal. But despite all of that, the people we have our eyes on are not the Indonesians. It's a Kazakh named DOS9.
Yeah.
He's scary. A scary addition to this team in his rookie year. Did great in Tier 2, but obviously didn't manage to make it as far as the rest of the Boom Boys did in Ascension, but they decided, hey, we can add you to the team, and he has lit up the server ever since. Incredibly dominant performances through Week 1 and Week 2, and he wants to keep that up into today.
I think Week 1, for sure, he was the key to Boom getting that one across the line, particularly against Genji. That was a phenomenal series. He had great output, but honestly, last week, I was more impressed by Berserks. I think Famous has been very consistent series to series of what you're getting outputted by him.
Yeah.
He's also one of the best oppers that we've got at the moment in Pacific. He's got the most op kills and some of the best op utilization. So that's got to be something you're keeping an eye on going through this series. So for Boom, I think looking like a very well-rounded and consistent team, where they're usually a team that I consider to be notoriously inconsistent, but by the same token, they may have had some easier matches to start things off. Genji putting in 2 players in their match last week. I think PaperX may be looking a little vulnerable at the moment as well. So for Boom, their run, still I'm waiting for them to take on one of these titans of Pacific. And if PaperX shows up in full form, then that's, you know, kind of the name brand that they have at the moment.
I mean, I think they took down that Genji core. I think they're right there. I think saying it's easy opponents downplays the skill that these guys have. They've come out 2-0, dominant.
Yeah.
I can't root against them anymore.
Oh, wow. That is, well, you know what? I think what's really interesting that Boom, our Ascension team that was a runner-up in Ascension, if PaperX beat them today, for Boom to be so good that if PaperX beats them, will give us faith in PaperX again.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is so much about Boom, actually. But Patman coming in, is this a guy? It's all the weight on his shoulders?
I mean, I like a change. I can understand why they want change necessary, and, you know, Patman is an incredibly flexible player, so we know that he's able to kind of fill some of these other roles that might have been a problem for this PaperX team before. So I quite like it overall. I really think it's nice. But this is the matchup we wanted to highlight. For me, the 2 duelists going head-to-head. Forsaken, we now see him almost always on that permanent duelist, and Famous on the other side, who, as we said, is stepping up, becoming a lot more consistent, especially with that operator.
Yeah, I think Forsaken, I mean, I kind of really question him being the primary duelist in PaperX because they've got so many different players that can play that role, especially with Mindfreak being the player going out. Is that something they're going to continue, or is that something they're going to move away from? Because for me, Forsaken is the most flexible player on the team, and he can consistently play those roles. As we mentioned with Famous, though, consistent series to series, a player that has been in the past notoriously consistent, maybe inflexible with his agent pool. I think he's really showing to be a very, very good duelist inside of Pacific nowadays. And like I said, his op has been looking very fearsome, and he's been playing a lot of different duelists at the moment as well. Even Phoenix, which we haven't seen many other players really want to adopt at the moment.
Very true. Now, we can't stop talking about Patman because PaperX doesn't change their roster very often. The last major one was Monyet, and that was it for a moment. And before that, of course, something. So Patman coming in, like you guys had mentioned, this is probably a good change to have him in here. And it seems like on the first, well, at least for today, he's playing, and Mindfreak will not be playing. So what's he gonna, what roles is he gonna play? We can see historically here, he's an initiator.
Yeah, I mean, well, we saw Mindfreak move away from that smoke role towards the end of his time, right before, where we saw Jing take that over. So I would expect him to be playing these kind of, you know, supporty initiators. That seems to be where he's at his best, and I think that is quite a natural fit. And, you know, PaperX were missing that solid, supportive initiator play. You know, they can kind of flex around it. You can put something there and stuff, but I don't think it's quite the same as having somebody who's very experienced in these kind of roles.
Oh yes, get something off initiator. Like, I'm not a fan. I miss the something Jet personally. And that's like my thing. The first time I saw something at Jet, that was amazing. I want to see him back on it. All right, Vito's coming in here. Boom continues to ban split. Pearl coming back in. The last time we saw Pearl on PaperX, it wasn't great.
Yeah, this is a bit of a head scratcher veto for me for PaperX. They're going to ban Haven, which is a map that they have been playing a little bit, although it didn't go the way that they might have wanted to the last time they played it, but that was because they changed around a whole lot of roles. Pearl's going to be their pick after that game against DFM, and they've let Ascent in.
Yeah.
Fracture being the third map decider for PRX, though, I think is going to be very promising. It's been their best map in Pacific so far.
Yeah, I'm very curious to what they've got cooked up on Ascent, because PaperX have banned Ascent the last two games before this. Now they're deciding to let it through. Boom immediately take advantage of that and pick it. So I'm very curious for that one. But we are starting on Pearl, where I think have we've seen Boom play this one time, right?
Twice actually, and they lost that game against T1, and then they got stomped by Nongshim. But Nongshim are insane on Pearl right now. Like, they beat everyone on Pearl. Ooh, okay.
Okay, so we're 50-50 split here, and I think that's a fair assessment of how today can go. Pearl, even though yes, DFM 13 won them, that's sort of an unforgettable situation. But at the same time, PaperX was like phenomenal on Pearl. They were unstoppable on Pearl for the longest time. So
a long time ago. It's a new day and age now, if you ask me. I know it's all different.
All right. Oh, well, he is full Boom today, and some of us are full PaperX. We're going to send it down to the stage because VCT Pacific starts right now.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Paper Rex.
VCT Pacific, this is the match to watch. Paper Rex are on a lose streak in stage 1 right now, but they have finally added Patman to this roster.
Yeah, and we'll see how he's going to go. Obviously a big step up from him coming in from the tier 2 scene and joining a Titan like Paper Rex, but they need to turn around their 2025 and they've got almost no room for error.
Now, there is a lot of history between the two teams that are playing today. We got Boom Esports on the other side. All the Indonesian players and the coaches know each other for years at this point. Now, Boom, this Ascension team was the runner-up, and they have been winning all their Stage 1 games on the other hand. To have all these guys facing off today, this is going to be huge. If they win today, they have qualified for playoffs, and they're going to be the first team to qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, they shouldn't be here, really, but they are, and they've grasped the opportunity with both hands. Underdogs no more, a 2-0 start, yet to drop a map in Stage 1. It's crazy. You asked me this at the start of the year, who I would have thought would be the favorite in this game, and I wouldn't be giving you the answer I'm giving you today. But these guys have been looking incredibly dominant, incredibly smooth, and a win today locks them into that playoffs, which is what we're all aiming for.
And we see the coaches, we heard from them earlier. Alex and Six Fingers. Oh, it's Mind Freak! Coach Mind Freak, what's up?
I like it.
I like this.
They know each other very well. They
Yeah,
know
they
each other. He's leading the huddle now as well. Respect it. Alex is walking on as the assistant coach today. I've been there. Got to do that little walk. Got to jog fast. Can't waste too much time. I like that. That's a power move.
I mean, I think it's an interesting thing where it's like he is been put in as a 6-man at least in this game, and Patman's coming in and subbing in. It seems like he's still being involved in the discussion. He's still being involved in the team. So hoping there's no bad blood there or anything like that. Looks like it's all still good with the boys, and he's still going to be involved in some capacity with the team and in this game in terms of giving his input. I mean, he's been a long-time core member of the team.
So Alex did mention in the interview that Patman will be playing some of the maps, so this does seem to imply Mind Freaks will still be involved in a lot of ways, including as a player, but who really knows?
The 6-man roster.
Hey.
We can't get rid of it. Well, T1 did it one time and everybody copies. That's how it goes.
I mean, it seems like it's very trendy right now, as is, you know, just jamming double duelists and saying, my guys can go frag. That seems like the generic thing you've got at the moment. For Paper X, I mean, at the end of the day, guys, they've taken out their long-time most stable role player of the controller, and now we're just going into chaos, I think, and we'll see what they're actually going to end up choosing to play and who's going to be playing what on which map. It's going to be back into big question marks, which is something that Boom might have to adapt for, and I think might be something that Paper X can be more comfortable with. Here we go on Pearl. They are once again playing double duelists, similar to what they played against DFM, but this time it is the Phoenix and the Yoru. I like the solo init fade whenever you do play it as a solo init, especially on maps that you need to be flexible on, like Pearl. That's going to really help them pressure doors and art and things like that.
And I like Jing and something back on Duelist on that comp, I have to say. But across on the side of Boom, keeping it a lot more simple. KO, Teo, a very, very standard, almost old school Pearl comp. So this is a very new school versus old school battle on this map.
And Devi on the controller. So he's going to be the Astra player, and we'll see how consistent those roles are map to map as we keep an eye on this new Paper Rex.
Definitely. A lot of things are swapping around here. This is a very exciting way to start the first series of today, Boom versus Paper Rex. We're going to be sending it over to our casters, Komodo and Quack. In what sweater are you wearing? I love it.
Oh my God! Thank you very much, Vic. Yeah, do you love it? The whole thing is, I asked Wardrobe for something that would describe what I feel like if Paper X won. So yeah, fuzzy, comfy. I feel pretty warm right now.
Maybe I'm glad that sometimes I can't see color.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, in all honesty, but you know what? We do have to think about what the compositions look like. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Komodo. Any thoughts so far?
Look, got to address the buffs and nerfs that have come in as well, so whether or not they're going to have a little bit of a play in towards this specifically with the KO and the Yoru. Of course, they're coming on both sides on Vice as well with those Thorns, so I think that's something that we need to see if that's going to have any real impact coming in towards this. I think in terms of the veto though, Quack, I don't think Boom would have seen this one coming. When you look back towards kickoff against DFM and you're getting smacked 13-1 as Paper X, are you coming into this and it's like, all right guys, we're getting Patman in the roster, that's a buff. Yeah, let's play Pearl.
That's definitely what you are hoping for. At least a lot of the PaperX faithfuls in the crowd are hoping for that as well. Some Boom fans as well. But we'll see how it all fares off because these hungry beasts have been nipping at the heels. They're pouncing on that opportunity to lock in playoffs. Can PaperX find their roar again? Or will they face extinction? What possibly could be that? And right now, we are off with PaperX on the attack.
Well, they need to certainly bring something, isn't it? The 1-4 record so far for them this year, quite abysmal for PaperX. So starting off with their own map pick, getting a pistol is not going to be a bad thing for them. Of course, Berserks has been stellar throughout the course of this tourney so far, and he's not going to be tackled with in mid, but the other guys over at long will be.
Yeah, it's a bit of a duo stack as well. You've got Shiro right up at the back, but still at least a bit of a trade from Jing, and then to flash out, create the pressure down B long.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily need to see PaperX keep on going with this one. You know, one of the approaches in running the double duelist is even though that they do lose something here, there's still going to be options for them. Jing can still run out with that Blaze as well. You know, I look towards what PaperX are running here, and we can potentially see some parallels to the likes of 100 Thieves who will play Arsena on the Neon instead of the Phoenix here for Jing.
So those double duelists definitely possibly coming in handy, but as well, you know, this composition, especially Jing on the Phoenix, is something that PaperX are really familiar with. Now doubling back in towards V-Link, but Famous gets ahead.
Yeah, Famous back on his jet. You know, it's one of those agents that you would usually assume he's very capable with. This time looking the wrong way though, and he'll pay the price.
It's pretty interesting, isn't it? We've seen Famous on the Neon so far now, but back in Ascension last year on the jet, but this time getting dicked out by Jing. A quad being picked up on the pistol.
Could be in for the ace to start off the affairs of PaperX here. NC Slasher though, salvos, and a Ghost in hand. This is all going to come down to what angles he can isolate and what shots he might be able to hit.
Jing looking a lot more comfortable. He's online for the ace as well, and receiving first contact spots him out, and there it is! The ace to kick things off for PaperX.
Well, if you want to see PaperX's current scoreline of being 0-2 start off to try and tackle in towards stage 1, get towards, you know, Masters Toronto, back towards the international stage where we didn't see them for the first time at the previous Masters, right? Starting off with an ace, not a bad idea.
Certainly a very welcome sight, especially for the PaperX fans, possibly in the chat as well, but it is still really early, Komodo.
Yep.
I have seen a lot of these advantages fumbled before.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you can't really forget about that one, that's for sure. Got to also remember Boomer, the team that currently, you know, have 3 individuals that we've seen run some aces before.
And leading in some statistics with clutches and kill deaths as well.
I mean, you look towards DOS9 and Berserks, right? You got to see them be consistent. If Famous is getting out an operator on this defensive side later on, that's something that you're going to have to try and piece together as PaperX to shut that one down. This time, though, up very quietly towards B long. And now they explode.
Stars might reveal their intention, so maybe Famous quite aware, but still getting taken out quickly by the sharpshooting from the PaperX members. Now down to the last 3 from Boom. They are somewhere hovering nearby.
Yeah, of course, no one really close to, you know, any ultimates. Quite expensive ones on the side of Boom. See if they can get any shots out here, but the hunt is certainly on for PaperX.
Wow. Even pushed them all the way far back into spawn. Prowlers revealing their location. Forsaken with the Ghost, of course. He hears everything, and he will collect everything as well! Doesn't fall! Picks up the quad, and that's a lot of money going to the next round.
They're on point today, that's for sure. I mean, you're talking about some avenues to potentially even pick up a bonus round, right? Having the run it back for Jing, getting close towards Forsaken on the Steel Garden as well. I mean, you're certainly seeing the right players go for the right hunt, the right pathing as well. The flawless round to come out on the second. So now I'll shift my eyes over towards Boom, right? What do we start to see with this composition? What setups can Shiro really try and position for the team?
At least for now, he's positioning himself closer towards Art, possibly hinting at there's a bit of mid-play. They do read the intentions from PaperX into the A site.
Yeah, but the 0 point, I believe, only spotting Patman, right? So when you think about how many players you're tagging up with that blade, you know, does one player signify a full shift and rotate? It starts to. NC Slasher is rotating over. First casualty is Jing. Forsaken falls too. That's an immediate shutdown on this bonus quack.
Yeah, PaperX gonna have to head off to find another opportunity somewhere else on the map, but I can't imagine too much going their way right now. Every single lane is being locked down.
And something not able to progress outside of club either, playing on that Marshall. So it's just dirty info for them at the moment that they'll try to recollect their forces together. Something I've been impressed with from Boom so far throughout this stage is their decision-making and their patience, right? Berserks, again,
That's the crazy thing.
I'll highlight his util positioning, and I think most importantly, discipline has been gorgeous.
Yes.
But this time, it's going to be NC Slasher and Famous here at B.
You know, if you would have told me that Boom would be a disciplined team for a control team,
yeah, crazy, right?
2025, yeah, I would not have pictured that. But they are looking phenomenal right now. Famous holding the angle, spots out, gets the information for the team as well. Divide trying to make use of the angle, but getting gunned down. A bit of a wall bang. Double kill now, looking for the third, but Patman will be able to answer back, but of course, not before the rest of the team descends upon him. So, Boom, able to answer back.
Surviving with 4 as well. You'll take Famous as the only casualty in that round. Not able to get out an operator just yet, of course. I think that's one of my things that I'm really going to be kind of waiting for in this series as well, right? To see if Famous is going to be able to keep on his #1 operator kill collection at the moment. And how, I think more importantly, Paper X are going to be battling against that, right? Because you're not seeing any Vipers or anything like that they can play with the walls. You're going to have to try and flash him off the lines, which, I mean, you look at the comp that Paper X are running, they've got 3 players that are going to be able to drop in some flashes against him.
And that's exactly what they're looking to do, at least for now.
Maybe not like that if you're flashing yourself, G.
Just for a tiny second, so at least for now, it's still not the worst thing in the world, but there are a lot of Killjoy traps on the site itself.
Steel Garden in.
Blaze Wall as well. So trying to get that pinch on, trying to get the spike planted as soon as possible. Jing with a run it back will continue pushing down a single lane. Berserks though holds down Halls with a lone shorty. Something tries to deal with him, will be able to do just that, but not before.
Got another.
Yeah, he took down a second player. Paper X now working at a numbers disadvantage, and the site is too hot for them to get the spike planted. Divide trying to provide some assistance, but that smoke goes a little bit too deep. Shiro and Famous have already gone past the sidelines. It's just something left now. Fake gate crash as well, but the spike still down. The stealth drone has spotted him out. This round is quite possibly over unless a miracle is pulled out of the hat.
Yeah, you just don't want to see Boom give him individual jewels.
He's got no util as well, Komodo.
Very difficult.
And speaking of how disciplined Boom has been, look at this!
30 seconds left.
No individual duels. Famous holding the angle, spots out the shoulder, headshot easily found. 2 to 2.
Really good discipline, really good trading game from Boom in that. The positions that they're holding as well, the fact that Berserk is able to get away with 2. I mean, he's just been so consistent throughout the games that we've been seeing so far from Boom in their 2-0 wins. And I mean, you look towards it as well, right? I saw a great haunt from Patman that tagged up Shiro over at Street. But the run-it-back wasn't able to get deep enough to be able to capitalize on anything there. So something that you'll want to see Paper X reel in a little bit later on, but the protocols are certainly there for them. I mean, I'm seeing them sneak up towards B, right, with all the Killjoy utility that Berserks has down, and they're trying to break in, but it's the trading, it's the right angles from Boom. Very aware of their strengths on this map so far, which, I mean, it'll be further accentuated now that they've got the guns and Paper X do not.
Absolutely. I do imagine, you know, this is a composition that Boom is quite familiar with, having, you know, studied Paper X in the past, possibly. Of course, their most recent matchup was like 3 years ago.
I mean, talk about study. How much study can you get from a 13-1?
It's been a while, but, you know, they are, you know, both Indonesian teams, somewhat Indonesian players both sides, at least right now, though. Forsaken trying to create a little bit of pressure, feeling some heat himself, getting taken out. Meanwhile, the site getting fired back as well. Forsaken, though, with this Phantom pickup, will continue to push through.
And because it's a 2 versus 4 at the moment, Famous has to bring out the Blade Storm because the Outlaw is going to be that distant gun.
If he can find the right position for it, at least. But look at Paper X.
Yeah, they've pilfered these guns as well, right? So now they're playing with Phantom, Vandal. We've seen Forsaken really be picking up the Phantom lately, and how damaging he's going to be able to be with that one. So this might be a bit of a thrifty to come through Paper X's way.
Well, at least they haven't quite sussed out Famous's position just yet. He has a slight opportunity, possibly, but he has to be very careful as well. The Nebula blocking so much of it off. DOS9 arriving right on time as well. Famous clears the angle, spots out Jing, has to back off.
Needed that shot, honestly. Time to be bought with the Blaze.
Okay. Can DOS9 pull a rabbit out of the hat? Not quite. It's going to be Divide with the Sheriff shot instead. Famous now goes for the peek, but Jing in with a flash as well. It's Forsaken to find the kill. I mean, he started this off with the Sheriffs into the Phantom pickup and a triple kill in the round.
Yeah, he had a great lurk up through mid, honestly, just catching the Boom members none the wiser, and then you've got multiple members in Art that are just able to explode and play strength in numbers, right? Good patience from Paper X in the way that they're navigating around the map, so it's good to see that the decision-making from them is wise at the moment.
We've seen Boom, getting a bit of a read for how Paper X might play, especially with the run it back from Jing in the previous round. But Paper X also showing that they have a lot of cards up their sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, when Devi's picking up this Astra, I mean, it's not an agent that we usually associate with him whatsoever, right?
Oh, bit of a pop flash as well. So now Paper X looking to exploit the mid lanes.
It was just Berserks though, and he did have the Sheriff, right? Because Famous now has the Operator. I wonder if Paper X are going to be ready for this.
Would have to. Famous currently leading with 19 kills on the Op right now, but instantly dealt with by something. Look at how he pilots that Yoru. Gate crashes all the way towards the back and throws it off sight lines.
I wouldn't be surprised if they want to just grab that Operator and go for a save here as Boom. You're in a 5 versus 3 deficit. It's going to be very difficult to try and get in on a retake here. You just have to play towards the later portion of this half. How can you activate Famous with this Operator? This is the round where just, the one impact kill in mid, space created for Paper X to explode into B, and a simple combination where something is able to TP past Famous with that Operator on the line towards Street, get the kill. Pretty just ordinary. Couple of shots and the round's done.
This is exactly how you would want to play this agent composition, right? With the flashes, gate crashes towards the back.
And any kills that they can find on the hunt here are going to be quite damaging.
Ooh,
Forsaken. Yeah, he's not going to be able to find anything though. So well done for Paper X. Another round on the board on this attacking side.
Yeah, a bit of discipline for Paper X as well, but we shall see a bit of a second opportunity for Famous to find something with his op.
Gonna have Coach Six Fingers in here for some words. Are we gonna have pseudo Coach Mind Freak on the side of Paper X here? Because we did see Patman, right, sitting with Alex.
Yes, we did. We can't forget Fields as well.
Coach Fields, yes, absolutely. Always excited to see what strategies he's able to cook up, and especially when Boom are running this Team Heretics comp as well. There's going to be a little bit of tape that they can kind of work back towards, and what strength there's going to be. So far, not seeing too much, in terms of the KO buff, if you want to call it a buff that comes through on those flash drives, and the Yoru clone as well, right? Having a little bit of extra money that you need to spend on it. I still think something's been playing that quite okay.
Yeah, we haven't really walked straight into any sheer walls just yet. You would imagine it does come into effect at some point, but there it is. Hey, assistant coach Mind Freak.
Well,
taking a sip of coffee.
Is the camera's closer to him, right? So does that make him in the actual coach slot? Like, is that what we're seeing here?
So Alex is the assistant coach
Alex
today.
Is the assistant. He can just chill. No desks to be broken today.
Not yet, at least. Well, we have
He's got that big
6 big booms. I don't know. He does have that somewhere, but at least right now, I have to imagine this timeout has to be called for Boom to reinforce mid a little bit more. Paper X has been exploiting that in the past few rounds. So there it is, a couple of pings on the map. Shiro positioned nearby as well. He hears the footsteps.
Yeah, a big test for Shiro right now.
Tries to dodge it, holds the angle, but he is pretty much pinned down. Ooh, something. Tries to get ahead with a bit of a gate crash, but it's going to be a double for Shiro right now. Pop flashes as well with the underhand toss. Fragments to deter Paper X from pushing any further. Forsaken just re-peeking it though.
Yeah, spotted out by the drone. Wanted to try and bring something back into a workable scenario for Paper X, but at this point in time, some aggression dealt with by Shiro very nicely. And it's kind of just going to really stop Paper X here. The spike is down at doors. You've got an operator looking after that as well. I like the timing on NC Slasher getting out that drone, by the way, just to really put Forsaken in a spot of bother. And something that I was kind of wondering as well, right? When was DOS9 going to kind of be brought into the fray for Boom here? That was a great piece of utility to assist Shiro.
Adjustments back into the B side as well. And now it's going to be Famous holding the line with this op. But Devi, well, recalls the star.
But there's 30 seconds, right? You need some really big heroics at the moment. Famous with the operator is extending his kill lead with that gun. And now Jing, name of the game is damage, because the credits, I mean, they're not too flashy for Boom.
Spotted him out as well.
Yep. And now you got the operator back on the line again.
So Boom, incredibly aware. I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking, especially with that op-down. You have to imagine Devi somewhere nearby, especially with that star being recalled. So Famous very much playing the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, I look towards him as well, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, you've got a couple of flashes on Jing, on something. If Famous is going to be holding these really tight lines, he needs to either play on a little bit of luck where he's not blinded to get the shot, or go for the lucky blind shot, right? So I'd be kind of interested to see how his repositioning is going to be around the map, because that's going to be one of Boom's strengths, right? It's on this defensive side, really repositioning where he's going to be, how they're leaning around this map, what tells that Paper Rex are going to come out with.
Huge home crowd watch party cheering out for Boom as well. In Jakarta, where Ascension was held last year, but back into this.
You've got the operator on this A site, and you've got all of Berserk's utility at the moment. So this dimensional drift, yeah, I mean, Paper Rex are going to really try and go with this one. Cosmic Divide invested, but the utility is going to stall them out.
Just trying to push them off positions. Nightfall being sent in as well. Famous just firing off warning shots, but not quite finding anything with pot shots. He does find one all of a sudden.
Yeah. Null Command.
With the Cosmic Divide now, so a bit of a pop flash through possibly. They're trying to play around the smokes. Null Command just does keep them at bay for the time being. Paper Rex trying to hold on to the current positions. Pop flash sent through, and there it is. Bounced off the wall. Something gives himself a bit of an escape route. Blaze Wall just by further time for Paper Rex. Do they go back into A main? Still not quite safe. Boom are suppressing them with a lot of stray bullets. Something holds the angle. Famous in with a shorty. Something tries to go for the flick, but gunned down by Berserk as well. The Forsaken flick not quite there. Tries to hold it off right around stairs, but Famous spots the angle, sprays him down. A triple found in the round, and Boom to tie things up.
Yeah, Divide to lose his life first, and Paper Rex still want to try and get the spike plant down and protect it when Shiro's Null Command is in the mix. I saw the Blaze Wall come up from Jing, but a missed haunt from Patman. Dodged at the right time for the Boom members, not highlighting anybody. Makes that extremely difficult for Paper Rex to kind of win any of the duels there. I mean, the shorties are being played well. The fact that Famous finds that first one whilst blind, I mean, it really does hurt out Paper Rex, but I really have to say, maybe they press the issue a little bit too hard when something's Dimensional Drift goes in and he's spotting out, you know, Famous, you know the operator's there. When he's spotting out Berserks, you know the Killjoy utility is going to be around the site. They invested a lot to try and bully Boom out of that site, and Boom, once upon a time, they might have conceded the site. They might have been a little bit scared, but this Boom that we're seeing right now, Quack, are a team that has come through Ascension in the slot that they didn't think they'd be here when they lost to Nongshim, right? They are 2-0 up. They are contending with Paper Rex in the early stages of this map.
And they're not conceding so far, not yielding the site. We heard it from the coach's interview way before, you know, on the pre-show. Six Fingers mentioning that the players are incredibly driven. This is a very hungry team. Like we've mentioned, they win this and they're pretty much locked in for playoffs.
Yeah.
Paper Rex, on the other hand,
I mean, are they gonna make it to another international event? That's the question for me.
They might not even make playoffs at this point, Dion.
I know, right? I know. I think my little fun thing is org-wise as well. Paper Rex and Boom last time, it was 13-1 over towards Paper Rex. We've got a lot of players in the server again. That's why I'm like, ooh, Fracture. Yeah. It's gonna be the last map. That was the last time these guys played each other. That's a bit spicy.
Bit of familiarity for sure, but still.
2.5 years ago. I don't know how much you'd read into that.
We gotta rear our sights back into this current matchup where things are starting to heat up, very much so.
Different positions though with the utility. Shiro, he repositions over into this mid-con area. You did see the hot hands go out from Jing. It cleared where DOS is playing.
Suppression Blade though spots everything out. Good little flash, but is it going to be enough? They know where DOS9 is. Patman will go in for the pinch. A little bit of utility as well, just to push NG Slasher off, but still trying to force it through. Famous will find a bit of a trade as he takes one down up B long.
But now there's a gap in the map, right? Berserks has to fall back a little bit, play on the back of his utility that is still active. That turret, it's not spotting out anything, so he can absolutely play comfortable at this right line. And Patman, oh Patman, the gun barrel, I think it was just spotted. I'm not 100% sure, but it doesn't matter, because now it's all on Forsaken.
This is the worst spot for the spike to be dropped in, okay.
But now it's heard, right? 30 seconds to go. The turret has been recalled. Forsaken's going to get in towards the side. There's a nano to buy time.
That's exactly what I mean. And all he's got is just this sheer wall where currently placed. Might just give him some information. Arc goes back in, repositions, and now that's where he gets spotted out by Famous from the back. I mean, even if Famous wasn't there, Berserks was up by Dugout.
I do like the response from Paper X in their approach to be able to take mid though, right? When they're lining up for this combo of utility to try and take out Shiro's position where he got that double kill in the round previously, right? You're seeing these little adjustments come out from Paper X, but again from Boom, they themselves are adjusting around the map really nicely as well. Famous didn't get too hungry pushing up through B long, by the way. Very disconnected from the rest of the team. He still got a kill, so it was really important that those kills in amongst the street went, you know, which either team's way to bring some stability, but in the 2 versus 2, I mean, Berserks, again, he's just coming up with, you know, not the most clutch play in the round to be able to win it, but the fact that he converts that very easily into the 2 versus 1 for the team is gorgeous.
Yeah, a little bit of mauling from Alex as well. I mean, starting to feel a lot of the pressure right now. It's Boom recognizing Paper X playing this double duelist composition, trying to work around B-Link as well, but now back into it. A bit of B-Long pressure. Famous back in with the up, and he continues to lead, and up kills! A second one going through! A bit of a re-peek, slightly whisked right past by, and Jing will be able to escape with his life, but still pinned down around this pillar.
I don't know if they spotted DOS getting in towards the corner. They can't really flush him out, though, unless you want to try and invest a hot hands and play along the line.
I don't know. I don't think...
So far, though, Famous, his damage is done, right? 2 opening kills, a creep up behind the Nebula.
Oh, man. Still trying to go in off of it. At least the Blaze kind of healing him back up for just a bit, but Famous instantly deals with it using the shorty. Shira off towards B-Link as well, blocks every single lane. No joy found at all for Paper X in this round.
Flawless round to come through from Boom. Every duel won, and Famous is on 30 HP, man. He's not scared to go in for it when, you know, you got the Blaze Wall coming up from Jing. Why would you expect a player who's on 30 HP to just challenge him with the shorty? You kind of don't, right? But that's what sometimes just the gusto from him to go in.
The morale boost from the previous rounds.
Yeah, well, it's 4
said
in
it
a row.
before, Boom are on a hot streak, and this guy's leading with 15 kills right now.
What did I talk about, though, Quack? When Famous gets the operator in his hand, he is looking like a demon. And where, oh where is that gun again?
Oh, he's ready to go into Devil Trigger! Oh, it's a collapse! Instantly shuts down that run it back from Jing.
Blades out as well.
Paper X continuing to look to bully their way through into it. Famous will be able to pull out the blades, but here comes that Storm. Back into it with the shorty as well. NC Slasher holds down the line. Berserks to clean things up. Boom, with 7 rounds in their pockets right now.
Man, they're on an absolute ripper of a run, aren't they? 5 in a row to the last round of this half now. That was a complete shutdown. The collateral that comes out, maybe an overheat with the next one. Technically the collateral on the run it back, right? So Jing is not able to find some further positioning. That kill from Devi, I mean, yeah, you'll shut down Famous, but the fact that NC Slasher just gets 3 out of here, I mean, he's hot potatoing all the different weaponry. Berserks, he does not cave under the pressure around that A site that he has made his home. This defensive side of Boom at the moment really coming up a treat. And now for Paper X, a challenge in towards the A site nice and early. Remember, the Dimensional Drift last time, they went into the site really early to force the plant. This time, Boom, give them a bit of this respect deep.
A little bit more. It is the last round of the first half, and Boom sitting on a couple, well, close to a couple of ultimates. They're happy to possibly go for the retake. I mean, you've got the lockdown as well. Something in with the Judge, though, trying to buy more time and spacing. Steel Garden popped, and Boom are now all hovering around the site. Shiro in to create some space around Art. Bit of pressure as well with the flash, and that allows for Famous to go for it for peek. Jumping Judge, and he finds the double, and that's the lockdown. Paper X has to evacuate the site. Petman unfortunately dug in a little bit too deep, and it's just a Vi off to A main, and they know exactly where he is. Shiro paints it in all white, and that's gonna be Boom to pick up the 8th.
The protocols in that round from Boom are absolutely gorgeous. This time they don't challenge the site itself. They allow Paper X to get in. They're going to be confident in their retake. Berserk's getting in the lockdown makes things really awkward for them as well. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, how the hell is Patman going to get out from the middle of the site? The fact that the Judge works a treat for Famers as well. They're just re-attacking this site from 4 different angles, essentially. And then they know where Devi's going to be playing from as well. That is a Amazing performance from all the Boom members in the tail end of that second half. And now the switch up for Paper X, right? You got a question. You're playing double duelist, going on towards your defensive side as well. How are their rotations going to look like? How is the timing going to look like? Ingesting Patman in towards this roster now, having Devi on the Astra, because he needs to be really attentive to timing for this team.
It's going to have to be key. Timing and getting a read for the rotations. Paper X have only been showing this single look throughout this first half, repeatedly pushing, repeatedly trying to bully their way through, and Boom have readily dealt with it.
You got to remember as well, I don't know how many people would have expected Pearl to be the pick coming in towards this series from Paper X. You look at the history, it ain't that crash hot this year, of course.
Boom's most recent Pearl play as well, back in kickoffs against Nongshin. That was a bit of a loss, but now looking this way, 8-4 from the first half, they are happy to take this win.
You got to remember though as well, there was that match against T1 where they did lose at 11-13, right? There's question marks around that series as a whole. You know, Boom kind of could have won that in my eyes, but they didn't. But yeah, I mean, we've seen a little bit of Pearl from them as well. Didn't look the greatest against Nongshim, who just had a really good idea on their defensive side, I'll be completely honest with you. And that's the sort of, you know, questions that I'm posing to Paper X right now. How is their defense really going to look? It's a 1-4 split, more structured to the A side, and Boom, I mean, if they had the idea that this is going to be the positions of Paper X here, you know, if they've got that bird's eye view, well, they've run it right.
Certainly able to see a lot across the map. You've got that double initiator, and right now, just a clear out pillar gives them a little bit more confidence in pushing down V-Link. Something, though, now absolutely needing to get crashed the heck out of there. Okay.
Yeah, but time can be bought as well, right? You've got the shear that'll eventually be popped by Forsaken. He doesn't need to really rotate currently. And Paper X, they're investing what they can around this A side, thinking there might be a rotate back over there. But, I mean, this idea for Paper X is not it. Like, there's 3 players still surrounding the A side. A drone's coming in from Boom. You spotted out 3 players at long earlier as something. You had to call for the rotations earlier.
Yeah, at this point, you're going in for that full retake game, and it's not going to be the easiest. 0 point just to ensure that for something's still right around the corners, and the rest of Heaven, everything all blocked off by the smokes. Oh, and here comes the salvos as well. Something continuing to try to sneak something through.
Which means you don't have them for the full post now.
Or at least hang back and hold it long enough. Famous happy to take the fights. The rest of the team all holding up by B-Long. But take a look at the mini-map. DOS9, where's he going? Here comes Shiro, though. Able to find a bit of a double. And Paper X able to answer back as well. Now Jing looking to tap the spike. DOS9's positioning, timing on the peak, might be able to surprise Paper X. They might have heard a peep as well, though. Now getting off the hand, but oh! In with the classic taps. Instant frag onto Petman before taking down Jing. What is this from Boom?
Yeah, that's really nice timing from DOS9. The approximate millisecond before the spike gets halved as well, and then they get vulnerable up by it. Famous just trying to dance around the site. The timing from Shiro within the nebulas as well, that is absolutely gorgeous to come out from him. A well-structured pistol to come through from Boom. A good idea at the beginning, the middle, at the end. Even when they're trying to establish the plant, right? Just getting those salvos down to buy a little bit of extra time. Really well done from them to continue this run from the tail end of their defensive side.
Off to the next round as well. Happy to carry forward with this momentum. Something on a Marshall, though.
And now it's heard. Turret down. But 4 players once more at this A site. This could be just a bit of a good fight here.
Well, the fight across the map unfortunately goes down the wayside as well. A bit of a flash. Patman will be able to pick up a double, but still met with force. Boom happy to collect on this round.
Yep, double digits achieved from Boom. This bonus round is going to be a bit of a do-or-die situation for Paper X to start off as well. If they drop this one, well, makes it really difficult to come on back. But of course, it's not over until it's over.
But it is now or never, Komodo.
Yeah, and on the defensive side as well, right? So you've got to see, are they going to play this 1-4 again? Are they going to get a little bit more proactive up through A? Because currently they're spreading a little default around the map. It's not the worst idea when you're going up against the lesser weaponry, but for Boom, they've got a bit of an A play.
And we have already seen Boom deal with the B site, quite effectively, especially with the 0 point as well. Now back in towards A. Clears out the forward positions.
Shiro went away from the null command as well, so if anyone gives him a peek and they lose their life, that's going to be huge for a post plant if he doesn't get it off the spike.
Wow. Smokes off, and it is Boom trying to look for a possible sheer wall, but instantly sprayed down by Petman and Gang. So Boom having to respect a bit of this space now.
Yep. Creep on up. As saying, the sheer can protect them in art. You've got the Thorns as well. Whilst nerfed, will still buy a little bit of time. Made out of the wall. There's the Thorns. So it really comes down to this 50 seconds for Boom. Do they stay and wait to explode out onto this A site? Not the worst idea, and they're going to go for it.
Will Paper X be able to hold Petman in with the off angle? Tries to hold towards stairs as well. Bit of burst through, and that's going to be that. Petman in with the quad. What a debut. I mean, back in from Naos into this game onto Paper Rex, his first day.
Yep, had to see something big come up from Paper Rex in that round there as well, and just being able to bunker down on that site, disregard, you know, the utility at that point in time. That might be a bit of a blessing for them as well, right? Because they can just be focused on their crosshairs. Patman, he had a really silent first half, not gonna lie, at the back of the pack time and time again, but this time taking the lead for the team. A Nightfall available is going to be a good ultimate to throw into this round, but it does look like here, Quack, might be an early contest up through B long.
Back into it. Oh, Paper X pushing up as well, though. Oh, and it's instantly dealt with by Famous and his op.
And what did I say earlier? If you're playing these operator lines as Famous, are you dodging the flashes or playing on a little bit of luck and timing? Well, the flash didn't meet its mark, unfortunately. Jing, a player that we've seen on Phoenix so often, gets the wrong timing.
Which is rather unfortunate for Paper X, and look at how they're all struggling to reposition right now.
Yeah, there's going to be so much emphasis on Forsaken and what he can spot here. Of course, the sheer is not going to be available right now for him.
And you're 5 and 10. You kind of know that Boom are barreling down this B long position. What are the rest of the players doing?
Haunt in, gets a bit of a reveal, but it's all the players from Boom looking to get out into the site. Patman, yeah, that was a bit ill-advised. Forsaken couldn't get any trades there.
Way far too exposed, and Boom are just surrounding this site. Shiro holding down Halls, the rest of the team, you know, they have that Teo in play. Salvo's possibly coming back online at some point. Hall's not cleared, hello?
Yeah, not even looking for him. You had to cut a couple of corners there as Paper X, I guess. Like, I get the idea. But the fact that no one was just expecting him to play back Halls, now you got to call the audible. Guys, we've got to save here. We need weapons going into the next round if we want to try and stop Boom from getting onto map point. I got to give credit to Boom. Like, the ideas that they're coming out with here, Quack, are amazing. The fact that they have that early engagement that they win, they settle down. Paper X completely just, like, leave the site to Forsaken to try and defend who's spotting over at Street. How much space does that give Boom to just wait for Salvos to come back online? Wait for them to pop a null command and go in together as a team?
Or even just the opening pick with Famous on that op. You know, something that maybe Paper X were somewhat anticipating, but it didn't hit its mark.
Oh,
it did?
So there's the timing.
Oh
that's
my
the luck.
God.
That's the luck factor. It's either he spots them before they're blinded, or he gets it on a little bit of luck and timing because Jing is holding W.
And that's when I would love to hear an interview from Famous where it's not luck, it's just pure skill.
For sure.
It's what is the lyric? It's 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will.
And let's just add in there, it's Famous with an operator. It's just bound to happen.
Currently still leading in the op statistics.
Yeah, I mean, my question, again, I kind of think I want to harp on this issue at the moment. We know how powerful Famous is when he gets the operator in hand on the defensive side. Sure, on the attacking side right now as well, he's still making this gun sing, and there's no rhyme or reason as to why Paper X aren't trying to drone him out, you know, sniff him out, get some early positioning, early reads. You know, if you want to try and allow the operator to not get on these lines, you're going to have to play a little bit deeper because they're not winning these contests up through B ramp. They're not taking A main control, right? You got to fade on your team. If you're throwing in a Haunt, you're throwing in some Prowlers as well. You want to try and tackle some space, get in some flashes. They've got the flashes to do so.
I'm just hearing a lot of conditions working against Paper X right now, Komodo.
100%.
You're working at diminishing returns. This buy, if it doesn't work out, you're facing map point. Famous still on this op, and this time happy to lock down the angles towards mid. Paper Rex, though, stack up on towards the A site.
That's 2 suppressed off the 0 point, but there were 4 players in that bound, right? So a couple of dodges out, and now we get some A main control from Paper Rex. They start to shift over towards B, but there's an absence of positions up the alleyway, right?
Lockdown if they do decide to continue to push, not lockdown, sorry. It's going to be the alarm bot, so Paper Rex can't quite push all the way through. Meanwhile, Boom.
If they do continue to this B site, time can be bought from Patman on the ult.
Oh, a lot of players on the other side, though. The jump peak, can he sustain himself?
There's the ult, there's the C's as well. So time to be bought, but you're going to funnel them in towards Jing.
Does he have it? It is Famous with the up, and he shuts Jing down again!
Yeah, he's on the dry line, just not expecting them to be positioned in connector when you 100% would have to assume so. It's dirty. You cannot just waltz out there as Jing, as a solo player, into a question-marked number. There could have been 5 Boom members at that spot.
No flash either, so it's really unfortunate, but at least Patman will be able to answer the Pat signal. Continues to hold the angle as well, but here it comes. It's going to be dueling mechanics. Divide in for additional support as well. Something arriving around B long, but it's going to be Paper Rex finding that pinch from towards the back of B Link, able to shut down Boom's onslaught.
Nicely done from Patman to hold that one down and really lock in Boom. I will say, a problem that Jing, you know, goes for that dry duel, yes, but you got Forsaken still around the B site, you got his utility as well. So there's a couple of backup plans from Paper Rex in that spot. But I'm looking at this scoreline, by the way, Quack, you know, it's 11 for Boom, right? You can't make many mistakes as Paper Rex on this defensive side now. So these rounds have to start accumulating.
I have to imagine it's a really tough thing for Jing to deal with as well. You know, a lot of the fans, or fake fans, calling him different names as such, but he has to deal with this adversity now. I mean, pushing up into where it's A main.
It's the double duelists that are both 6 kills, right? They're not really too impactful in this game so far. 0 point finds 3 in A main.
And the sheer wall instantly tripped. Famous on a bit of a journey with this judge currently.
Yeah, do they expect him to be pushed through connector? The Prowler goes into him, and the Prowler has just seen Famous, by the way, so they're very targeted on him here.
Run it back, suss out the judge, but here comes Patman as well. Now to hold the angle, Divine finds the frag against Famous, just Shiro left. In with a Sheriff, tries to peek back out from connector, gets shut down. Paper Rex happy to collect on yet another round. You've got 4 more to go.
Yeah, you need those gimmies. If there's a lesser equipped round to come through from Boom, you need those ones, you know, in a flawless capacity, or, you know, 4 players surviving, which is exactly what they do there, and really good conditioning as well, right? That shear goes up, making sure as a team that they're covering the alleyway still. If Street is lost, they're making sure that Connector is prowled out if there's anyone close as well. So the ideas and the fundamentals of space clearing is at least still there for the team together as a unit.
Starting to wake up a little bit. You gotta love the run it back from Jing just to find where Famous is, but yeah, that was, you know, a bit of a half-eye round from Boom, and here comes the full force back into A. They've started to read for how Paper Rex have been, you know, getting that early A main presence.
And if this was a quick A take from Boom as well, they could eventually have the gate crash over from something, which I believe, it's not made it all the way back into the spawn at the moment, but he does have the operator over at the B site, so you'd almost want to kind of not see him just fully disconnect from B here.
All right, he does kind of crash towards the back for a bit. Boom hasn't made a single peep thus far. And this is when they start to push down B Link. Good pop flash as well. But Forsaken playing it safe.
Yeah, Boom, a minute on the clock still. They would have to bait out these stars over at the A side. That still has majority of Paper Rex's force here.
Yeah, and with Forsaken jiggle peeking, he doesn't spot any more further down B Link, so it's a bit of a read into this A site. Jing trying to force the issue with the flashes, but now pinned into his current position. And it allows for NC Slash to find the double back in. Jing only finding one. Defy now has to hold and anchor down the site. But in with the Armageddon as well, he feels a lot of pressure. The Cosmic Divide blocking every single sightline. Clones out, but instantly dealt with. Forsaken able to find a frag off of it. Steel Garden as well. But look at NC Slasher, ready to hold. Just something left. Lose this, and it's map point for Boom. He's got an Op Komodo. Peeks the close angle, swaps to the shorty, finds NC Slasher, and swaps to a rifle. Has a chance. But it's 2 players holding up by stairs. He taps, creeps up front. Not quite finding Berserks. It's Berserks who slashes him with a giant sword, and that's gonna be Boom reaching that crucial map point.
You gotta remember when those walls are up as well, your gun technically spotted first, so the fact that NC Slasher grabs that third kill on 5 HP is absolutely ridiculous to come on out. I was thinking it was a little bit claustrophobic around this side at the moment. I mean, that shot is just absolutely brilliant from him, not gonna lie. Boom, they immediately answer back after the 2 that Paper X get. And now it's 5, right? It's 5 map points for Boom to close out Pearl here. Paper X is picked.
Oh my god, and Paper X decide to push without stopping a single beat. The salvos will slow them down, but Jing happy to fire back, Defy with the support as well, but what is the spray transfer from Shiro? A bit of presence found by Forsaken, but now smoked off around stairs. He continues to creep through though. Position not quite found, Shiro lets him slip. And DOS9 will pay the price. Forsaken collects with the triple, finds a round for Paper X to keep them in the game.
And then there was 4. Shiro, nice plays off the flash drives, don't get me wrong. I thought he'd snuck in towards the site, trigger discipline on towards Forsaken, but in the 2 versus 2, the fact that Forsaken's able to at least bring that down into an advantageous position as well, right? There's a couple of these duels that go a little bit haywire. Paper X, how blinded were they in main when they first tried to take all of those duels, right?
Yeah, I feel like Haywire is putting it kindly at this point. This is a really dicey situation for Paper X to be in, and every round still cut so close.
Yep.
Boom now in with a bit of another half buy. Famous on the Bucky, Berserk's on the Guardian. Everyone watching with bated breath.
Pretty much. Back on this operator line as well. Seen a couple of those lopsided shots from something. That's better.
Good flick. And that deters any more peeks from Boom further down this B position. Into B Link though, and that's where Patman takes a hit. Jing now has to come up huge, and he does! The double picked up! Thorns instantly tripped, and he's gonna look to top himself off with the hot hands. Forsaken for additional support. The spike on the ground. Famous looking to pick it up, has the Bucky, and he fires off a shot! Pump action indeed.
He wants one more. If he could get his blades up here, there's a chance if Paper X give him all of these 1v1s.
Forsaken though with this angle, really tight. It's not gonna be doable for Famous, even if he does peek through.
He wants the other gun. He wants to get the Sheriff, the sidearm. I don't know if he got it. I don't think he did.
Don't think so. So still with the Bucky, he tries again, but shut down by Davai, and Paper X still hanging by a thread, but slowly, reeling themselves in.
Yeah, but these are the sort of rounds where you've got a lot of your ultimates available as well, right? So if you want to try and navigate a retake back in towards a map, a bit of a comeback, you're going to have to rely on a couple of those pivotal ults.
Yeah, very much so. But I have to say, in this round, Jing redeeming himself with that little double, holds down the line for Paper X, has to keep that up for the rest of the map if they are to convert this into an overtime. This is Paper X's map pick.
Well, that is certainly the scary word to be saying when we consider Boom. But we'll see. Contest over towards the B side early on. Drone to push Forsaken back. Timing on the deeper Nebula. That's the 1-4 setup again here for Paper X, where they really need to start to have some rotates back over here. Boom, no, not necessarily needing to stay at this B site either. Some lurks over towards A. You've got Patman, who's actually just prowled in the street to clear both sides. So there was, positions around the map that Boom technically could have snuck into.
You gotta be very careful as well, though. I mean, you mentioned those ultimates from before, Komodo. Paper X has a few, but Shiro has the null command.
Yeah, but it's the passive approach from Boom at the moment that if they do let the timer go down extremely low, those ults could essentially just win the round for Paper X.
Shiro across the map as well. Boom trying to get a read for where Paper X have set up.
The 0 point did just get something on this deeper A line as well.
Something. Gotta be careful, buddy. He does have the op, so looks for an escape route again. And this is where Boom recollects themselves towards his B site. Paper X's rotations.
Forsaken starts to rotate towards the A site, but you do have 3 players here. Remember the Haunt, the Nightfall here from Patman is going to be huge.
Boom keeping them split 3 and 2. Nightfall does find its mark. Jing in with a run it back as well. Defy to receive first contact.
Yep, they've called it.
And that is the entire round right there. Jing finding and dealing a little bit more damage to Boom's economy as well. 10 seconds and Boom looking for the save.
As I said.
Oh, Paper X. Starting to look alive, starting to come alive, but Shiro! What is that? Microflicks again. Divide answer back as well. NC Slasher to find a little bit more. It's not bad in terms of economical damage.
Yeah, all the damage at the end there, I mean, it's pretty costly for Boom, not going to lie. You're opting for the save and you only take one gun out of that previous round. There's a discussion to be had here, that is for sure. What did I mention about the ultimates that are going to be there, right? As soon as that Nightfall comes down, that pretty much staves off Boom from being able to get in there. It doesn't matter that the null command goes in as well. When you're trying to just get in towards the site, you've got to give yourself a little bit of breathing room if you've not destroyed a lot of that Vice utility, if you've not found anyone on towards the site, right? That's a little bit too passive from Boom in that position.
And that's going to be the final timeout of the match being called by Boom. Can they find their round? 2 chances left, Komodo.
Yep.
And PaperX have been starting to get a grasp of how Boom are looking to attack. They've been able to read some of the rotations across. Or maybe not even quite, just trying to read for how Boom are trying to work their way across the map.
Yeah, but any slip-ups on the PaperX side, and you got to consider as well that that might be the map done and dusted, right? So I wonder how passive that actually makes PaperX here.
This is going to be quite tricky for sure. I mean, the ultimates are already spent now.
On the brighter side for them, I guess, if you want to try and have a silver lining in the superstitious environment, they have lost their first maps in both of the series that they've played so far against DRX and Gen G, and then won the second map. Maybe that'll happen here too if they do lose this, Quack.
I don't know, Komodo. I'm not a very superstitious guy myself, but we will see. PaperX have been known to be a little bit superstitious themselves, but at least for now, needing to read the map incredibly well. Divide does have the Cosmic Divide. It is Boom on a bit of thrifty, though.
If this round does go PaperX's way, you will have the Armageddon on NC Slasher as well as the lockdown, unless you want to try and get them in this round where you now have a player advantage.
The pistol kill.
This will push something off the line. They know that the operator is around this A site, but do they know that mid is being crept up on by PaperX?
Rag toss as well. DOS9 low HP back in towards mid.
They do invest the lockdown.
Spots out the next DOS9.
He saw Forsaken. He saw him as well.
And that's a lot of info. Lockdown investment might find its return right now. Armageddon pushes PaperX even further, and that's famous with the blades. A lot of space being collected on by Boom. Just 2 players out from PaperX to convert this entire round. Is it doable? Not quite! Just a Vi left, and he's spotted out by the back, knives in towards the neck of Defy. Famous finds the round. The final score at this match, 13-10.
A flawless thrifty to come through from Boom. Would you have it any other way? A classic PaperX moment. Unfortunately, I can't believe that has happened when you think that they should be gimmied the round, Quack. They make it difficult for themselves. DOS9 had a shocking start to this map, but the timing he has just found in that round for the 2 kills and the repositions for the rest of the team to explode out into that site, oh my.
We can feel a little bit critical right now as how the round has played out, but you gotta give credit where it's due. That entire round played masterfully by Boom. DOS9 with the positioning. DOS9 finding the second kill as well. Even the lockdown finding its value because of that little moment. Just a lot going the wayside for PaperX, and it doesn't feel good at all.
I mean, with that last round, what I talk about, right? If they can get the Armageddon and they've got the lockdown, the blades that eventually come through from Famous as well. I mean, a couple of ultimates can certainly steer a map at some really pivotal swing round times. So PaperX's map pick in Pearl, a question mark to come into this one, an unexpected pick not going their way, which means that Ascent around the corner, Boom's pick. PaperX have to find that if they want to get anything in this series.
Yeah, at least we did find a little bit of a quad from Patman on his debut match, but we'll need to see a lot more for the next one coming up. I mentioned it before, you know, these hungry beasts are incredibly hungry for their playoffs position. How is the desk feeling, though, I wonder? I mean, Big Time Pilsky, they look pretty hungry themselves, but how about you, Victoria?
I ate lunch like a responsible person, so I'm not hungry. I feel a little sick, actually, personally, with this. But I have to say, Big Time and I were losing our minds throughout the course of this map. I think it says a lot about both of these teams. But Boom undeniably look so good.
I'm hungry for some more Boom gameplay. Let's go map 2. I don't need to break this down, but that was honestly very impressed by Boom that game. Have to say, I feel like when the round breaks down, they have so much discipline. The way they trade each other. I mean, this is an incredibly solid team from a macro perspective. I feel like this was an outclass, to be honest. If you ask me.
Oh, 100%. I've watched Boom so many games, and there's one thing I can rely on is that Boom won't play well in the mid to late round at times, or they'll throw rounds away, or not really communicate with each other well. I feel like you didn't see any of that. They looked legitimately like a world-class team in some of those rounds there on Pearl. Famous is insane on the operator. Like, he's the best opper in Pacific right now. If you look at the numbers, he's getting so many op kills. They're getting such great usage out of it. He's an absolute force to be reckoned with, both on defense and attack there, but I think overall what impresses me so much about Boom in that game is the discipline and the structure, the way they played those XVXs in the mid to late round on attack. They're playing off each other well. They have these contact setups. They're not over peaking at all. No one's getting nervous. No one's getting antsy. Boom are playing with discipline and confidence right now, and the way that some of those rounds are structured, I really want to know what's going on behind the curtain. I want to know, like, because Boom, they've been this core that's been together for such a long time, guys. And, you know, it feels like they're unlocking a new level and they're fixing a lot of the issues, at least in some of these games, that have been holding them back for a long time.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, I feel like this is a different Boom, even from what we saw at Ascension, right? I don't think their style was at all like this at Ascension.
They were all over the place at Ascension. They would smash one game, they would get smashed one game, they would throw rounds all the time. But, you know, I mean, they should have even won the Ascension Grand Final. They had like a 5v3 on the A side of Bind. Like, that's the perfect Boom example round that lives rent-free in my mind.
This Boom don't lose that round, if you ask me. The way they're playing right now?
I don't think so. Totally agree.
I think it's really interesting. I mean, the main point here is that a lot of the squad has been together for a really long time, has been playing through Tier 2, has been playing in various tournaments, but we haven't been seeing him play at this level. And the question, of course, is what changed? We talked to Six Fingers about this. What do you bring here as the head coach? He didn't even want to be the head coach, but he's like one of those guys like forced into the leadership position, and those often make the greatest leaders. And a lot of things that he wanted to do was keep the fundamentals of what Boom is really good at, which is just damn good aim. And they're really raw, really fearless, but then cleaning a lot of that up, and we see that come through today. And we were talking about this in the green room, just how impressive they are, and they belong like amongst the greatest right now. If they continue at this level,
oh, for sure,
this Boom looks fantastic.
It's a deserved playoff spot. Famous with the op, unreal in this game, both on attack and defense. Always in the perfect spot at the perfect time, barely missed a shot, just disrupting the attack on defense and being a presence that you have to fear, and then being part of the overall attacking structure. He was fantastic to watch, but Shiro was great as well on the KO. He had like 5 opening kills as well, and his util was so on point. I mean, it's an agent that just got a buff, and he's using it bloody beautifully right now. You can even see it in the calling structure on attack. Like, there was one round where they went B late round, but you can see he's like flashing the opposing op off the line before they even complete the round. Like, he's really thinking about the macro of the game, especially with your IGL on the KO, can be really, really powerful.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to highlight from this game really was more with Paper Rex, and when we look at Paper Rex's composition, we see big ultimates. We see the Yoru ult, we see the Phoenix ult, Vice ult. They have a lot of potential to be able to win these rounds, and for me, this was the problem in the first half. They only managed 4 rounds when they have such powerful ults. If you're cycling them, you're using them well, you should be able to win these rounds. We see the Steel Garden, and they lose a body before they even get into the site. So this has to be aggravating for Paper Rex. A comp like this, your ult rounds are the most important rounds. They need to convert those, especially if they're playing a similar style across these next 2 maps, because you cannot be wasting the value that these massive ultimates provide.
I mean, they had a hot start. It's Pearl attack side, guys, and they're not even playing one of these crazy, like, triple Senti comps that you're seeing on Pearl at the moment with the Astra or whatever. I mean, the opping presence of Famous was very difficult for them to deal with, make no mistake about it, but with the start they got, I mean, Jin got a bloody ace on the pistol. You're playing a snowball duelist agent like Phoenix. You should be just chaining those run-it-backs together, back to back to back, and start running away with the attack side. And they just didn't. I don't think they got enough value out of the double duelists. Patman, by the way, welcome to VCT Pacific. He had an insane round holding the A side, and I think he did perfectly fine on the fade. And once again, Forsaken just continues to be the best player in Paper Rex, no matter what bloody agent or role you put him on.
I am really curious, speaking of Patman here, because we saw this happen with some of the other rookies that joined Pacific this year. A lot of the coaches have said like Talon, for example, Killua was really nervous the first map. This is Pat's first time on Pacific, first time out of the country. So this must be a massive first map for him. This could be a bit of a hopium or copium, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that this is a trend for a lot of the teams. So good performance nonetheless.
I mean, it's a very different environment, right? So it does require different things. He's quite lucky in the sense that he has such experienced players down there with him who should be able to guide him through, settle him down into map 2. But his performance was good. I thought Patman was solid, but I felt like just as a team, they were not on the same level as Boom. I feel like Boom were like, it's a liquid, it's flowing, they're one unit.
Yeah.
Paper Rex, I didn't quite get that vibe.
They legitimately, at times, I felt like I was watching like a structured EU team. Like I was watching a team that plays on the world-class level, and they were punishing mistakes. They were making really good mid-round calls. They had this crazy opping presence. Like I thought I was watching a really structured, really strong team, which, I used to a lot of holes in the gameplay for Boom, but they are legitimately playing their way into maybe being like a really top-tier team in Pacific right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think at this point, when we were talking about, okay, Boom's here, this is really exciting. Now at this point, it's like, Boom could be in the finals.
Yeah, I was copium in the pre-show before. I was like, they only played Gen G. They just changed players. Their last game, that map actually did kind of convince me a little bit.
A lot of things have changed with that. Now, Ascent's going to be the next map, and this is Boom's pick. Paper Rex, the last time we saw them play Ascent was, I believe, in the off-season, where we saw them play the meta, the old Ascent meta for the very first time, and completely dominated and shocked everyone. Maybe disappointed some people were like, what, you were good with this meta the whole time?
I think it was off-season experimentation, and they were really playing around with the roles, because PRX for quite a long time has just been a little bit lost in terms of what they're doing. It's a map that historically they have not really played. They have been banning it. They've let it through in the veto and chosen to ban Haven instead. When Boom have had a really good opening game on Ascent against Gen G, you can see it right there. They once again will have to start attack. Was not a problem for them against Gen G, although to be fair, they did kind of bully Suggest that game.
Yeah.
And I'm not, if Forsaken's on the Senti this time, I don't think you're going to be taking advantage of him this series.
The thing I worry about for Boom with this map too is that their Ascent isn't as flexible as something like the default comp is, right? When you swap out Phoenix for, you take Jet out, put Phoenix in, you have a lot less options. So I'm a little bit worried that it could be readable. So PRX, this should be a kind of anti-stratable map, but we've seen PRX ban Ascent the last 2 weeks. So it clearly isn't a map that they love. I think they've left it in for a reason, so I think they'll have some kind of read, some kind of anti, but it's how good that is and how much Boom have been able to change since we saw it in week 1.
That does sum it up pretty nicely. We are in week 3 of stage 1, and we still don't know how this is gonna go. It's just, we haven't seen enough yet, but we're gonna find out a lot of answers today and how PaperX does on a map like Ascent. Personally, I'm not sad to see the Haven go, especially with Patman coming in. Mindfreak is not playing the Haven, and it looks like there was a lot they need to rework on it anyway. So with Ascent, I don't know if it's gonna be too crazy from PaperX. They've been doing a lot of crazy things, but
I mean, I would like them to still keep it kind of crazy. At the same time, though, we'll see what we're going to get. Like we've said, it's not a map that they're super comfortable with. They are going to get to start defense first. I mean, that's always a bit of a comfort zone for Ascent. At the end of the day, let's see what we're going to get agent comp-wise, especially from PaperX. I don't think Boom have any reason to really change up what they were doing. It worked great against Gen G. So for PaperX, especially the roles, we got to take a little bit of a look here. Jing back on the controller there. You're going to get Forsaken on the Fade. There's a lot of choices in terms of init, and they've chosen Fade KO with something back on Jet, and Devi's going to be on Senti. So they are just all over the place with roles right now. Let's see how it's going to work for them.
So we see Boom sticking with that same comp, and I think if we talk about the Fade, I think the Fade is very strong in the mains. You can prowl, you have a lot more util in a sense to clear that kind of enclosed space with your prowlers. So I think they're going to try and take it to the Phoenix, who's trying to dominate those mains to control the orbs. This kind of seems like a deliberate anti-pick of a comp.
Well, whoever it is you're cheering for today, I'm pretty sure all of us want a full series because we want to see more PaperX versus Boom. We're going to send it back to our casters Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of those where we want to see a lot more from PaperX, not just in terms of the maps being played either, but it's just the fact that you lose this, and this severely hurts your chances at making it to playoffs.
Yeah, you'd be 0-3. If you lose this one in this map as well, you're losing your first series in a 0-2 fashion, and as Boom, you're winning your third series in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, I don't think those words were going to be ever uttered in my mouth in Pacific. Boom, 3-2-0 games. Ridiculous. But for PaperX here, Quack, we do technically have something new to come out for them. It's back to the old, we're not playing Meta Ascent comp, but it's also Devi, I believe, making his first appearance on the Vice.
Yeah, we'll see how that works for him at least. His Astra on Pearl wasn't too shabby, but ultimately overall as a team needing to find so much more. And Boom's Phoenix comp working wonders against Gen.G just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, this looks like it might be a bit of a quicker one over towards the A site. Berserk's down on the lurk with the mid creep up from PaperX. So you wait out these Thorns and then you just call it go time.
Thorn setup does buy time, allows for something to find that pinch in through the smokes. Though, ooh, Patman, a little bit of a tricky spot, but at least his teammates are right around the corner to bail him out. Famous trying to stay alive, trying to do as much damage as possible, holds out the curveball, and that's where something pounces. Able to pick up the pistol for PaperX.
All right, well, we're here big time talking about the Prowlers out through the lanes, but let's just forget about that, and let's just take some good old-fashioned gunfights together as a team, creeping up mid, and then back over towards the site where the team tries to go out a little bit earlier than the dark cover provides the vision blocking, and, well, you're just hitting your shots as PaperX. Nicely done.
That's the PaperX that we would love to see. However, maybe not wanting to let them get it too much into their heads that they can just gun their way out of every situation. That at least appeared to be what they were trying to do back on Pearl. But right now, at least, a bit of an information play in towards this B main area. Smoked off, sheer wall tripped. And Boom, happy to hover around.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage something is going to be able to find in this one. He's got a bit of his teammates with him as well. Of course, so far, Mr. Quack, so good. No plant able either.
Yeah, a little bit of a duck hunt, especially the Marshall in play, but still, Famous able to fire back with that classic. Some damage being done to PaperX's economy. Forsaken in with the Ghost again, though. He had a quad from before. Can he find another one in this round? It's going to be Patman, who does quite a bit of damage to Famous, but oh, he answers back still.
He has to use the runner back here if he favors his chances, right? He'd get his HP back off it.
Has to get into a good enough position to pop it off, though, at least. Yeah. So, I would gamble that Boathouse is great.
45 seconds to play with.
Might be wondering where the spike is as well.
You'll know where the spike is, but the problem is the weapon.
He's holding on to that running back. He's just
going
to go
line.
For
yeah. Oh, wrong timing, though.
Fair enough.
I respect it. Not going to lie, right? You got a running back available for your bonus rounds. Just can't help but wonder, right? Imagine a world in which he does technically use it to either take a first shot out with the Marshall, and he collects with the shot. He then loses it in the trade, and then he's, pistol pull out. He's able to then potentially win it, individual confidence. I mean, you've got the 1 versus 3 where a lot of players might overheat and go quickly for the kill. But
2024 Famous might have done that.
Settles himself. Oh, exactly right, yeah.
It is 2025.
Something operator in the 3rd round for this bonus makes it not look like a bonus, and an opening kill, well, he's still spotted out NC Slasher. Shiro down first, though.
Support from Forsaken as well. They do have that Shiro up by B main, so that looks to be PaperX's entire game plan. Push out on opposite lanes, have the Vice utility to block off the remaining ones. And off that instant pick, it's going to be Prowler to confirm information right now.
I love this adjustment of the shear up through B, by the way. Unfortunate for DOS that he loses that kill. We saw in the game against Gen.G how Boom wanted to just get up towards these choke points and kind of explode, right? That single shear kind of negates your ability to do that in the surprising fashion.
Yeah, big time mentioned that this was PaperX's sort of a permaban from the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Intentionally leaving it open.
Well, that's the thing, right? If you're going to leave this map open, you're going to expect Boom to pick it, which means that you
probably
expect a lot of antis prepared and a lot of strats that are going to exploit Boom's current agent lineup.
And I do believe that is what we are witnessing. 30 seconds left on the clock for Boom to save every single weapon.
30 seconds left.
Taking a look at the positions as well, though, for PaperX. Patman
going on a hunt.
Might be able to snuff out a light. spots out NC Slash at least does get taken away. And the rest of the team looking to hold on to their weapons given their current credits as well.
Yep. And I mean, this is a bonus round, remember? It ain't looking like the bonus for Paper X. One Guardian and the rest, you know, they're going to be able to have that operator taken over, or the Vandals and stuff. They'll build up their economies. So Paper X have put themselves in a really good position here on the back of this bonus.
So incredibly well played and well prepared by Paper X. We'll see if they continue to bring that consistency to the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, big emphasis on mid control at the moment for Paper X, right? If they are feeling sharper at the moment and they want to individually take the duels, certainly can't falter them if they are going to be winning them.
That they are doing it, you know, as a team.
Together,
if you've got something peeking down catwalk, you got Forsaken coming out from bot mid.
Yeah.
But we'll see. You know, losing this round might call for a timeout from Boom, but looking to pull out some answers of their own. DOS9 back on the Sheriff, but something with a peek out.
Yeah, that's really aggressive and really nice as well, because you've dispatched of DOS9. How difficult does Ascent become when you don't have smokes available? You've used your Blaze, but you're now caught up in mid by the Sheer. I mean, you're not able to do absolutely anything there as Famous. This round is now very disconnected for Boom, and that's Berserks, one of the clutch kings of Pacific now.
Had a really good game last week, but right now with Paper X answering with force, you got two players staring down his barrel, so that's going to be a tough situation to fight out of.
If he won that, that would have turned this round absolutely upside down.
I still want to hold my breath, though. Paper X, we've seen them kind of
something's on the
blunder before,
line.
You know. At least, yeah, something is able to watch the right line. But look at this little jiggle coming out from Shiro. Something fires back, re-peaks. Updrafts away, NC Slash are still finding an attack. Special delivery at Something's feet, but who's on the other side of that clock burst? It's Divide.
Too narrow focused on trying to find the kill on towards Something where you've got the trade potential to come on out. Always going to respect the idea in that one, but the 4-0 start from Paper X now. We need to see a little bit more early gameplay from Boom go their way. We've seen a lot of aggression from Paper X, but not, you know, kind of disrespectful aggression as well, right? They're setting themselves up nicely with Patman assisting with the KO utility, with Forsaken as well, playing his own duels on these lines. And if he needs to, he can Prowler, he can Haunt.
That's timeout.
Timeout from Boom here. Actually getting contested a lot more in this map than the likes of what Gen G was giving them.
Gotta love that comms are flowing for Paper X as well. I mean, Something continues to find picks like these, you know, looking to contend against the likes of Buzz, Texture, and Famous for, you know, top op kills.
I mean, you got to think as well, if Something is going to continue to get on these aggressive lines, right, what adjustments does Boom do to try and get advantage in those lanes? Well, yeah, you can play on the back of some flashes, you can try and drone them out, you've got 2 drones available on these initiators, you can try and, you know, even molly them out with the salvos. There's options, don't get me wrong, but that's not all that we're seeing, right? We're not just seeing the operator go in from Something, find the kill, and the round's done, right? Everybody on Paper X is still maneuvering around the map nicely, putting the right utility down at the moment, adjusting their setups around the map as well. A different look towards how this A site now is going to be defended by Divide.
Meanwhile, Paper X still looking to possibly abuse this mid control. Alt's starting to cycle now.
Well, you know that Shiro's top mid with that dart.
It's somewhat smoked off, and Something's going to play happily around that dark cover.
Is this expected though? Quack, that's the problem. A jump spot. You don't know that Forsaken's tucked in either.
All right. But Boom, you know, having felt that much presence and danger from mid before, they're not going to challenge that currently.
Forsaken has found the optimal timing in this round to absolutely destroy what Boom are trying to set up. And yes, I know it's a bit of a savvy eco, but this could be huge for padding stats.
Does DOS9 turn around? Not quite.
DOS dead first again.
Dink sees Prowler. Forsaken looking to parkour his way in towards a multi-kill. It's going to be a double at least. Maybe a bit of a weapon handed over onto Boom, but Famous now looking to create more pressure onto the site. The blaze wall, the flashes, but Something answers. Shorty in hand, repositions to a closer angle. Meanwhile, across the map, Berserks.
Yeah, Berserks has lurked. If this was, you know, a more impactful round where you could potentially, you know, find the winning timing, yeah, amazing. You can't really do anything now that you've been spotted out by Patman, except dispatch of him, but you could not find any space for NC Slasher here.
Fair enough, just to build more points towards that ult, but Paper Rex locking down these angles and sight lines, finding their 5th in this scoreline.
Yeah, and on the back of the timeout, not converting either for Boom, but you would assume it was more of a conversation for this round, the next gun round, and how you want to try and pivot and find an advantage, because really at the moment as Boom, right, we're not seeing them be able to get into these advantage positions. They're losing in these opening fights, they're losing space around the map.
Meanwhile, this is the Paper Rex that everyone has been wanting to see. Can they keep it up still? Boom now in with the ultimates, looking to possibly just explode, not even the quite creep up.
Yeah, but look who's on the line. It's something, and he's already found 1 kill. At least there's a trade, I will admit, but some rotations and some settling down.
Yes.
Devi is at the B site.
Swatted down, Devi to anchor. Forsaken to check as well. The 0 point will call it clear. Well, that was an across the map 0 point from Patman, who holds down the line up around tree. So Cat is being blocked off now. Does Boom come back in to challenge?
Big duel for the newcomer to Paper Rex to win there, and he wants more.
Underhand toss, he tops in. Jing with the additional support. That is very lovely coming out from Paper Rex. Well called. The spike down on the ground. DOS9 to try to do some damage, but Jing not letting him through.
Yeah, it's like we were seeing from Jing when he brought out the Brimstone, right? Sometimes if you've got no smokes available, just have your gun up and get ready in all your experience and timing and where you think in that certain position DOS9 might be coming out from. They don't necessarily need to complicate things. I like the mid-round call from, well, maybe I would expect Patman to bring his teammate with him to re-aggress up through catwalk, because we're not seeing initiative from Boom in that situation, right? They have players down, they're still creeping up. There's a really good grasp on this defensive side at the moment for Paper Rex, and Quack, every single round they're changing up how they're playing the early round of these defenses as well, and it hurts Boom because they're not investing these drones really early on, or they're forced to invest all this early utility, and Paper Rex are going to be extremely happy if that happens. They don't have to contend with it for the eventual site hit.
You do kind of want to watch for Paper Rex if they begin to overcook a little bit, though. They did leave B a little bit open, but happy to refill back in. Now continuing to hold off mid in case anyone crosses. It's something. Double found. Continuing to hold the angle again. Forsaken to re-peek back towards B main. Confirms Boom's positioning. Smoked off once again. Fragment at his feet. Shot through the smoke.
And now NC slash up.
Trying to play and stay alive close to the spike. Flashed and fleshed over to the other position. Now slicing the angle. Patman finds him. The stray bullet catching his helmet. It's going to be Paper Rex with 7 straight rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is the winningest that we've seen from Paper Rex so far, I will admit. They've really got a great idea, and again, it's on the back of something just dancing around on this duelist. Wasn't, really able to do it too much over on Pearl, I will admit, in the early stages especially, but here he's got the operator in his hand, and we're not seeing a way in which that Boom are trying to off-put that. He's just getting really hungry for these duels. What was I saying last time we got to cast Paper Rex? I was kind of like, I'm waiting to see Patman on this KO, because when I watch him, I think that it's his best agent in his position and all of his assistants. And while, he doesn't have too many assists here, it's 4, the timing and the impact that he's finding for this team at the moment, really well done.
Reading the positions as well. I mean, he has been playing these initiators throughout his entire career. Now the shots through in the fragment as well, just buys time, blocks off the lanes.
Oh, he tried
Nightfall being sent as well from Forsaken, but still Boom looking to push and punish their way through. Not quite happening. Devi watching the flank this time. Okay, but Famous able to answer. That's a Phantom picked up. Spike down as well. A possible round for Boom in our midst.
Oh, spotted. Needs assistance though, he's the only one here.
Jing is alone as well. Something to hold the angles, but ooh! Shoulder spotted. Not quite the angle to hold. It's all down to Jing as he spins around on a swivel looking for the frags, but DOS9 able to snuff out that light.
Yeah, finally Boom are going to get on the board. A little bit of awkward timing from Famous when he rips out that run it back, and he gets instantly shut down from Patman, who, in amongst the Hunter's Fury coming his way, tried to survive by dropping the null command into it and just wasn't able to. Wrong timing before it became activated. I like the crunch idea from Paper Rex as well. Just a couple of these angles, though, finally going Boom's way. A Did get nervous though at the end there. This 1 versus 3, Jing had 3 individual 1v1s he could have isolated, but just not able to do it there. So the light for Boom is that they're on the board, and DOS9, oh, you are lucky that you were able to escape that one, because something was ready to take that fight.
Very close to it. And now with that, he's able to lock down this info line across A main. Meanwhile, Boom looking to continue with their assault in towards short. Blocked off by Patman with that fragment.
He's just being such a deterrent though here, isn't he?
Still though, both teams looking to push on every lane. Now back in towards mid. The sheer wall tripped. Forsaken just making noise, making his presence known.
He tried to get some information spotting on top of it if anyone was close towards mid.
Does have to be careful though, because if Boom susses out that he is alone, they might be able to find that opportunity into the B side. Instead, Boom looking to collapse in towards A.
And you have to know that A main is dirty territory. You have to know that something has been pushing here every so often. You've got to watch for it, and they kind of do with Famous taking that position, but he loses his life. So 4-4, now looking for the post plant.
At least numbers found.
Divide as well here, Quack. 1 away from Steel Garden.
Boom just looking to keep themselves dug deep into the site. Something still back into the sight lines. Boom cannot give up their current positions. Meanwhile, the rest of the Paper X B squad, they have to break through the door. Divide finds the first, but Berserk's answers back. Now hopping off through, Forsaken will be able to find a collapsing shot. Berserk's to answer back as well, but in with the shorty. It's going to be Jing who finds the double to clean up the round for Paper X.
All of the trades coming through in favor of Paper X as well. You know, I see Divide get the kill, but he was immediately traded out by Berserk's, and the name of the game there is the fact that Famous loses his life towards something, and you've always got it in the front of your mind that something can just peek out through main and just completely win out this round from there. So a bit unfortunate for Boom, but I think more importantly, just very aware for the likes of Paper X that the initiative is, we'll get these kills, we'll distract them around the site. We have, you know, an option for something to peek out through main if needed.
And that's a bit of a rare sight these days. Alex celebrating in the coach's room.
He's got someone he can high five now.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Camaraderie.
But hey, Boom looking to answer back as well. They found some rounds off the back of thrifties or half buys, but with the rounds that Paper X has had so far, something just reinvest into another op.
In amongst the site, in front of the sheer by yourself.
Looking to explode again. Where has Jing teleported to though? Not quite found just yet, and that's going to be the off angle exploited. Berserk's to answer back. And now something trying to find something close range with the shorty. Meanwhile, the rest of the team looking to waterfall off. It's the Odin spam from Forsaken.
Disgusting.
The double found. Patman dropping down as well. DOS9 now to hold inside of Hell. Can he drag them down with him? The spike not planted, and he's pretty much pinned down. Something looking for the shorty kill, and DOS9 knows it.
Oh, no
Still
way.
Close range op shot.
Quick scope to come out from something to close that one. I saw a world in which DOS9 finds that kill, gets from the shadows, and is maybe able to get out to get himself some time, but the spike would have been in a very untenable situation. Unfortunate, but in the beginning as well, right? Famous getting in front of that sheer. The rest of his team is not able to get in to help him at that point in time, unfortunately. He has to try and cook for himself around there where he does find that first kill, but again, it's just the trade game. Well, that's a no-scope. That's, yeah, that's unfortunate.
That's a slight quick scope.
It's really the trade game at the moment that's coming out from Paper X. They're ahead of it. They're going in quick. They're going in slow. They're really keeping Boom guessing with this, every single round being different to the positions and the first looks.
This is a Paper X that is flowing, you know, double keying. They're finding info lines. They're happy to retake. They're happy to go for these fights.
They're in the flow state.
Boom looking to explode right back though. They've had a bit of success into the A site, now looking to create some of it on towards B, especially with this run at back, but now slowed down by that C's. Forsaken alongside Petman. Both initiators around the site. Odin spam through as well, but nothing found just yet.
Steel Garden can actually be pretty impactful for Devi here.
He is in position, and he pops it off. Spike still down though, and with that Steel Garden in play, the primary's jammed up. Paper X looking to push through. However, Boathouse not quite affected by it. Shiro will be able to hold it off. Still though. Now Patman trying to push in. Spotted out by Berserks. Paper X's number is starting to fall down now, and it's just something left. Looks to try to save that up, and does manage to get away, and that will be another round for Boom picked up.
He's going to skedaddle on out of there to save that gun because the money is still a bit of a fickle thing for Paper X here. But for Boom, that's another round on the board on this attacking side. Some nice repositioning from Famous as well, who once again can't really find anything with the run it back. He didn't immediately die, but he got seized pretty much straight away getting in towards the site. So the only thing he was able to achieve was shutting the market door where one of his teammates was seen and tickled down a little bit, right? Grand scheme of things, doesn't really matter because Boom managed to get on the board. But the best thing that they can hope for at the tail end of this half, I mean, it's going to be the 9-3, right?
That's definitely what Paper X has for them at least, but still we'll see if Boom will indeed turn this into a 3. Shiro with the Odin now. And Paper X for the first time in a long while, not quite pushing out aggressively.
Yeah. We have Devi with the Stinger, of course, an operator to be heard for something who can challenge around this site. The flash gonna work a treat for Famous.
Goes in for the swing. Something, bit of a whiff as well. Now spots out Famous, but look at the movements!
Oh.
Just sachets himself into the site. Paper X, the rest of them looking to arrive on the scene. Patman alongside Forsaken, trying to spam their way through. The hunt sent out as well. No, it's a seize. So the tethers reveal positions, and Patman finds the quad. I am Patman.
Just sent in on the end there to clean up the crew of Boom, and it's done nicely. A very quick retake to come on through, not enabling Boom to establish any seniority in the round, any stability at all. That Haunt, absolutely immaculate to come on through from Forsaken, and then, I mean, it's not understated to say that Patman just coming up very, very crispy looking on this map.
He's got his patarangs.
He's what?
I'll let myself out.
Batman, yeah, okay.
There we go.
No, doors that way.
Thank you.
2-10 makes it very difficult for Boom here if they're not able to pick up the pistol round to start off the affairs, which, to be fair, they've been pretty successful in pistols so far.
That is...
They've lost the first one on this map, they've lost the first one on the first map as well. They got the second, and a couple of the previous series, they're pretty proficient as well.
At least looking to make this a quick map so far. We still have a third one left and unanswered.
Yeah, Fracture if we get there.
Don't want to get too ahead of myself though, at least.
Yeah, question mark for me, not gonna lie. I mean, that's the one where Boom had the choice of Lotus instead. Of course, we'll get to hear a little bit more from the desk if we do get there in terms of the third map, because we are still in the second. We've still got space to see if Boom are going to be able to kind of bring some stuff back for us.
But at least so far, this series has been absolutely delivering on both ends as well. Boom from the first map of Pearl, we're looking to disrupt Paper X's attacks. This time, Paper X disrupting Boom's attacks. We'll see how it all fares out on towards Paper X's attack on their own.
Yeah, just not giving Boom the light of day in the early stage to creep on up to the choke points and then explode on out, right?
Watch out for at least now Shiro happy to collect on some information. Reinforcements have arrived, but everything has been smoked off as well. Look at something, dives straight in towards Famous. The dive bomb exploding away happily. Shiro in with the shock dart as well, tries to track his head across, but something continues to flick.
Yeah.
Looks for the quad, but shut down right now.
Spike planted.
The spike will happily go down as well. Not much in terms of utility for Boom, just a paranoia as well as a dark cover. Market being blocked up as well. Not much can be done. NC Slasher for a bit of a trade. That should pretty much be it. DOS9 still trying to find as much as he can though, but Devi will happily tap away.
Both pistols going to Paper X. Angry something to start off as well. You know, your old classic if you want to take some market control. When KO was, you know, kind of first introduced, we did see it a good idea to get some blades, or you try to get some flashes and some mollies in towards market and send your teammate in, change things up as well. Nice self-sufficient play to come out from something to just dash himself into his own smoke and go for the challenges. You know, you're kind of looking towards Paper X to really just catch Boom off guard here. In that round, you're going to force Boom up. They need a leg to stand on. Got to go toe-to-toe somehow. Try to upgrade some weapons. Get absolutely overrun on this A site.
Especially with all that utility. Needing to respect the space that is being claimed by Paper X. Fragment now, just to allow them to shut down that door in Boom spaces. Oh, look at that, still spamming through.
Something for the opener once more.
Looking like shades of his old self. Still back in the site. Knowing that the door is broken, they're looking to re-peek back into it. Look at the dive in, but Bame is okay. Strays away with that stinger shot. Now Shiro back in. NC Slasher answering back as well. Now just down to Jing. Tries to reposition into the smoke, but is that going to be enough? The stinger sprays not quite favoring him, favoring Famous instead.
Okay, well, not going to see map point for Paper X at the moment. That stinger, I mean, something about the stingers doing things that they shouldn't. TLN bullet able to find the double there for him, but hey, we're going to see Boom at least hold on and stave off that map point. Most importantly, I think the questions are really going to be, you know, the depth at which they're going to be able to potentially gather consecutive rounds, right? 7 in a row from Paper X to start off this map. You cannot forget the dominance in the scoreline like that.
Still definite chances for Boom to answer back. I do believe there was, you know, a 10-2 comeback for one of the teams in the other regions.
Yeah, if you went to bed at the 10-0 mark, yeah, and then you come back and they lost that, yeah.
So not impossible for Boom.
I was one of those that went to bed at the 10-0 mark.
I mean, how could you not? But still, you know, we are in Pacific after all time zones. You know, it is what it is. But Boom happy to find as much as possible. Holding B main down back into its catwalk as well. The drone coming out. Nothing spotted. So just Famous to listen for those pistols clanking through. He flashes and he's looking for kills because Berserks is right up around the back. He's got the blazes to heal himself off as well.
They played anti for that flash. They expected it, but trades available for Boom. And now Jing. Damage. Just some cheeky damage here. Not going to be able to find it. Famous will have the run it back going in towards the next round where we're going to get a look onto Paper X's attacking side when they've got the weaponry, they've got the Blade Storm available if something, you know, just wants to kind of jive in quickly. Cut them down a size.
And this is where, you know, if you are Paper X, you need to recognize what Boom can possibly pull off.
Yeah, I think
recognize the trade protocols.
I think momentum-wise, right now though, for Paper X is they're really feeling how they're playing this map and what Boom's weaknesses are currently. The slower pace game that they had on that attacking side, but they are pulling out a play of Paper X's, going for the early control. They don't have an operator, but they've got assistance to gain some win control over at A. Send the rest of the team to look back at the deeper sides of Spawn and B.
And that does keep, you know, a single player from Paper X invested in towards this possible A main position. So might hurt the numbers across the other portions of the map.
Yeah, those salvos as well give you the idea that Boom weren't 100% confident if Paper X had gotten deep enough or not.
Been 30 seconds and Boom has spent quite a bit just to find information all across the map. Nothing found towards B, and now finding a little bit more towards A. And Paper X continue to rotate everywhere.
Yeah.
Back possibly in towards Market. Berserks is holding the angle though. Finds the first and continues to burst his way through. Down to 9 HP, hit by the Paranoia now. But Jing looks towards the back. Oh, that has possibly got to be the worst thing to happen right now, and that's just a Vi left. Might be able to get his way into the site, but you're 1 against 5, buddy.
But let me tell you the story, Quack. When Paper X were looking for map point against Boom, and Devi got the plant and was caught with his knife out, and Shiro took him down.
The end.
The end. No, not the end here. Boom, though, a flawless round to find against Paper X's first gun round here, where Famous commands a lot of space over at A. I'm thinking that there is a heavy investment of utility, as you were talking about, right? Salvos deep mid, shock darts used early in towards tree, a dark cover, a blaze as well, really trying to navigate them down in through towards mid, where there is a bit of a crossfire here, right? Berserks and NC Slasher, very aware, dodging a lot of the utility as well. The fact that the flash comes a little bit late from Patman and the Paranoia doesn't take NC Slasher there. You know, a couple of differences, right, that could have completely turned the round on its head. But for Boom, those are the sort of things we need to be seeing.
Doing just that. Looking to repeat a lot of it as well. Famous still sitting on that run it back. PaperX this time on a bit of a half buy. Something does have the blades though.
Shearwall's going to keep some respect over at B main as well for them, so they don't have to really worry about that. I wouldn't mind the idea if Boom want to get a little bit proactive to try and contest into it, but you've got Devi looking after it. It is the lesser equipped round from PaperX too, right? But Famous is pushed very far up.
Something that is completely unexpected for PaperX, and Famous goes on a tear!
Okay.
Flashes back in just to check even more as well. The spike has been picked up.
Now he can settle.
And he's just happy to sit onto it.
5 versus 2. These are the sort of rounds for Boom that you just need confidence to win it cleanly from here. You don't want to see anyone overheat.
Haven't quite done too much of that, especially not from the previous map either. Boom looking to be a very controlled version of themselves. Something though, blades will whiz right by.
Yep. Now the dart has to be dodged from Devi, who is once again in a 1 versus 5.
30 seconds left.
What's the story this time?
Oh, he gets one. I didn't see that.
He's gonna find more kills, right?
Nah, probably not.
Straying back in, looking for more sprays. He does!
No way! Oh, bro, I'm talking. It's looking to be a flawless round from Boom. The turret that spots out a player in B main, where something cloud bursted off. You've got an immediate special delivery from NC Slasher. I'm trying to give credit to all of these quick utilities to come out after Famous starts off the round, and then you're running into Devi with a yeehaw old classic boy, and he just comes out with that. He's on 4 HP, and he gets him out with the stick. Like, man.
A yeehaw old classic boy.
Yeehaw old classic boy. Hey, our Ascension teams will get their classics soon, all right? Maybe that would be the buff that Boom won.
Very much so. You got to keep your eyes open for that Boom bundle. But yeah, you know, still around for Boom nonetheless. But I gotta love it when Komodo absolutely
these are the moments.
his mind.
These are the moments that, if you're watching this game, can infuriate you a little bit because they shouldn't happen.
Oh, I've already I was already infuriated by yesterday's Japanese games, but
oh
hey,
yeah,
we're back into it. PaperX, you know, they lost off of a bit of a half buy against Boom in that previous map in the last round.
Flawless Thrifty to end it. I mean,
now we're back into this where maybe starting to go off the flop side again. It's currently Boom with 4 straight rounds in a row.
It's not the 7 that PaperX started off with, but with PaperX getting the pistol and the fact that Boom forced up, they get the second round, they start to build a little bit of character on this defense side of their own. Yeah, maybe there is a world. Famous has the operator in play. He's got to run it back as well. He's currently on 22 kills. I mean, he's putting up numbers. DOS9, though, again, he's feeling a little bit absent today.
At least for now, just providing value with the utility for the team. He's a controller after all. Famous finding his off back in against PaperX. That's a double!
Yep, needs to heal though, 30 HP. At least it is an operator, so he can go for another challenge where PaperX want to go quickly now into this A side.
Okay, shrouded steps past the door. Forsaken B hops in, gets the door down.
You could use Famous on this run it back as a glorified drone.
That's exactly what he's looking to do in alongside the rest of the team as well. But even as a sort of a drone, he finds a kill with a frenzy. Op shots fired back in. They know exactly where Jing is. And Jing looks to survive inside of Hell. Smokes out, looks to peek through. Does find the first. Oh, but the shorty makes quick work of Jing, and Boom will be going on with another win. That's 5 in a row now.
Tried to have some options with the dark cover to dance around a little bit, didn't he? Here's the reload of the shorty. You're going to get the idea that you want to go for that pick, but then DOS9 maybe just needed to hear me get mad at him, call him out. I don't know. Great start for Boom. Again, on this operator from Famous, it feels like he's got the magic touch at the moment when that gun is in his hand.
But I do want to question this, Komodo. Maybe if I could pose it to you.
Go for it.
PaperX's attack looking a little bit lackadaisical. We saw that on Pearl. They continue to try to bully their way into sites. They're trying to, it appears like they're doing that again on towards Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, like, we know PaperX are proficient on attack. We've seen it on Fracture, for example. We also know, like, a map like Lotus, for example, Boom are pretty good on attack too, right? So coming in towards Ascent right now, where they're also looking pretty hot for this comeback, they're putting up their defenses. NC Slasher starting us off for 2.
Op still continuing to sing as well. Paper Rex. At some point, you gotta find other solutions.
How do you get Patman up? Your molly.
You can't.
Oh, it goes a bit deep, and now it's done. 5 versus 3. 2-player advantage for Boom. An exit if they need. 2 ultimates that they can invest here. A lockdown, an Armageddon, but at this point in time, Quack, there's a minute that you're going to let Paper Rex just simmer in the fact that this round might be unachievable. It might be the 6th round in a row for Boom.
I feel like it would be.
Yeah.
Paper Rex looking to save right now.
Now you
definitely needing the time to simmer and to discuss things over.
Shift into podcast mode for a minute, you know. The fact is, though, in these sort of situations for Paper Rex, as long as they're protecting their guns, they can use this as a bit of a talk time for the team, right? And most importantly, how are they going to get this next round on the board? Device got its Steel Garden. You could pop that for a bit of an explosion for something to get in towards the site and maybe gain a bit of an advantage duel.
Possibly for the next round, and that's going to be this round's episode of Rex Chat. Welcome.
Oh, we missed it. DRX, PRX, our first one. That's when that would have come out.
Still, though, definitely needing to find some answer to possibly the early round aggression coming out from Boom or the op in the hands of Famous. Currently sitting on top of 25 kills. I mean, he was putting up huge numbers in that first half, even though Boom was still, you know, shaking a little bit on their attack.
Certainly having a map for him, that's for sure. You know, we get a lot of these teams in our region that sometimes you've got players that are very consistent in the mid-range. You've got players that just have these absolutely brilliant maps. You know, Famous is having one of those ones at the moment.
This time positioned in a safer position off of the timeout. Possibly anticipating some kind of a burst coming out from Paper Rex. Paper Rex, though, slowing things down a little bit.
Yeah, I think on the duelist role at the moment. Famous trying to do his best Yudotan impression, leading by example. Different agents and such, but they did go against each other previously, remember, and Yudotan dropped 28 kills, so see if Famous is going to be able to put up those numbers.
At least currently still on the A site, so Paper Rex trying to cut noise. Looking for that explosion into the B site. Oh, it's going to be an Odin.
Yep, it's not going to reach its mark, though.
Especially with the map changes currently, but
there
the Armageddon will hit its mark.
Really nicely done. Steel Garden is going to essentially be countered by the Armageddon. You've got the lockdown if you need. Time to be bought by those salvos. This sheer, I mean, yeah, Devi has it later for the flank, of course, but 40 seconds, a lot of this input utility is gone, but Patman finds NC Slasher out in the open.
With a Spectre. Shiro, though, digs himself deep, tries to spray through with the Odin, not quite finding its mark. It's going to be Berserks now off to the other end. But still, Forsaken continues to push through. Famous now looking to find a pick off.
Do you want to go for this? There is a Vandal on the floor.
Yeah, possibly going to pick that up. Support from DOS9 as well, who has been good on the clutch. At least to create a little bit more space. Will they make their way through to the lanes or from stairs? Split pushes for sure, but something happy to trade. Off to the other end as well. That's going to be Jing to clean up. Paper Rex finally reaching towards map point.
Well, that's what they were waiting for, right? The 6 rounds in a row that we did see from Boom. This time, they hold off all that early utility. They can't get in towards it when they invest the Steel Garden, but that lockdown just not able to be protected by Berserks. You highlighted that Famous was on the other side of the map. They had to run a marathon to get towards this B site, and it was a little bit too late. And this is credit towards the space that Paper Rex gave themselves in the first half, right?
All they need is just one more round, but still 4 chances for Boom to try to really push this all the way through to overtime. Well, I mean, 0 chances actually, but still. Okay. DOS9 digs himself deep into Wine. NC Slasher with the op this time. Will be able to block off Catwalk.
Yeah, would you expect that one? Shiro, though, onto Forsaken as well. Jing able to at least establish one, but no trades. So Boom will hold player advantage ×2. And they just have to make sure that they don't drop this one from here. Good crossfire in through mid on the back of the alarm bot.
Discipline and positions still. Pop flashed over. Shiro peeks. And Devi and Patman happy to take this B site. Spike down now.
Two
Soon
very nicely calculated 2v1 duels there, by the way.
Nancy Slasher could possibly swap the weapon over onto a rifle if they are to go for this retake, but Davai, happy to read, pushing further on through as well.
The Shear's just going to give up all the information. You know the flank is where it's coming from, and you're just going to play protected at the back of the site, because time is your friend now as Paper X.
Fragment 2. So Salvos block off stairs, special delivery, and he's looking to find a bit more space, maybe looking to pick them off. Paper X cannot make a single mistake. Davai with the peek out, though.
Can't miss a shot here, Quack.
Now on a one-on-one, Patman holding, listening for the drop. The op still a very lethal threat. Hops on over with the shorty, and Patman creates more space in between him and his opponent just to bring the scoreline over the finishing line. Scoreline is going to be 13-8, and Paper X will push us into a map number 3.
Well, we're kind of questioning what is this Ascent map going to look like for Paper X when they haven't played it in quite some time, right? Banning it out most recently, of course. Boom. They look pretty good on it against Gen G, but they weren't able to, you know, kind of exploit any weak links on the side of Paper X here. Really strong to start off the map.
I don't know if I would say exactly that, though. I mean, the second half definitely did look a little bit better.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But, you know, 10-2 half, right? You gotta, I mean, you gotta remember that they just did not give themselves enough rope there.
That is definitely true. Something that Paper X can pull off when they are in that flow state, finding a lot of these opening picks, you know, pushing together as a team, blocking off a lot of these lanes, preventing Boom truly from mounting an attack.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that we get to see Fracture before it does get deleted again. And that's where we go for our third map of this series, Quack.
Yeah, that's definitely what we are looking forward to at the very least. A very explosive map for sure between both teams that can play very fast-paced Valorant as well. But currently, at least, a lot for the teams and the desk to talk over, because Boom definitely are not backing down from this fight. Again, looking for that playoff spot. Meanwhile, Paper X trying to stay afloat in the entire, you know, group. At the same time, yeah, we'll just toss it right over onto the desk to break this entire map down before we head over to our very beloved Fracture.
Ugh, this series is giving so much from Boom and Paper X. Paper X, who doubted their Ascent? Aren't they? They look like they're pretty good at Ascent.
I think everyone. I thought Alex was supposed to be on Fraud Watch. I thought we needed a coach to come in and teach us how to play Ascent. I don't know, that defense game plan looked pretty good to me. At the same time, though, Boom had already shown a lot of what they were going to do on attack versus Gen G last week, and it really felt, I mean, you talked about it comp-wise. As soon as we saw the comp stat, you felt like it was a little bit of like a, you know, a counter strat or a soft read in terms of compositional choice. And I think definitely when I saw how it unfolded and the way they played, knowing how Boom likes to play their attack, they like to be very direct. They were bullying Suggest on Gen G last week. They were hitting the mains hard a lot of the time, or playing like map control into hard site execs. And Paper X just did not let them do any of that. Something got on the op right from the bonus. Both the KO and the Fade were just getting in their face with basic util. They were always active and taking something and contesting Boom before they could really get off their execute.
Yeah, those are the three things for me that make me kind of feel like this is a deliberate sort of anti-strat. Number one, something in mid with the op all the time. Never gave them the mid space for free, which is exactly what you want to do against this Phoenix comp. Number two, they have the Fade to counter in the mains. And number three, they have the Vice, whose wall can't be destroyed by Sova or Teo util. So I feel like they had every answer, especially in that first half. You know, things sort of flipped on their head as we got in that second half. But, you know, as Komodo kept saying, is I feel like the gap was just too big after that first half.
Can I just say, we know that Jet isn't really being used that much anymore. We saw her on the last map, and I am so glad to see something back on the Jet instead of Breach or, you know, something else.
Yeah, I don't care what's better. Just put them on comfort agents. Let them be comfortable. Let them play what they want to play. Paper X has never been a conventional team and doesn't need to be. Famous, again, put on a bloody clinic, and it was a certified classic from something initially. Started to fall off a little bit towards the end, and in fact, that attack looked like they were running into some issues. Boom's defense was looking really, really good. I like the second round that they brought to us. They cut a corner, being very far behind, and then they started to come back into the game on the defense. But Paper X, for me, really got that game done at the end of the day on their attack, on their defense, rather.
Yeah, for sure. You know, as we say, it's all about their defense. But even then, you know, Boom were making that comeback. That last round was a 4v2.
Oh,
4v2 for Boom, and then you break your crossfires.
I was just,
everything falls
as
apart.
soon as I was praising them, they never lose these man advantage situations. They're looking really clean today, and then we saw that round. I was like, oh dear.
I think that's a little bit of the nerves.
Yeah,
a little
maybe.
bit of the nerves creeping in, but you know, they just have to settle it down. But I think something for me was the highlight of this defense. I mean, seeing him back on Jet, it's old school. I mean, you're telling me this is your breach? This is you see him and go, yeah, I think this guy's great with a fault line.
Yeah, 3 words. Too many buttons. Stop with all the buttons. I mean, that was a pretty nice play. Got right in there. I love the updraft light armor, updraft dash light armor purchase on the pistol, just getting into market. It's not a play that you see very often on the pistol. And there you go, round 4, I think even round 3, right from the bonus, this guy got on the op. Like straight away, no messing around. And that can be very risky. Because realistically, guys, you lose that bonus round where you buy the op, and you've got to go down onto a judge. You're handing the op over to Famous, who might be the best opper in Pacific right now. I mean, looking at the numbers. And
something is contesting that, though.
He was certainly trying to this game.
One map. Let's calm down.
I don't know. I'm just going to say something's probably hands down, one of my favorite Jets in the world.
Definitely entertaining.
So I'm very happy to see them and playing it on Ascent of all things. So I think we're going into map 3 now.
Sure.
Which we originally didn't think was going to happen, or at least some of us didn't think was going to happen. And Patman being our MVP, first time on the VCT Pacific stage, getting MVP on map 2.
Both games, he's been great. He's been very consistent. I think PaperX need another consistent player who could just play his role. He's just playing the init role. He's doing what he should be doing. I really liked, even on attack, you could see the cogs turning a little bit. KO on Ascent attack, you need to be sometimes an agent that can keep the other team in check to some extent. Your utility can very much, like I was talking about Shiro on Pearl side attack for Boom, you could be an agent that if you're reading the game, you understand what the other team's doing and what space they're taking in mains and stuff like that. You don't even really need teammates to hard take the control. You can KO knife, you can KO flash the defense off the line and deny them a lot of information if you're reading the game well. And you could see Patman doing a little bit of that. So even without as much experience on the big stage, you can tell that he's played a lot. You know, he understands the game and what the other team's trying to do.
So Fracture being the next map, PaperX, we know this is the one map they're good at, really good at. And this was without Patman. So I'm curious to see now with Patman coming into this mix. I can already see a little bit of change coming from PaperX from the first map and the second map here. A lot more communication happening on less of that hive mind and actually just playing like a team that talks to each other.
Yeah,
so
I have to say I'm nervous for Boom heading into map 3. Fracture is naturally a map that fits PaperX style. We just saw on that Ascent how aggressive they were on their defense. And Fracture necessitates you to be aggressive on your defense. 100%. So it's a very natural fit. We also previously saw Jing move across to the Brimstone, where he was able to have a much stronger performance than he could on Omen. So I would expect to see that again, expect to see an uptake in his performance. And, you know, it's a map that's stylistically great for them. So I think Boom do have their work cut out in this map 3.
Yeah, this is just stage 1 data. In kickoff, they won it twice as well. They were picking it. This is a map PaperX usually goes to.
Yeah.
So the fact that Boom, especially after the Lotus game that we just saw from them last week, they could have played Lotus. They were left down to Lotus, Fracture, and they said, we're going to play Fracture against PaperX as the decider. They might be regretting that decision.
Okay, but to play devil's advocate on the other side, we just talked about how great this anti-strat might have just been from PaperX, but we've always talked about how good Boom's anti-strats have been able to be. So they've been able to watch a lot of PRX's Fracture. You know, they've just recently played it in stage 1, so I think they might be trying to take a similar approach that PRX took in map 2 and trying to be a little bit more focused on the counter necessarily than what your own players are best of.
They've had some maps where they've had insane like reads and insane prep, like that last Lotus game that they played against GE. They were all over that. That was an insane defense that we saw from them. So we'll see what they're going to be bringing today. And not to mention, Fracture is not a map Boom's uncomfortable with. I mean, we've only seen them play it once in Pacific, which was against T1. They had a closed first half, and then unfortunately, it was the third map decider, and in the second half, they just let it slip away. And that was the game that kicked off kickoff. Literally, it was the game where I was like, is T1 going to get upset by Boom? And then, unfortunately, they couldn't close the game and the series out, which is always my concern for Boom.
So I'm curious now how they're going to do this. So Patman coming into the mix does change things up. Boom hasn't shown stage 1 Fracture yet. Are they going to keep their comp? So far, based on what they both played, it's a very similar comp with the Neon. I think only the Sentinel was the main difference between the two with the Vice. And the Cypher. So I wonder if they're going to change it up. You're right. They have a lot of material, as in Boom has a lot of material to go off of to work on Paper X.
But then I suppose if I'm Paper X knowing that and I'm bringing in an extra player and I'm able to swap things, we saw, you know, how they were able to show their Pearl and, you know, the kind of double duelist approach. So I think if they want to kind of knock Boom's prep and, you know, try and take it to them, I also think double duelist is very effective. We've seen how great Jing is on Raze, so that's always going to be there, always going to be a pocket pick that they can bring back if they so choose.
That was T1's old comp. You know, they were playing like Neon Raze, things like that. So definitely could be something that's on the cards. You're probably not going to see something on Breach. So what is he going to play? Because I'm assuming Patman is here to play Breach on Fracture. That's my assumption.
Yeah, I would kind of hope so.
I hope so.
So Jing, I don't see any reason to not put Jing on the Brimstone. He was great last time. That's totally fine.
Oh yes, the Stim Beacon.
Yeah,
it loves a Stim beacon.
And then
Jing on the Stim.
Who's playing the Senti? I mean, it can be Devi or Forsaken. I do actually like Forsaken on things like Sky and on the Teo when we saw it in kickoff. I really like positionally how he plays that Enit sometimes.
Sky?
So
what's Sky? Is that a new agent?
Yeah.
I think it's from some island somewhere, like Fiji maybe, or like New Zealand, Tasmania perhaps.
Well, we are going to be going into the third map of the series, and this is exactly what we wanted as fans, as audience of VCT Pacific, and the agent comps looks like has much changed. Guys, take it away.
Not too much has changed here, at least for Paper X compositionally, but role-wise, something is going to be on the Teo, so this is going to be a bit of a head-scratcher. Forsaken back on the Duelist, and Patman is on the Breach.
Boom, nothing different here, exactly as we would expect. Famous sticking with that Neon that he's been so good with, and of course running that Brimstone on Dust9. Dust9 needs to get himself into this game, if you ask me, and I think Brimstone is a perfect way to do that, because he's not been at his maximum capacity, but Brimstone can simplify that, so I'm really expecting big things here. Very, very similar comps, only the Sentinel difference. Pure head-to-head Valorant.
Yeah. Berserk's going to keep things old school on the Killjoys, so I think, you know, Boom have comfort roles. Paper X have once again changed things up in the third map decider, and last time against Gen G, that went horribly wrong.
Well, let's see if things go horribly right for one of these teams. This is the last map of the series. Does Boom go to playoffs, or does Paper X finally get a tick in the win zone? We're going to go back to our casters Komodo and Kwai.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Oh, hell yeah. I am so fired up for this final map because it is definitely very much so pure heads-up Valorant. Famous versus Forsaken on the Neon. But what do you think about this, though? Old school versus new school in terms of the Sentinels?
Well, Killjoy is quite the rare pick when it does come to Fracture these days, of course. You know, we're seeing if we throw it on back, like Global and RRQ from memory running it like last times, but still really rare. Comfort pick for Berserks. Though, Boom, on this attack, already starting to clear out Arcade, getting up towards Tower, something dispatched of, first casualty.
And post-of rotation is completely over. Still though, oh, this is two players now stuck inside of Tower, but quickly dealt with as Famous tries to slide his way through. Now Jing answering back from Canteen, but at the same time, NC Slasher with that classic finds the right clicks. Dust9 just finding frags as well. Boom to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, getting activated nice and early. Dust9 this time as well. Shiro for 1 and a bit of utility 2. You asked about Famous and Forsaken on this Neon. They had a bit of a smooch in the tower just then, but Forsaken wins that one. What I wanted to highlight though again is a lot of these different role changes that come back into this one, right? The buyback on the Vice, like that we saw on Ascent. I thought he was really proficient in how he was playing those sheer walls, timing on the Thorns as well. Patman, I'm going to be interested to see how his Breach really looks here, because, you know, when you think of Patman, you do think most recently Flash Inits, right? We saw his KO, his Breach here is something that he's hopefully going to be quite proficient on.
Specifically Breach, it is his, you know, most played agent in recent history, but still, that remains to be seen as Paper X tries to rotate their way over. Of course, though, Berserk's happy to lock down this entire lane with his Marshall online for the ace now. But something is still nowhere to be found. In fact, just hiding up around Canteen in a little corner behind the Sky Smoke, but...
Ace.
Oh.
Ace.
You see him just making a bit of noise.
He was seen.
Mini-map at least. Famous trying to give him the ace, and there it is! Berserks to collect on it.
Hey, round of applause. 2-0 up for Boom, an ace to come in there. Some great shots out of the Marshall for
away for the
Berserks. What I want to also say though, we have had 2 extremely high kill performance maps from Famous, right? Map number 1, Pearl, dropped 27 kills. If you can remember back to Pearl. Map 2, Ascent, just then, 25, right? So he's over 50 kills. No one on his team is over 30 just yet for the series in 2 maps. So are we going to get a lot of more consistency from him, or is it time for someone else on Boom to step up? Conversely, over on Paper Rex's side, more kind of cohesive as a team, spreading the kills. But this is their bonus round, right? This is the one where Paper Rex have the better weaponry. This is the round that they should be winning.
Could even be both, but at least Paper Rex currently pushing out Tree, spotted that everything is clear, now has to hold in towards the B site. Jing as well as Patman able to anchor in towards Arcade though, pushing past the smoke. Jing with the stimmy. He's still going on a bit of a tear until he drops down. Forsaken to collect from Tower. Paper Rex able to find a lot of aggression of their own.
Yeah, and Famous caught out in the high gear, unfortunately, was still just running away from Jing's fight. Didn't equip the gun to take that one on the site, but hey, Paper Rex, they are on the board nice and early, so we're not going to have any teams here really establish, you know, a huge lead like the 7-0 that we did see from Paper Rex over on the first map. And then how Boom, you know, over on Pearl as well, kind of ended the first half. That one, I guess you could still say is plausible for both teams here. But a lot of Fracture as well is going to be, you know, kind of what space you're going to look to contain, what calls you're going to look to do. Of course, Boom opting for Fracture here, questionable over Lotus.
Especially against Paper Rex, but yep, we shall see.
Top map control established for Paper Rex.
Throwing the gauntlet down against Paper Rex, but with that also, just to read how Paper Rex might be maneuvering across.
2 spotted.
Famous finds Forsaken, and that's going to be a lockdown deployed as well, but not the full commit just yet. Paper Rex still hanging out cross bench. Famous keeping them invested. Fast lanes through as well. Paper Rex needs to try to sneak past.
Yeah.
Has to keep their eyes trained down in towards tunnel as well still, because Famous continuing to poke and prod.
He's done his job though.
Yeah, that's just gonna buy a lot of time away from the spike. Now Jing trying to fire back, will be able to refrag, but Berserks instantly refills that position. Now you got Tower as well. NC Slasher is holding that down like nobody's business. Something though. Okay, able to flick back towards it, but yeah, I mean that's the round already.
Yeah, the 1 versus 4 is not going to come out from something, unfortunately. Famous did his job, right? He bought so much time to keep them all occupied around bench, around arcade, making sure that they weren't going to be able to get in, destroy the lockdown. You got to respect that one. Everybody hitting their shots on Boom where needed as well. You got a good trade out there from Berserks, but more importantly, the amount of time that Boom was just able to buy themselves, it brings in more time to use these post-plant abilities, right? When you're going to get your salvos back online, you're expecting that DOS is going to have a couple of these lineups for the incendiary, or at least be positioning himself that he can kind of just rip that out where needed. The difference now that we're also going to have to see for Paper Rex to contend with is, you don't, as I mentioned, you don't see many Killjoys be played on Fracture anymore, right? So they also have to contend with these nanos that are going to come on out from Berserks.
Especially on the attack, possible post plants being found, at least right now. An interesting bit of an eco buy. The outlaw in the hand of Berserks. Paper X also, you know, going off some cheap plays of their own. Forsaken on the Bucky. He's just positioned up towards a main now, picking up the alt orb.
Yeah, overdrive available if needed. You could see something sneaky with the fault line from Patman ready. Forsaken a call, they'll rip on that one. And it is going to come on out.
Oh, shoulder jiggle.
Great trap. We've seen this before. I think we saw 2 casualties.
Alt combos and the stealth drone out towards Tree as well now. Here comes Forsaken with the overdrive, but he's shut down by DOS9. Berserk's finding a frag in towards the B side as well. So it's just a Vi trying to hold the off angle. He's been smoked off. Does have an arc rose to play with, and that's the flash, but he flashes himself as well! Oh, what a blunder! Something has to come up huge. 1 on 3, he takes down the first. Does have some utility to work off of, but not quite a lot of health. Holds and hugs the wall.
Oh, they've snuck out, haven't they?
Sneaks in, and the stun reveals his positioning. You don't quite have the position to pull off the salvos either now, so you're flushed out. But he finds the tap! What is that from something? 1 apiece, and he gets the triple to collect the round up for Paper Rex. Don't forget to defuse though, please. Okay, there it is.
1 tap, 2 tap. Give me more. He's risen from his seat. That is a round that I thought that Paper Rex were going to be out of in the 2 versus 3. Defy flashes himself, but for something there, I mean,
what a clutch.
He gets mollied out, right? Salvoed out. He's got a little Little small window of timing to find that first duel, but the second sharp shot, just the adjustment of the aim to come on out there. That is, we need to see this one back. You ready for it? 1, 2, absolutely gorgeous.
In a second.
That's the stuff you can't teach.
Can't teach that.
That's just in his genes.
Still though, ultimate's beginning to cycle through. PaperX needing to find the information necessary. So pushing out a tree along with the drone. Boom should be hearing this.
Well, they're going to just contact up towards A. Eventually going to have to call the audible and just go for it a little bit quicker.
All the responsibility falling on towards Devi's shoulders now. He's being hit with a lot of utility. The salvo flushes him out of position where he's not quite able to recenter himself. Forsaken, though, arriving on the site. Will be able to find a single frag, but Rolling Thunder now collapses through. Needs to hold out around A main where the door gets pushed upon by Famous. Jing, though, happy to push into the smoke to just find a bit more space. Second frag found. Now a 1-on-2. Not much in terms of the utility department, though. Just a smoke, an incendiary. And he has to really suss out these positions. So maybe a bit of smoke for cover just to allow him to deal with the site. So isolating angles at least for now. Oh, he actually pushes through. But DOS9 respecting it, does have the incendiary as well. So this is a really tough spot for Jing to be in. Flashes, dodged. Jing still strafing alongside. Everything's being found. NC Slasher just toying with his prey.
He knows as long as he's positioning himself around that pillar nicely, that time will be won because DOS still has the incendiary to be able to throw in, and he's just not giving him the fight, right? The way that Boom lose that one is if DOS9 continues to play for the fight closely and allows him to just dance around that smoke. Yeah, I mean, DOS9 throws the orbital strike in towards A main as well later in the round to make sure that there's no quick flanks to be able to come on out as well. Technically, you could call that a bit of a wasted ult, but you understand the idea behind it. Yeah, a lot of trades to come on out. I like that Boom really did speed it up quickly, recognizing the PaperX were coming from behind quick. And now they give themselves a little bit of a breathe room, right? They can take a solo round if they want to. They can do it fast as well if they need to. It is the lesser weaponry for PaperX.
And this is where, I'm not gonna lie, it does get quite chaotic for PaperX to try and read the possible plays because this is Fracture after all. And you just have Famous and NC Slasher bursting into the site.
Set yourselves up a good post plant here, not drop any more weapons.
You've got Armageddon as well, and this is how the ultimates are beginning to cycle for Boom, but not even needed for now, at least. NC Slasher.
Which duel do I take?
Trying to pull off his best something impression, but it's not quite happening just yet. So Arc Rose now being tossed over by Divide to create a little bit more space, but can he really do it all? Not too much. At least just to pick up a weapon until his teammate falls. Boom, all happy to hold the positions and the angles. Simple shot found.
Yep, and that's just another A main protocol for them with getting in some early utility, not seeing anything on it, and then speeding up a little bit. So I'm going to be expecting PaperX to do something a little bit different coming towards this next round. You're getting into this half as well where you're 4-2 down. Do you want to deploy a bit of a timeout to have a discussion here? I don't think it would be a bad idea from the likes of PaperX to just have an early play to make sure that they're, you know, getting this round, the next round as well. 5-2.
No, though. I mean, this is where you really need to find your way across the map. Utility information is very much so key for a map that we're about to say goodbye to.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to think in the grand scheme of things what this does mean. Boom, the Ascended team that, you know, they lost Ascension, but they still got a promotion in towards it. Didn't have the greatest start over in kickoff. Now 2-0 up, looking for a 3-0. You know, we're seeing Ascension team really do some damage here in Pacific. I mean, you think to the likes of Americas where you've got G2 really doing some damage, right? But apart from that...
And it's very possible, Komodo. This is, you know, leaps and bounds ahead from the meme boom that tied around the zip lines.
Yeah.
Now with the heads-up duel, I mean, this almost feels like a full challenge against PaperX, like playing really similar compositions, similar roles in terms of the players as well.
Yeah.
And kind of currently outdoing PaperX in terms of the macro game.
Well, we're definitely going to need to see a adjustment from PaperX here, who are going to gather some A main control nice and early at the investment of the salvos. Going to play the 4-1. leaving Famous to his own devices. You can see him activate a little bit later if you need. Your standard sort of wall in, overdrive can throw a bit of a spanner into the works of this one and hope that you don't undo the wrong bolt at the moment.
Okay, well, at least Paper X going for that pinch again, and it's going to be a bit of an anti-position played by Boom. They try to flash themselves back into play, but something barrels through. The trade protocols are there for Paper X, and it's just DOS9 stunned up.
Yeah, we got to remember, Forsaken, he tried to do everything there, but the counter Neon in Famous is what I'm trying to highlight here, and it's just a little bit too late.
A little bit shy in terms of the timing, but still not undoable. Does pick up the frag, and the Spike has an opportunity to find his way into a site. The question is, which one is it going to be?
I like that Devi and Jin recognize that it's a 2 versus 1, and you can play to the strengths. You go towards the B site because Famous, well, if he goes towards B, you've got all your utility, but more importantly here, Quack, it's the numbers game.
Yes.
You play to the percentages, which is what Paper X need.
I love that you highlight that, Komodo, but I am also very much so reminded of a very similar scenario that we saw last week against Munchkin. They had numbers. It also kind of fell by the wayside. Can Paper X prove everyone wrong this time? Spike will go down.
This ain't no Haven though, Quack. That's the thing. No dark cover. Famous 1 versus 2. Only his gun and his sprint.
Still positioned up top.
Timing.
Paper X creeping forward. Now spotted. Famous knows exactly where to look. The Spike will get defused as Paper X smokes themselves off, goes in for the peek, and picks up the round.
Playing to the percentages. Nicely done at the end there. Devi to get his first kill on the board as well. So hopefully that can bring in some individual confidence for him. Paper X, though, Quack at the beginning of that round, really W gaming in that one to take advantage with the stuns, with a Boom caught off guard and not really able to retaliate. A lot of great flashes to come on through. Credit to Patman. I do believe in that one with the stun, with the flashes, and then just the advantage, making sure that you don't drop that one. So on the back of the timeout, answering nicely.
That there will be a play that Boom begins to respect. You know, every time they try to push into Z main, Paper X hits them with that utility if they are in position for it. So,
but the thing is, if Paper X gather the full control in A main, they can quickly get a crunch down towards tree as well and make things quite awkward up towards this B site.
And that's exactly what is happening. The adjustments coming in from Boom in terms of the macro game. Paper X though trying to get ahead of it as well. But we do have a slight repeat of the zipline incident from years ago. Now,
hey, at least it isn't everybody.
Yes. Boom still stopped in their tracks, and that is the main story of what's happening in this round. Famous, though, trying to create some presence of his own while the Bravo squad heads over onto the A site. Something quickly deals with the early presence made known, and then a bit of a trade coming out from Jing. DOS9 to trade up his own as well, now looking for the opportunity to sneak into the site. Patman alone to hold. He does have Jing right by him, but look at that spray. A bit of a trade coming out from Jing, and that's gonna be the double kill to end the round.
Yeah, there were so many moments in that round of just different disconnected duels where you had to see some individual plays come through from Boom, right? And it wasn't really working. Paper X, apart from that last duel that we really see, were always doing it together in numbers. You got Forsaken and Patman in the beginning. You got that one that we see there, but the trades. The name of the game, the trades, really from Paper X, not overstepping too hard. Jing able to double down at the end there as well to start to look to equalize this map.
And that's what I really love now coming out from Paper X, beginning to catch up to Boom in terms of the macro game, getting the reads to smoke off Boom's advances, and then the trade protocols coming back through into it. So Boom trying to find some adjustments. They got a bit of a half by now, bunching up towards A main.
Great shot.
Paper X holds long range, reading their attempts at a play as well. Salvos though, and Forsaken looking to meet where Famous head-to-head off to the other end in towards A main. The entire Paper X squad descending upon Boom just to collect on the frags.
And you see early on as well, Forsaken not dissuaded by all that early utility, not going to fall on back. He's got his team there to support him. He's just going to go in for the charge and catch catch Boom off guard. Just a lot of great shots to come out from them on this little lesser equipped round of Booms. And now as we do tie things up 5 apiece, right? I'm kind of questioning, are we going to get any decisions on the side of Boom, or are they happy enough, right, to hold these timeouts for the next half? Are they happy with 5 on the attacking side so far?
You know, just the fact that it's 2 rounds left, You might imagine they're saving it. You have a lot of ultimates at play, though, for the remainder of this first half. And Boom happy to hold this time as PaperX pushes out, completely punished.
The turret!
Jing, though, trading right back, and then the rest of the squad to head on over into the A site.
Berserk's the turret was shooting him, and he just wasn't able to find it in the full chaos around the tree. But now, a 2 versus 3.
Fairly chaotic.
Into the site, and look at the post-plant utility that Boom are going to have here. Salvos will come back online, an Armageddon. You got a Rolling Thunder and an Aftershock, and where you're planting it, you do set yourselves up for walls to be able to use a lot of that.
So a possible save for PaperX, but something does have the Armageddon as well. If he's able to deploy it into the right position, might be able to find something more.
They've got a lot of money, so you're definitely going for it.
So right now, coming out towards Dish and Drop. A little bit spotted out. Famous continuing to jiggle, looking for an opportunity. Rolling Thunder at the right time, though, does crunch into the players from PaperX, but Jing saves Something's life. And that's going to be now the stun. NC Slasher just playing that situation to perfection back there, swapping over onto the shorty.
Yeah, and ripping the Rolling Thunder off the back of the contact as well, right? As soon as those smokes do come on down, you know that that's going to be go time to kind of catch them none the wiser. The duel in the tree, this time we're crediting the trade game of Boom, right? Able to find the player advantages, swinging back over towards the other side. A little bit of an overheat from Famous, I will say that one there. For which team? For both teams.
Both, yeah. Just completely erupting in Rapture, but still, this half is not over yet, and we still have ultimates at play.
If something has the Armageddon at the right spot, and it's positioned towards the site on the back of the shear, that could have really hurt Boom if they wanted to go close. But sheer timing to reset. And Quack, there's 4 ults for Boom here.
That's right.
You could just set up for a lockdown. You could force out an Armageddon. You could try and force out the Steel Garden.
For PaperX as well. And that's why they are positioned so defensively. They've been pushing out for the past few rounds, and Boom read that in the previous one, being able to find those trades back in.
Oh.
But now all of a sudden, just a bit of utility, and that's a Rolling Thunder sent in towards Arcade. Boom reads this as the go signal into the A site. Armageddon right on the spot, though. It's just Famous and NC Slash into the site. DOS9 into the smokes as well. Oh, Forsaken. Famous, he's trying to get ahead of it all. Brimstone ults all across the map. Lockdown in play as well. Forsaken able to hunker down, but DOS9 for the trade. That's a bit more space in towards spawn now. The rest of the PaperX squad all coming out from main.
Still got the Armageddon, remember.
Aftershock. Boom, still happy to hold. They don't quite need to fight. They don't quite need to peek. And that's where the onus falls on the PaperX.
Armageddon in 5 seconds till salvos.
Just holding, just waiting for it. PaperX still trying to barrel their way through, but nothing much found. Just a bit of a frag. Jing takes down NC Slasher. But there's the utility. Goes in for the peek. Tries to isolate more duels.
And that's it.
And that's a salvos. The time has been burnt. Jing knows it. The round is over.
7-5. That's a good recovery on the last 2 rounds there from Boom, I will admit. And this round as well, PaperX a little bit confused on what space Boom had found, right? Around Arcade, putting in the Rolling Thunder, sending in Forsaken with that overdrive as well to fully clear it on out. You've got a lot of different positioning that come out from Boom, but they're so patient when they get in towards the site. I mean, disregard Famous trying to take a duel against Forsaken pretty much towards the spawn, but the rest of the squad, they are very focused on protecting that spike, buying time, right? You've got all of those exit strategies with the Armageddon, with the salvos, with the crossfires to come out as well. NC Slasher with the shorty. I mean, playing a couple of strengths there as Boom, but I want to know, right? Is 7-5 going to be enough for either of these teams on the switch up? Right, are we going to get a really good lead out from Boom here, or from PaperX, or are we going to get a lot of backwards and forwards action, right? Because Fracture a map, when you've got these 4 different chokes that you can start things off on, you have a mistake at the very beginning, you could be pushed into an awkward save, and that's the sort of situation where coming in towards a map like Fracture, for the likes of Boom, who haven't had that much play on it, right? Recently, at least, could see them crumble a little bit.
Yeah. Great cosplay from the fans at least, but you're absolutely right, Komodo. It's going to be tough to say who exactly could come up with the lead, but one thing we can say for sure is the fact that it all begins with that pistol. That's just top-tier analysis coming out from me anyway. But no, it's very much true because that dictates the pace for the entire rest of this half. And at least looking at statistics right now, Boom leading very much more so, given Paper X's recent losses. You got to be able to read the game as well, and Boom has, again, just been doing such a good job of that.
It does look a little bit more comfortable from what I've seen so far for Paper X as opposed to when they were playing Waylay. I will say that, but I feel like you've still got a couple of key people who are not really getting activated as best as I thought they might be.
So maybe now with Patman in the roster trying to launch something different, that you actually went for a very specific route through tunnel. Boom kind of gets a sniff of that, so with the stealth drone, trying to suss them out, but doesn't see too much.
Yeah, Devi's seen nothing in A main, so there's a call here for the squad to come on over. You can contact on up at the moment, and you actually might be able to overwhelm Berserks and not see NC Slasher be able to activate.
They are traps in of their own right as well, though. Berserks and NC Slasher, they've been pretty darn good so far, and that's going to be that fault line. NC Slasher coming in with the support. Trades found for Boom. But Paper X finds their own trades as well. A third one now as Shiro gets taken out.
Going
Famous, though.
Before the flashes, a bit ill-advised.
It's a little bit tough, but still DOS9 now trying to get ahead of pressure. Does push Devi out of position. Low HP as Forsaken tries to hold the off angle, but now as he turns back around, that's another kill found for Boom. Jing, it's all down to you. Low HP as well as he swings out. DOS9 to find the easy shot in towards center mass.
Yeah.
Boom with the pistol.
The stuns in main as well, right? Both sides getting stunned on up. You got salvos awaited for. You got a flash then going in for NC Slasher, but he gets spotted out just before it's able to fully activate and blind up Paper X. Again, the trade game and the patience from DOS9. You might have seen him look to really wide swing out in towards main against two members of the Paper X boys. You know, imagine if he falls there. It makes it very difficult for Famous to be able to try and close out the round or get down from drop. So the fact that DOS9 falls back just a little bit and then it goes into the 1 versus 1. HP advantage of that scenario for DOS9 and he's able to just dispatch of his enemy, which means here, Quack, we got another pistol round going the way of Boom.
And that's beginning to be that defining factor for Boom as well. DOS9, I mean, such a calm presence for the team.
And his absence on the previous maps as well, right? Finally feeling worth here.
And looking at this as well, I mean, the Sky Smoke's instantly deployed to block off A main. Paper X thinking to explode off of it. They come into this round with a force buy of their own. And this is buy that needs to pay off in dividends.
Oh, absolutely. If this round doesn't go your way, maybe even convincingly, it makes it really awkward for Paper X.
Famous. Sidestep the fault line. A relay bolt from Forsaken as well, just to push them back.
But it's balanced.
Still, though, it's a round where Paper X needs to find and seize some form of an initiative. And it's going to be Famous seizing that positioning instead.
Yeah.
Still, though, trades found right back.
No one able to really help him in that situation, unfortunately. So 4 versus 4 in towards the A site. You start to get on up.
4 versus 2 maybe if you're just talking about the Boom players on the site itself. But look at Shiro stopping them in their tracks, completely halted as Paper X tries to push past the smokes. Can they find the frags? They don't. It's Devi who finds a single one before Shiro just descends upon them with a full Stinger magazine.
Shiro, I've been a little bit hesitant to say his name in this one so far because playing on this Taeho, 1 assist, right? No successions really coming out from the drone for the team to find any kills on the back of. No major salvo plays, no stun salvo traps as well to net him a kill, right? He had 2 kills in the first half. Now he's just doubled that one up coming in towards the second. He could be calling a masterful game behind the scenes, right? Very well possibly could, which is where the value will come from him. But if he can get his self-confidence into this one, likewise with Devi for Paper X, it could be the missing factor for one team to really propel ahead here.
That's right, that's what it is. You know, Shiro as the IGN now beginning to step up. Meanwhile, Paper X once again with a half buy now coming back in. It's going to be a little bit tough as Boom are looking a lot more confident. The stun, though, will help out just a bit. Jing to answer back. And now the stun's coming through once again. It does give away in positioning, though, but still, Paper X not quite able to break past through these choke points.
And they're locked. They are locked in. They have to either fully disconnect here or they have to try and just win it. A single duel. That's all the info that Famous needed.
And more of the lines being locked down, especially with the Outlaw being reloaded. Just Stinger and Spectre, something at hand, trying to spray through, spray past. It's not quite happening. as Boom splashes Paper Rex with a bit of cold water.
Yeah, and that was another bit of a force up for Paper Rex in that round too, right? So now you're playing on the back of your loss bonus to get you these primary rifles. You're still going to have Patman, who's down on towards the Spectre coming into this next round. Understandably so, right? His goal in this sort of round is going to be to get a good stun for his team, to get good flashes, to provide them the entryways in. But there really needs to be a different look towards Paper Rex at the moment, right? Because you dropped the pistol. Oh, why did they... Ooh. That's a rough one. That is peaking. A really rough one.
And it's a real question that we do have to ask, because right now, in this very round, if Paper Rex doesn't find a round, this could be it. Boom. Very much comfortable in their sights. A little bit of a flash up, though, and Forsaken tries to answer back. Yeah. Sprays through the smokes and does find a double. A bit of an opportunity for Paper Rex to answer back.
You got to remember, bullets through smokes can be traced. Two-player advantage for Paper Rex at the moment, and you know, Quack, the Boomer, gonna give this one a crack.
Happy to, but Patman, recognizing that as well, holds the position. Famous in with the Outlaw now, spots out Forsaken. DOS9 taking that opportunity to peek out. Famous now finding the trade, and both Neons kick things into high gear. Forsaken off towards the other line, expects and anticipates the slide out. Jing to support, and Paper Rex will be able to save themselves.
Yeah, we really need some good macro decisions from Paper Rex at the moment on this attacking side, because it looks like that Boom are quite happy, you know, to try and find these isolated players. A little bit unfortunate at the beginning of this round that Berserks was caught off guard in the tower. You know, if he's able to lock down the site as the Sentinel himself, it would make it really, really awkward for Paper Rex. But hey, Forsaken sent in on the back of that drone. Nicely done for them to get on the board, and they've got a couple of these key ults, right? Orbitals for both sides, Forsaken with the overdrive.
Famous on the op, though, this time.
That's it. That's the next thing I was going to mention, and we know how impactful he can be, and he's on the line.
Gotta be so careful! But unfortunately,
he wants more.
Forsaken will bite the dust. Stealth drone out, so they know exactly where he is, but Paper Rex looking to re-challenge. Famous now fully blinded, has to back off.
Yep, and you can reset here, right? Devi has got the shear over at A, so you know no one's gone for a proper flank from Boom, and they don't necessarily need to press the issue. They've got a player advantage, they've still got a lot of this utility that they're yet to utilize.
And it's still a really tough game for Paper Rex, and this is where I do kind of want to bring up a point of discussion, you know? I know people have talked about this before, but someone might need to step up in terms of leadership for the team.
Yeah, that's what I said a little bit earlier, right? And how do you do that in a round such as this, where your entryway in Forsaken is gone, right? A contact play up main, Boom happy enough to play probably retake here.
Yeah, Orbital in the hands of DOS9. Famous still happy to re-peek with a lot of these angles as well. At least Paper Rex, though, doing their due diligence to try and block them off.
Ready for a stun for NC Slasher to Orbital Strike Combine. And that's red and at least dodged on the side itself.
30 seconds left, and you're starting to feel that pressure. Will Paper Rex crumble, or will they stand tall? Something at least tries to fend them off. But DOS9 to punch right back.
Rolling Thunder in and being really good here.
Patman trying to get the best possible timing for it. Stunned and concussed up. He's just waiting for the go signal. There it goes. Unfortunately, though, Boom, they've avoided most of it. Famous coming out from the A main position. Patman trying to slow him down. In with the sprays, Jing with the support, and that's Paper Rex being able to collect a round right back against Boom when they're feeling the hottest.
Yeah, just so much crucial time being bought from Devi on the Thorns as well, right? Just waiting for the Flood retake to start to come in from Boom. You got the Rolling Thunder out there as well. And just the fact that something's able to find one kill. DOS9 gets elevated and dispatched off. And then you've got a little delayed crossfire a bit later on the side itself. Nicely done from Jing to close that one down again, you know, on this Brimstone, right? Doesn't necessarily need to always be caught out with the iPad. Some good timing on some smokes, and then you can really focus on that crosshair.
Still, though, those rounds are far and few between. Paper Rex back on the advance.
I'm a little bit surprised at how hesitant Boom are to use utility to clear over at main, having already seen Devi's shear. You want to pop that, throw a bit of hesitancy in it.
It is a round where they are sitting on an eco, so happy to surprise Paper Rex with some of the positions that they're holding. Here comes that first sheriff shot. Looking for a bit more.
Player advantage, by the way.
The stealth drone goes out as well. Paper Rex looking for the spike plant, but it's Not entirely safe. There it goes. And Boom possibly looking for exits right now. Salvos to flush them out of position. Paper X throws back utility of their own, while Boom looks to close in the distance. Out by tower. DOS9 finds one. He finds two! Defy, though, able to hold it off. Needs a little bit more. He peeks in!
No salvos.
Zero answers back. And now it's just a 1-on-2. Something needs to find all of it. He feels the pressure of the spike being defused, and he peeks out. The molly burns at Something's feet.
2 shots out of the Sheriff is going to stall you, then into the flames, and you will not carry on, unfortunately. A thrifty to come here for Boom as they inch one step closer towards the series point.
And that's Armageddon for Shiro as well.
Yeah, well, I was looking at the Armageddon in the end there, and it was one away for kind of both of them, right? So the fact that had the kill gone Something's way, potentially could have used it for DOS9 to get off it, but yeah, just the timing, the molly to not necessarily go for the kill, right? It's the scare tactic to make sure that if he's going to take the duel, he's going to die.
This is a much-needed timeout.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly dreaded by the players as well, because,
I mean,
the rounds have been
haphazard.
Yep.
And you got to remember as well, when Alex got really, I don't want to say angry, but it kind of looked at it, right? When you've got a force buy upon a force buy at the beginning of this half, you have essentially delayed your start towards this second half and given a round over towards Boom, where the scoreline, you know, if that didn't happen, it could have been 10-7, right? It could have even had you in the lead and a change up because you start to get your gun rounds earlier on, right? We're not in that universe right now, but it's an 11-7 where this has to be an extremely important timeout to, you know, have an immediate effect. This needs an immediate effect in this gun round for Paper X. And it's not even a great looking gun round, Quack.
Yeah, Bucky, Spectre.
But you do have the overdrive for Forsaken, so if you can somehow get him on the right line early on.
On the attack, though, still not the best winning percentage for Paper X currently. Boom, on the other hand, you've still got that Armageddon. One away from the lockdown on Berserks. NC Slasher close to the Rolling Thunder as well.
Yeah.
And look at this.
There's a change up over at the B side as well with where some of this utility is, right? Turret to play contact over towards the top side of the map, where you've got the alarm bot and the nanos at the choke of the entry from tree. So if Paper X wanted to play Stally, well, they can be held at bay for a bit.
Overdrive, Steel Garden, Armageddon as well coming out from bench, but nothing found. Can Forsaken find a little bit more to keep Paper X invested in the game? Tries to hold tower with the Bucky. That would be an optimal spot. Armageddon from Paper X as well. But still Famous, beginning to find an opening. The spike is down and Paper X needs to hold, but they're beginning to push out a little bit more. Trades found by NC Slasher. Now Famous looking to take space up by tower. Trades found by Jing once again. 2-on-2, but Something holding the exposed angle. Now it's a tough spot for Jing to fire through. Tries to clutch it out, but DOS9 finds it instead. Boom will reach series point.
The trades, man. Paper X are looking so good in the trades, but it's just the difference in having one member up or down at a lot of these points. I mean, the goal for Famous to just jump on in through the incendiary in tower as well, send it through there, does get traded, but NC Slasher on the kill towards Something. They already know where the last soldier in Jing is, and he's just burning up again. This is now series point for Boom Esports, who aren't going to win this in the 2-0 fashion if they get it here, by the way, but it means that they should qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, right on the cusp of it, and they feel it very much so. Paper X now, last breath, last stand as they buy up Guardians. Bit of a Vandal for Davai, but still, as they try to push their way into the site. Orbital Strike at hand as well. Famous re-peaks with the Outlaw. Forsaken answer back. But now, a lot of the site being smoked off. Something has to hold out towards top, but Shiro trading right back. Numbers advantage somewhat, but NC Slasher has an angle. Petman at least, the spike down, waiting for the fault line to come back alive. Forsaken has to play a very careful jiggle because he's pretty much sandwiched in. Flashed out.
There's salvos now.
And a lot more as well. Tries to flush Patman out of position. Here comes that fault line. Forsaken springs! Looks for the slide in! And that's the Guardian to keep PaperX alive.
I mean, I say it time and time again, stuns in this game are pretty cosmetic when you can just still hit your shots like that as Forsaken. I thought that there was going to be, you know, the special delivery or the drone to go in a little bit earlier in to start to clear towards the site. That would have found Forsaken potentially in the 2 versus 2, and maybe it looks to be a little bit differently at the end there. But Shiro not opting to do that one, unfortunately, waiting for the salvos to come on up. More importantly, PaperX, they do hold on, right? So they need to navigate 4 more rounds to try and push us into overtime. There's going to be some ecos and some big old gun rounds, and I'm waiting, right? I'm seeing for Boom. You take the knee in this one, you got an orbital, you got a lockdown, you're getting closer to an overdrive.
Not even taking full knee either, because they're happy to go in for that scuffle against PaperX. Forsaken, though, looking to collect as much as possible. He needs as much as possible for the rest of the map. You can see it all written over his face in the previous player cam. The situation is tense right now, Komodo.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Planted.
This is one of those rounds for PaperX that they should be winning with 5 alive.
Should be.
And they may. Hey, they may.
12-9 and Boom looking to hold for exits at least. Something beginning to peek out. We'll spot out DOS9.
Yeah, and the thing is, it does more damage in these scenarios to PaperX than it would to Boom, right? Because they already have the ults for the players that are alive. There's 1 gun down, so 1 is the pass mark. You'll be able to re-get that in the next round, but, you know, it's 3 more rounds, right? It's just going to take 1 little misstep for PaperX here, and that could be the series. And I'm looking towards a couple of these ultimates, right? There's a reason they're called an ultimate. They can be round-defining. In this one, they can be series-defining in the current point that we're at.
Possibly playoffs-defining as well. Not just for Boom, but for PaperX as well. Again, this loss will seriously affect their chances of possibly making it through. Currently sitting at an 0-2 overall.
Yep.
Boom now looking to push out a bit more information outside of Tree.
Some rotations towards the A side, and if you go there as PaperX, you're contending with a lot of this Killjoy utility. But it is on the quieter approach. You do have that alarm bot at drop first for Boom to get an idea. They've also, more importantly here, Quack, pushed out Tree and seen no contest from PaperX. So this is going to be one of those full retake rounds for Boom.
Especially with that possible lockdown as well, as long as Berserks goes undiscovered, but now spotted out by Jing, so lockdown gone. But you do have a player up towards spawn. Jakey, main as well. PaperX has to hold it safe. Something playing into the drop position. Jing now pushing out. Davaya as well, but now Famous comes back in through Sands, where he finds Jing's head. No more Teho in play. Davaya to duke it all out. 1-on-1.
It is planted for him.
No Arcros though. After shocked out. An NC Slasher trying to clear as much as possible. Goes in for the tap, the flash.
Oh, he's self-blinded!
He bounced off of it, and that's the entire map. How did that just happen? NC Slasher clutching out the round for Boom. The final scoreline, 13-9. This team wasn't even really supposed to be here, but here they are.
They have absolutely come with a storm behind them, propelling them forward, haven't they? That is not a 2-0 fashion this time, Quack, but it is PaperX being shut down on the map 3, and all 3 of those maps had moments of brilliance from every single player, from the team collectively, but a couple of missed decisions from PaperX's side in this map here on Fracture specifically. And they, like my words, have fumbled.
I'm still at a loss for how that final kill went through. We've been mentioning how the stuns are somewhat of a cosmetic. That was a flash.
Yeah.
But he still turned off of it. And that's just pure instinct coming into play. Boom. They've been great on the macro. They've been stopping PaperX in their tracks. And they're taking their very much well-deserved bow on the stage.
Gotta give them this moment for sure, don't you? We get to hear from somebody for them, but you just have to know how excited they are with this win.
Truly ascending forwards and upwards inside of this Pacific group stage, stage 1, and we will hear from them a lot more as Jen steps onto the stage.
Boom, continuing their winning ways. Congratulations, guys. Now I'm gonna need Mr. Famous over here. 붐 e스포츠의 페이머즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 붐이 벌써 3연승 무패 행진을 기록하고 있습니다. 가장 먼저 최근 이런 좋은 흐름에 대해서는 선수들끼리 어떤 얘기를 하고 있는지부터 여쭤보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Famous. That's 3 wins in a row already. What are the talks and how are you guys enjoying this upward trajectory that you guys are on right now?
We just keep playing like in our scrims, and we just at least we need to have fun also.
Scrims looking good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. 그냥 스크림하고 경기하면서 즐겁게 무대를 즐기려고 하고 있는데 스크림 결과도 굉장히 좋다고 얘기를 하네요. 그리고 페이머즈 선수 스테이지 1 들어서 모든 선수들 통틀어서 지금 오퍼레이터 킬수 1위거든요. 오퍼수로서 스스로에 대한 자신감은 어느 정도인지 또 물어보고 싶네요. Now, I don't know if you know, but you are currently number 1. You are leading in operator kills in Pacific for stage 1. Yeah. So how confident are you as the opper, right? Would you say you're maybe the best Pacific opper, or maybe one of the best in the world? And what do you think makes you so good with the sniper rifles?
Just keep holding angles. Like.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say you're one of the best or the best?
No, not yet.
겸손하게 아직까지 뭐 퍼시픽 최고는 아닌 것 같고 그래도 그냥 뭐 각만 잘 보고 어떤 각을 쓰면 좋은지 알고 있기 때문에 그냥 뭐 어느 정도 잘 하는 것 같다고 그게 오퍼의 비결이라고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 다음 경기는 진짜가 옵니다. DRX를 상대하게 됐거든요. 연승 이어갈 각오 한마디 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Now, I feel like next week is going to be a big test for you guys. It's going to be DRX. 4 in a row, maybe?
I hope.
You hope?
I hope.
All right. I mean, are you supposed to get famous? And then I got confused. NC Slasher. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, anything you'd like to say to the fans?
Thank you for supporting us and keep cheering for us.
Okay, keep slaying.
Yeah.
네. 재밌을 것 같고 4연승 이어가면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 NC 슬래셔 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, NC Slasher. See you next week.
Thank you.
Boom close this out, and they are officially qualified for playoffs. And doing it on this fashion on Fracture, what a way to enter into playoffs.
So well deserved for this team. They've looked phenomenal the whole way through. They only dropped their first map today in week 3 and bounced right back in map 3. You would have told me that that's an Indo team, that's an SEA team. It's able to look so consistent, so composed. I wouldn't have believed you, but they've proved everybody wrong. What a pleasure it's been to watch them.
Yeah, for sure. Wasn't even famous doing the majority of the dirty work this game. You had DOS9, who had a very quiet series, step up in the third map. NC Slasher was fantastic, and I think Boom overall on that defense, being able to close out the game. The insane Sheriff rounds just show you how sharp some of these individual players, like not only DOS9, but Berserks as well, even hitting like one taps on a Neon, you know, bunny hopping at him and moving around absolutely everywhere. So really nice stuff from Boom. Love what we've seen from them this season, and they close out another very tight game. Similar to what we saw in like that Genji Haven game, you start to get a little bit nervy for Boom and you think, are they going to be able to actually get this over the line?
Yeah.
But they've done it again. Every time that I ask that question of them, they're able to close it. So especially given that second half was Paper X's attack on Fracture, which the last 3 games in a row has been stellar. Like it's been 3 great attacking sides for them in a row. Boom was able to put that away.
What do you guys make of the, I think we had a little bit of a differing opinion here. Alex, we could see the coach cam when he got furious when they bought 4-spot twice in a row. But Big Time, you think that's not what went wrong?
It's not that crazy, right? So you buy the Stingers, you know, you're trying to like steal the round, and if that doesn't work, you can afford Stingers again and then a 4-buy. So you kind of like, it's a risk, you take a hit, but you know, it's not impossible. I think the problem will come in is if it's something they've not practiced, like if the players aren't good with Stingers and it's not something they have reps in, then it can be a problem. And, you know, it's not the safest way to manage your economy if you're behind. It is a risk. So I can understand them being, you know, a little bit upset by it if it's not something that they have pre-prepared as an idea. But as an idea, I don't think it's horrible.
So that wasn't the problem then?
I mean, I don't think so.
I think the problem is just they're not North American and they're
Yeah,
buying
they
stingers so much.
I mean, the way it works in NA is they practice with the stingers. You see them do this again and again and again, and the other regions don't use it as much. So when they do use it, they're not as good.
Okay,
at it,
guys,
right?
Paper X is actually really good with stingers. I have to put that out there, but that definitely didn't happen because Boom held it down better. There was a little bit of a zipline situation, a little bit of a hark back to 2022. Boom, when Berserks went down on that zip line, but it doesn't matter because they end up closing out this map. So this is going to be huge for them. NC Slasher, like you guys were talking about, MVPing on this particular map.
Yeah, on the other side of things, I mean, Jing was fantastic, but NC Slasher, I mean, he is one of these players that's very up and down, can go missing in certain maps, and of course he doesn't play a role on the team where he necessarily needs to be fragging super hard, but I even remember going back to their Ascension run, in a lot of those maps where he was playing the flashy, he was playing things like Sky, and he can sometimes be super explosive, like flashing for himself and just multi-fragging. He has some very, very crispy aim on him, as well as the ability to be able to play within the team structure.
So I have to talk about the match MVP. We were eyeing him since map 1. Famous has been absolutely phenomenal. Just starting off with those op kills, obviously less ops as we went, you don't really see that so much on Fracture there, but just absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, we're a part of the match MVP selection process, right? And for me, it was an easy choice today because I thought he's looked unbelievable. As you know, in the past, Famous is, what's the word?
Inconsistent.
Yes, he has been called inconsistent in the past.
He has been inconsistent in the past.
But now into stage 1, he looks like a different player. I mean, I feel like he's been so solid the whole way through. He was solid the whole way through this series. I mean, he's leading Boom from the front.
I think he has good adaptability in terms of his agent pool as well these days. Like, I think back in the day, he was not really a player that could play Neon as much. He was more of kind of like raised Jet for Famous a lot of the time, but now he's really adopted his agent pool a little bit more. He's playing a little bit of the Neon. I think he played definitely more so within the structure, and I think that's how Boom won that game. Like, they very much won it with their approach and with their team play and the way they played a lot of those mid to late rounds. And again, like I said, that comes down to their ability to play off of each other and have really, really good protocols. So some great character development for Boom. And I think I'm really looking forward to seeing their next game against DRX, because that's going to be a team that if they beat them, there's no excuses. There's no, oh, this team's not playing well at the moment, or they're going through a transitional period, or they're adding some different players. That will be a legit dub. So I'm looking forward to that.
So once again, Boom is the very first team to qualify officially to playoffs. Again, one of our Ascension teams doing so. So this is huge for them. Continuous improvement every single time we see them. Paper X is not out of the game, though. Still 2 more matches for them to go and try to secure their spot in playoffs as well. And after this short break, we are going to have another Ascension team, of course, from the other group facing against Talon. So we're going to have Talon and Nongshim facing off. So guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's fly.
This is VCT Pacific Stage 1. Let's make some noise and light up the arena. Rise Pacific.
Need it. I'm talking one of a kind. Talking about blowing your mind. I'm gonna show you divine. Talking about making you mine. Hey, I keep it coming all day. I'm never stopping, no way. Just keep the beat on replay, and I'm gonna take your breath away. You can't get enough what I do. I'll show you something brand new. Just take a look at this view, and I'm gonna take a breath.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. We are on week 3, seeing pretty crazy matches happening with our very first playoff qualified team happening just now.
So huge, so hyped that it's Boom as
It's
well.
Boom, yeah.
What a story, man.
What a story, what a story.
Yeah.
And look, Nongshim aren't going to be able to do that today just yet. They're still kind of, both of these teams kind of in the, you know, we're waiting to see. We're in the wait and see phase for them.
That's right. So we are going to see another Ascension team competing. Right now, they're going to be facing off against Talon. Now, Talon, we saw them last week. They're in a very strange, like, win-lose pattern. The last one was a loss against RRQ. And the first time, you know, we've seen this team look a little bit shakier. But, you know, to credit RRQ, they were also just really darn good last week. We have our 2 Thai rookies here joining the fray along with Primi here. Primi seems to be, you know, officially on the duel list. At least for, like, as far as we've seen for the 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. This is what a lot of people wanted to see from Primi. He's such a highly anticipated player joining this team, and I feel like he's finally kind of getting fully unleashed. But with this Talon team, it's a story of up and downs, right? I think sometimes they look brilliant, they look rock solid, it looks like they're innovative, but then sometimes, like last week against RRQ, I felt like the ideas weren't really connecting, and it didn't look put together.
Yeah, but that is to be expected for Talon. Like, I know they've got the core 3 of their old roster, but Jib Boys has had to role swap. They're bringing in 2 rookies. Like, for me, this is going to be a story of development for a team that already, at least placement-wise, they were consistent, but map to map, they're always inconsistent. Their approach can be a little bit hit or miss. Sometimes they can absolutely stomp one map and then look very lost on the very next map. So I think for Talon, it's really just going to be a bit of a development season, and if they can once again kind of make this team's placement better than the sum of its parts and actually flesh out their map pool and build up some consistency, then I'm going to be very, very impressed.
Now, Nongshim is going to be their opponent, and we know there's a man rooting for them in his Mega Watch Party. This team, we've been seeing, you know, some highs and lows from this team as well, but overall, I would say they're looking pretty strong here. A team that isn't super into Waylay.
Isn't super into Waylay?
Am I mistaking them with someone else?
Nongshim? They're doing nothing but playing Waylay.
They love Waylay. Danbei
I
loves
wish they
Waylay.
weren't into Waylay. Personally, I would
too
prefer
much.
that.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. Danby is their, you know, basically replaces the J-Ho drone.
Honestly, oh my god, wow, okay. I wasn't going to take it that far, but all right.
They said it themselves.
I love that from you, Vic, honestly. I want more spicy Victoria takes. Let's go.
Nongshim said it themselves. I'm just quoting.
You're just quoting it. All right, awesome. Look, honestly, this matchup might be, if anyone's an actual Waylay enjoyer, I haven't been enjoying watching it personally, just the way it's been played some maps. Unless Talon, honestly, Talon's Fracture Waylay was fantastic, so we could have a Waylay off, but at the end of of the day, for Nongshim, they're still the same core. I still don't think they've hit their ceiling yet, but they have enough consistency to be a very solid team in Pacific, but there's still more room for improvement. I still don't think that they've found the right style quite yet for their team. Once again, they're trying to be innovators. They're trying to be on the cutting edge of the meta and abuse what's new in the game, and I don't think it's really been transferring to a lot of actual impact, at least in terms of the Waylay specifically and the style that they're trying to bring. I think the things that win them a lot of games are the things that have always won them a lot of games, just the stability of the players that they have and the mid to late round and the way they play off each other and their general game plan.
Yeah, I've never seen a team utilize Neon better than this Nongshim team did.
Yeah.
But now the same thing with Waylay isn't quite hitting. So they could always go back to that Neon, but they clearly don't feel like it's quite as comfortable.
Now, we touched upon this briefly. The Talon likes to have a little pattern here. Win, lose, win, lose, win, lose.
Should be a win then.
Yes, the math says
easy.
it's a win. And now...
Well, we don't have to play this
the
game.
broadcast is over.
Okay. Thank you for watching, guys. You know, we love you all. We love you dearly. Buy the bundles and all that. No, I
The
think
bundle is out now.
yeah. Buy some Ascension bundles in particular. For Talon, I mean, I think this is just... run-of-the-mill for them. This is their like their inconsistency. They are an inconsistent team for me. The fact that they're getting these 4th placements and they're getting good placements so consistently, they're getting into playoffs, is credit, I think, to the coaching staff and the overall approach. And I think that this really is just going to be a little bit more of a long-term move. I think the win over Secret is something that's very good, at least initially. RRQ is going to be a tough opponent. I think Nongshim are looking susceptible and very beatable for Talon here. So let's see if they can actually take advantage of that, or whether Nongshim's going to firm up a little bit, as you would say, Morgan.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite possible. It's quite possible that they could do it. This was the head-to-head we wanted to highlight. Both these players, Waylay, Enjoyers, both being that main duelist for their team. But I think one of these things is not like the other, right? If we were to compare these two duelists at this point.
Oh, all I want you guys to do is just to click on Danby's profile and filter for Waylay. It's not pretty, guys. Like, the individual performances on this agent have not been good. Sometimes they're still winning despite his individual performances, but at this point, I really just want to see him play another duelist. I think he's going to be able to, maybe they won't be able to run the exact same plays, particularly on attack, but I think he's going to get more value because he's a fragger, man. Like, when I was watching this guy make people look silly in Ascension, he was looking incredible. And even some of the games initially in Pacific in kickoff, he was still playing pretty solidly. So at the end of the day, like, I want to see if Nongshim is going to keep running this Waylay and keep going through with it. Because I think if it's going to be a Waylay off, Primi looked much better on the Waylay. And I think game plan-wise, Talon's Waylay on Fracture in particular was fantastic.
Maybe 3 times a charm.
I mean,
I think that's why I didn't remember. It wasn't great. It's like I erased it from my mind. And I was
that would be
it's
fair.
not worth
It's like,
remembering.
I think it's like -10 in openers most games.
Yeah.
Just, oh my god.
I do think it's worth noting, Talon are the only non-Korean team who have been able to beat Nongshim.
That's right.
In the past. So they certainly know they know the way around this team. They have managed to overcome it before, but that was obviously before the changes with Kalura, etc. being added. So things are slightly different, but they should kind of have the read. Is you know, in theory, the coaches should have a little bit of a head start in this matchup, but we're not sure. We need to wait and see how the veto goes. That's a big thing. I think the veto is massively important for this game.
Sure.
Knowing, especially Frost, how creative he likes to get.
He was really confident in his ascent last week. I'm pretty sure one thing that all teams and coaches do is when they lose a map, they usually have a lot of learnings from it. So I wonder if this is going to be happening today.
Okay.
All right, Nongshim doing them a favor there and just saying, you know what, you shouldn't play that.
I mean, I don't know if Nongshim should play it either, to be honest. Ascent has never been a map that I've been super confident in, and again, it was a Waylay that didn't really hit the mark. But Pearl is a sick map for them, so I like that Talon is taking Pearl out, that Nongshim's not going to be able to play that. They have been able to beat pretty much everyone in Pacific on Pearl. Haven to start things off for Talon. They've been another team that goes between Yoru and Neon Yoru Neon and playing the meta comp, so we'll see what they're going to bring into that one. And then Lotus for Nongshim. Finally, guys, we're not picking Split. I love Nongshim on Lotus. I love them on the rest of the map pool. I don't really like their Split and Ascent. I think the rest of the map pool's pretty solid for them, though.
Yeah, and then we see Fracture, so we saw that Waylay there before, so if we get Summer of 3, we could well be seeing it again. I do quite like the Haven pick, because Nongshim have been banning Haven. They banned it against T1, so I think this is Frost and Talon trying to kind of spot that weakness, see if you can catch your opponents off guard in this veto. But all eyes on map 3, if you ask me. I think that Fracture would be an electric game, so let's hope it goes that far.
We're having another Fracture decider. I'm so glad we're getting a lot of Fracture before it leaves us in a few months. So I'm all for it. I'm gonna miss Fracture a lot. Riot, please. It's not too late to change your mind about that.
I mean, I've always thought Fracture should be a map that should fit Nongshim's style, personally. They are a team that likes to be active. They like that coordinated aggression. They like to be able to, you know, send the duelist in and have the supporting utility, which is why I thought Waylay was going to be a great pick for them initially. So I would love to see them incorporate Fracture more into the map pool, because I think it fits their style a lot more than them first picking things like Split and trying to make things fit on that map.
Yeah, in fact, let's pull up some of the data from Haven so far. I think we have that ready to go.
Yep. So Talon, I mean, you see them with the Yoru ISO, sorry. I don't know why I said Yoru Neo. Yoru ISO comp that's very popular at the moment. A lot of teams mixing that into their arsenal. Kahlua is a very flexible player that can, of course, hop onto a secondary duelist whenever it's needed. So him and Primi can kind of go head-to-head in that regard, but they can also play, I'd imagine, the meta comp. For Nongshim, though, they have played a little bit of Haven as well, here or there, so not super unfamiliar for them, and they did take a win over Zeta. But I believe that was during kickoff, if I remember correctly. So, and Zeta were not particularly, you know, hot in kickoff, so I don't know how much I'll be taking stock in that result specifically.
Yeah, we also know that Frost has spoken in the past about having multiple comps prepared for every map, so I think that's a big reason why we see a lot of this Yoru ISO, is because the ideas are quite simple. So it's quite easy to run this comp as well as a more detailed, util-heavy comp underneath it. So I think they'll have a bit of a decision to see which one they want to play today.
All right, well, I believe we will be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we are going to go into the second matchup of today with Haven between these two teams.
Yeah. I'm looking
Are you excited?
forward to it. Yeah, I'm excited. I think the main thing, I mean, I feel like Talon backing themselves on Haven is great. Even in kickoff, I remember them being super solid against T1, and they just won with the ISO Yoru as well, so I think that's great.
Yeah, I mean, the Yoru ISO is great because it allows your individuals to really shine, right? And, you know, Talon have Primi, Kahlua, these great individual players who can make it work. And I also think Nongshim have great individual players, but I don't really want to see that comp from them, do you?
I don't know. I don't want to see them play double duelist, but I've heard some other people say they reckon that they can do it. I've heard some people say they reckon Francis is going to play a secondary duelist or something like that. I remember Margaret playing Yoru in Ascension on Ascent. I don't ever want to see that again.
I remember that, actually. I remember that quite vividly because it was a nice moment not seeing...
They did win, though. They did win, though.
I mean, Nongshim were unstoppable in Ascension, but they are trying to find that form again, so it's can you do it against Talon today?
That is definitely a question. All right, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to be going into match 2.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
안녕하십니까?
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
저희 오늘 해볼 게임은 퍼시픽 운동회인데요. 텍스처 선수가 선서문 먼저 낭독해 주실게요.
네. 선수단 선서. 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 명예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속합니다. 약속합니다. 네.
어떤 미니 게임 할지 예상이 되시는 분 있으신가요?
저요. 그 피구.
피구?
응.
무슨
닷지볼.
피구를 어떻게 해?
그 소바 충격 화살로 그거 하는 거.
우린 소바하니까. 야, 잘하고 와.
이겨야 된다 형.
뭐라 말 좀 해라.
내가 더 날렵해.
와, 야 잠깐만 날려.
형이야. 화살은 내가 더 묵직해.
야야, 너 왜 웃어? 규혁이 너 뭐야? 젠제 화이팅!
더 크게 더 크게.
젠제 화이팅!
오.
야야야!
다 맞아. 야, 한 대만 더 맞춰봐. 형, 좀 떨어져서, 좀 떨어져서. 고수인데?
개보다래!
아니, 고수인데?
나와!
원래 지고 시작하는 거예요.
뭐래?
젠지의 경기답게.
오케이. 아, 패승승, 패승승!
승승으로 가자, 승승.
우리 승승으로 가자 임마. 이분 화이팅! 가자. 나이스. 한 대만 더.
와, 쉽다. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 자,
못해!
제발 내려. 여기.
접으세요!
형, 좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 확인차. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
아무리 묵직해도 못 맞추면은 묵직함이 필요가 없어요.
맞지. 가자. 빨리 끝내.
아,
잘한다!
야, 왜 가도?
자!
좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
이거야 임마! 신노!
아, 김범이 화이팅!
응 아니야? 김범태 화이팅!
가자.
여기.
하던 대로.
뭔데?
여기.
저기.
그렇지.
Player
우리였다.
먼저 땄어.
조용해라. VAR 판독.
판독.
젠지가 이번 포인트 가져갑니다.
아 뭐야? 오케이.
손에 땀 나는데 이거? 아, 긴장돼. 그만 맞아, 그만.
화이팅!
때 시작할 때 속이.
갑니다. 가자.
좀 봐.
여기.
가자.
여기. 나 진짜
나이스 김범태!
야, 욕심이 나오면 어떡해.
무비라 그렇게 날렵하진 않은데?
에바야, 너무 묵직한데?
아 좋았다.
복수해줘, 복수.
복수해줘?
복수해줘.
알았어.
저기 그 늙은이가 이제 스파이크 담당 연막이잖아 또.
맞긴 해. 아무래도 계속 들고 있어야지요.
잘 넘기긴 해.
난 내 안에 스파이크가 들어온 적이 없어.
내가 이번에 넣어줄게.
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보.
노장답게 잘하겠지.
살짝 아쉬울 것 같지 않아?
너무 느려.
나 느려?
아니 상대가 더 느려.
네.
파이팅! 도와줘!
어디야?
오 빠른데? 스킬을 왜?
Spike drop. I have the spike.
뭐해? 스킬 좋아. 못 찾겠지 늙어서. 못 찾겠지. 안돼. 따라가야 돼. 예측해.
어떡할래? 어떡할까? 이거 어때?
예측해서 해야 돼. 예측해서.
어때 대회네? 어때요? 나도 갈 건데? 안 돼.
확실하다요. 따라올 수가 없어.
저 웨이를 한 번도 안 해봐서 이 스킬을 모르겠어요. 잘.
안 되는데.
응원과 함께 시작할게요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
파이팅! 아이 도망가. 형도 궁 써.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
느려요.
어떻게 할 건데?
느린데.
맞춰.
우클릭 누르면 택시 한 번입니다. 여러분들께 맞던데.
놀림까지.
이렇게 할 건데.
너무 빨라.
어때?
근데 말했잖아 느리다니까. 아니 이거 확실히 잘한다 그냥 이거는. 생긴 거에 비해 날렵해.
아직 내가 더 젊다.
그런 거 같네. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
좋아. 도망가고. 좋아. 날렵해. 약간 아쉬운데? 못 찾겠지 늙어서. 말했잖아 느리다니까.
나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
I have the spike.
어떻게 할 건데? 어떻게 줄 건데? 우리 팀 나라용이야.
나 빨리 나. 응 아니야. 나한테 건데. 여기 이 클릭해 주시고 역행된다.
나 안 돌아가잖아.
눌렀어.
근데 그러면
안 돼.
넣어야 돼. 해야 돼.
아니야 역행 안 눌렀는데. 쉬운데?
안 되네.
나한테는 어려운데?
깔끔하게 이겼다.
깔끔하네. 확실하다.
나한테 너무 어려운데?
롱점프?
내 감각이 좋아야 되는데 이거. 내고 마음속 3초 생. 이게 숫자 됐거든. 확실하다.
파이팅!
1점 더 주면 안 돼.
3대 해야 돼.
안 내진다 갈보. 에이 먼저. 저는 준비됐습니다. 그래 시작해. 지금이에요. 지금이니. 레전드.
방한 거 같은데 우리.
확실하다. 야, 질 수가 없어요.
할 수 있어.
할 수 있어. 너야 너. 담비.
역교 화이팅!
이겼잖아. 확실하잖아.
야 나리브 클로즈다 임마.
잘하긴 했어. 인정할게. 내가 조금 더 잘했다.
역교야 이기면은 샤브샤브 사줄게.
가자. 형 우리는 뭐 없나? 불닭. 치즈 불닭. 형이 끓여줄게. 너 들어와 임마. 바로 들어와. 보내버렸어요. 다시.
몰수 빼.
아무. 잠깐만. 이거 떨어진 걸로 인정해야 되는 거 아니야 이거? 애교 불어봐. 한 번만.
야 넘어가자.
야 그런 말을 보면 어떡해.
너무 빨리.
아니야 내가 봤을 때 너무 빨리야.
했지?
지금 이 끝거리로상 내가 봤을 때 한 3.5초 정도 마음속으로 세야 돼. 지금.
나이스. 감 알았어 이제 질 수가 없어 이제.
불닭 없어 진다.
나 완벽한 타이밍 재버렸어 이제.
그러니까 3.5.
확인했어. 페이크 안 속네.
야수의 심장이 없다. 야수의 심장이.
3.5초가 아니라 1.5초로 들었지 너.
규혁이 3연승 하면은 소고기 사줄라 했는데.
그러면 완전 끝에 가면 이제 소고기?
완전 끝에 가면 돼. 오케이. 소고기 사줄게.
그 심장 가지고 뭐 되겠어? 난 될 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 너 먼저 해.
너부터 해.
너 먼저
해.
하겠습니다. 나 눈 감고 할게. 눈 감고.
눈 감지 마. 아이!
너무 빨리 왔다.
와 진짜.
혁기야 너만 잘하면 돼. 혁기야.
할수 있어.
혁기야 너만 잘하면 돼.
3, 4, 5.
잘 가고. 이지.
승리의 소감을 말씀해 주신다면?
쉽고 재밌었습니다.
아니 뭐 소바 이게 짬 차이가 아무리 나더라도 이게 기본의 실력이 있으니까 또.
묵직.
와. 트로피. 부럽다.
뭐야?
부럽다.
위 팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다.
우승.
기념사진 좀 찍을게요. 3, 2, 1.
He's gonna show you a picture together.
Mm-hmm.
You guys recognize it?
Hell no.
I forgot.
What?
Jet has 3 smokes, but it might be better. Wait, I don't remember this.
I forgot it.
Me either, I don't know.
This I remember.
This one is
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
for sure.
wow, this one is a horrible thing. They can't pass this way.
この時はあんま覚えてない。
This one is annoying. I don't like ranked when Rain is again.
Oh, when you can on both at the same time, right? So it's OP.
No, at that time I think this one is not OP, I guess.
初めて見ました。
Who the this guy?
Vision Striker Specs.
これは覚えてます。
Did we stack?
You.
これ覚えてる人いるかな。
So this is the Korean team.
Oh, this is. Wait, you were in. Did you use the same name?
Yeah.
You know, me and Jinmung is quite we competing each other so long time since 21.
Oh.
What? This guy looks like 괜찮아. Ding 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 ding. You look
Yeah,
older,
younger
bro.
now, yeah?
Younger now, yeah.
Yeah.
Same like me, bro. I think everyone know that.
No, classic stacks.
The mouse kiss.
The mouse kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, classic. You same, bro.
Yeah, same.
You same.
Really? So long ago.
So you're like 16?
No, I was 17, I think. So young.
Really getting old, bro.
I'm already a boomer.
Hello guys, I'm Stax from T1 VALORANT. I play VALORANT since beginning.
こんにちは、TFM のジンブンです。バロラント始めてから始めました。
Hello everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from Paper X and I've been playing Valorant from the beginning.
Hello, I'm Cruz, and I'm from TLN Esports. I've been playing Valorant since the start as well. For me, he's the same. Toxic.
What do you mean toxic, bro? I'm not toxic. I'm kind of guy.
You fake kind guy.
Not fake. After break time, you come follow the blue stuff, bro.
My first match ever was against you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Reina?
Yes.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah,
at the
Reina
Haven.
Haven.
Yeah.
I was complaining in a scrim and I played against him, and then his race was so annoying, and I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, this
true.
guy is so annoying. So I told my teammate, play like him.
ステッ選手なんだけど、初めての、会ったのは覚えてないけど、大会で配信で見て、熱い男だなって。
The most memorable thing was probably qualifying for my first tournament. It was really a big surprise to me because I never expected to qualify for a tournament like that. When I was playing professionally, I was just playing casually with friends, you know. I didn't expect to make it this far. Somehow I'm here today.
一番覚えてるのは、ティアンを上がってきて、最初の試合が一番 圧もかかってるし、ちょっと熱かったと思います。
I think personality-wise, of course, I feel it changed. Last time I'm more like introverted, but now slightly better, I think.
I become more calm, I guess, because I getting older and then I think a lot. So yeah.
僕いた本当にゲーム始めた時はランクでボイス使わなくてもう全部意見とかも無視してもうゲームする人だったけど、まあ、せっかく時代が変わっててそうしたら絶対うまくならないなって思ってもう頑張って書いたけどまだ足りないですね。
For me, it's
Nothing
like
changed.
a lot of change. For
Really?
me, yeah, because I was like hype man. I was like ah, and then now I feel like when I have a lot of kids in the team, I can't be always mad anymore because they will be very sad if I'm always mad. So I need to come back to being the same guy I was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's like I change all the time.
All these old players is like we play against them like when I'm like a kid, you know, like 17, 18 years old. I remember just starting out. Yeah, definitely it's like nostalgic, you know, like just thinking of all those times.
その先輩っていうかその長くやってる人を見ててすごいなって思ってもっと頑張れたのですごいリスペクトしてます。
Yeah, I can remember Jinbong. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good aimer. I think Munchkin few times. Yeah, not many.
なんかまだ強い人とまだ会えてないなって感じあるので多分モンチキンさんとかそのチーム時代でちょっと強さを感じたので。
I agree. Munchkin, insane. I pressed tab 18 and 2, and I'm like, okay. Next, for me, I think it was 2022. The only team we couldn't beat was them. So the next tournament, Copenhagen, the finals, I was like, okay, guys, we all agreed that let's just run it down. And it was 3-0.
I think it has to be Demon 1. That guy, I just remember whenever we play him, it's like you cannot even jiggle pick him, you know? You jiggle pick him, you just get one tap.
X10 against Envy. I think that was the first time Pacific team ever beat NA. And my life's changed after that game in Thailand. People know me, stuff like that.
That thing's crazy.
That's why
Superstar.
I think like that. And then I checked my Instagram. Not a lot of followers.
I think against NRG in Tokyo, it's really fun to play CGRS because I think he's like a really good teammate. Like he just makes the team very hyped and happy. So he played really well and it was really, really fun. I played you in Tokyo first game.
We got destroyed by you guys. Yeah. That's bad.
Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. For you, bro. For me, it's the first international Masters, Berlin Masters. It was first. Yeah, when I was in the Vision Strikers. If we gonna made the playoff, we can qualify for the champions.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we made a playoff, and then we go to home. We met the Gambit, bro.
Oh yeah.
Prime Gambit.
Yeah, Prime Gambit.
Every player improved a lot, but I miss the older player, like ex-Gambit player, like Shadows. First I met him in the Berlin. He looks like kind of UFC fighter. Really, he beard and the muscle and height, right? And then he's the first time he met me. Hey, you have a lighter? And then, yeah, I have that.
I feel like now May has improved a lot. He was good, but he wasn't
He was a support.
so good like now. I feel like now May has improved a lot. So I think May.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think maybe like 3-4 years ago, the game was way more simpler. Maybe when you execute side, it's just like smoke and flash. But now there's like stun, bomb, flash,
sit down. Nowadays, everyone is the burst shot, you know? Move and burst shot. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Back in the day, we see, we crouch, we spray. And then we won. Easy one. Real man fight, you know? Everyone is just like beep, 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 beep. Everyone Michael Jackson, bro. I want to see more agent over the 100 agents.
Too many stakes, too many.
Yeah, but at the time we're not gonna play. We just watching. we just watching the chicken. 없으면 좋겠다고 했어? 유지됐으면 좋겠다고?
아니요, 바뀌는 건 좋은데.
너무 많이 추가되는 거라.
바뀌는 건 좋은데 결국 프로니까 이게 돼서 메타 바뀌는 건 좀 빡세가지고. 僕もバランスが面白いからずっとやってます。
First thing is a fan, of course, right? And then,
This
that thing.
I lift weights because this year I lift weights because practice lifting trophy.
Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. Whether we are winning or losing, it really means a lot to us. And
keep on supporting us, whether you're Thai or not.
ステージ1も頑張っていきたいと思います
이제 시작했기 때문에 아직 할 일이 많다고 생각을 해서 더 재밌는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
It's Creamy, Wild Oreo, Forsaken, and Kelly S.
Flex?
Flex, they all play Flex agent.
Flex?
Yeah, I think Flex.
Why? Flex? Younger guys, young boys.
It's not the this. Confirm.
Confirm.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
One rifle for Shiro.
Swing out, multiplayer phase here. That shield and Famous just sliding forward, able to find him with the classic. Crystal putting it back eventually, but it's Shiro barrel stuffing Crystal. Going for the Hunter's Fury. Knows that the counter swing is going to be pretty much instantaneous, and Shiro.
Seen too much in terms of the leaders as well. So right now sticking to this setup, especially Buzz still opping away the tops of pipes as well. Stacks is nearby. Oh, Buzz swaps over to the Headhunter, and instantly with that. Oh! It's going to be map point, so hopefully the stack helps him out. It's Forsaken up to the top of Rumble. Ooh, finds texture, but still the sprays from Karen over. He shrouded steps way past them.
Yes, on the reposition, Patrick Hu forced away as the flash comes in. Nice drag across. Famous going to be taken down. Hell yes, looks to absolutely shatter their hopes here on this C site. This ace. And it looks like Global, it looks like they're willing to die to give it to them. They do lose out on an additional player.
Gen G, the 9-3. Salvos at least, just in case, but ultimately PaperX has the site currently. Munchkin though, happy to play off first. PaperX now in for a bit of a triple, but what is that spray? Oh, he's getting the transfer, he's getting
Let's fly.
This is VCT Pacific Stage 1. Let's make some noise and light up the arena. Rise Pacific. VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
the way. I don't wanna wait. Time to celebrate. Let's celebrate. Live life on the edge. Ain't no time for bed. Wake up, sleepyhead. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate.
Oh, when I'm just about to give in. Oh, I can feel it under my skin. Oh no, now I'm looking for a way in. I'm done pretending. I know nothing happens in a heartbeat, but I've been feeling the heat. Oh no, now I'm walking down 10th Street. Full of that energy. All my life, I've been wanting to do so much more. Now I know I'm getting higher. 'Cause you can't knock me down. Get higher. I'm gonna run this town. Yeah. 'Cause I can see the stars above me. I know that one of them is for me. Higher. Get higher. I know I'm about to be discovered. I'm done standing down, I'm doing better. I'ma keep on dreaming, keep on trying. I know I'm stronger. All my life, I've been wanting to do so much more. Now I know I'm getting higher. 'Cause you can't knock me down. Get higher. I'm gonna run this town. Yeah. 'Cause I can see the stars above me. I know that one of them is for me. Higher. Get higher. Recordé lo bueno que es estar sin él. Ven, mírame, ven y sorpréndete que sé que estás. Quieres saber si estoy dispuesta a pasar. Darte tu musa, tu villana TV. Ven que te esperas y que ven, mírame. Ven y sorpréndete que sé que estás. Quieres saber si estoy dispuesta a pasar. Darte tu musa, tu villana TV. Ven que estoy ready, babe. Fluye rápido, me sorprendí. Recordé lo bueno que es estar sin él. Si estoy dispuesta a pasar. Darte tu musa, tu villana TV. Ven que estoy ready, babe.
끝나고 나니까 진짜 해냈다라는 생각이 들어가지고 엄청 기뻤던 것 같아요. 바로 일어나서 제가 가운데 자리를 봤는데 아직도 마크 선수가 앉아 있더라고요. 그래서 저는 많은 감정을 느꼈구나라고 생각이 들었어요.
킥오프 우승은 거쳐가야 할 단계 중에 하나였고 저에겐 아직 가야 할 길이 많기 때문에 킥오프 우승했다고 끝나는 게 아니잖아요.
남들한테 지는 거는 싫어하기 때문에 절대 안 지고 이겨보겠습니다.
이번 스테이지 원도 DLX가 가져가겠습니다. 저희 알파조에 우승팀들이 많이 모여... 이거 말이 좀 어려워요. 퍼시픽 챔피언들이 다 모여 있어. 저희 알파조에 퍼시픽 챔피언들이 다 모여 있잖아요. 오케이. 그 챔피언들끼리의 싸움을 눈여겨보시면은 그것도 재밌을 것 같아요.
저희가 킥오프 때 좀 많은 시련들이 있었지만 그래도 방콕은 갈 수 있지 않을까라는 생각은 하고 있었는데 결국 못 가게 돼서 좀 개인적으로는 충격이었던 것 같아요. 일단 제가 잘해줘야지 팀원들이 올라올 수 있다고 생각을 해서 제가 개인적으로 노력했습니다.
알파조에 쟁쟁한 팀들이 많아서 전부 다 경쟁 상대라고 생각하고 있고요.
일단 당연히 젠진 들어가고 그다음 BRX, PRX 저는 그래도 개인적으로 TFM이 올라오지 않을까 생각합니다. PRX 이기는 거 보니까 잘하던데요.
ペパレックス戦に勝った後は、周りからもすごく褒められたんですけど、自分たちの納得いく結果ではなかったので、マスターズを目指してもっと上に行けたらなと思います。
グループアルファにはみんなが全部のチームがパシフィック優勝しているチームだと思います。だからこそ、戦うのがすごい楽しみです。
グループアルファの方が、多分6分の4が突破できると思うんですけど、その4に入るのが難しいかなと思ってるんですけど、最終的にどのチームにも勝たなきゃいけないっていうのは同じなので、グループアルファですけど突破できるように頑張りたいと思ってます。
About our group, I will say, it's the same thing with Omega. Have insane teams, have just good teams, have a decent teams. So just basically, we just need to came to the tournament, to the stage 1, and start immediately being stronger, being strong on the stage.
I think VRX is traditional powerhouse in Pacific. We let the other team take the trophies twice, but the third one is ours.
We're gonna do our best to qualify for a playoffs first and then qualify to Toronto.
As I've seen, there's a lot of good teams on our group. There's like Genji and Jack and so on. So I think for sure we're gonna make it into the playoffs, like top 4. For me, we're keeping an eye on almost every team, on our group. But I'm focusing more on the top teams because I know we're capable of defeating them. Okay, so going into stage 1, since we have had more time to prepare, we'll be more confident and just trust in our practice. And with that, we'll take down the rest of the teams.
We play a match like in scrims. I think we're pretty confident that we're gonna like at least make it to top 4 in Alpha Group. We will be a different Boom eSport than what you expect.
저희 첫 상대가 붐인데 그냥 이길게요.
Danger of service here. I have a big respect for the 3 players, but for other 2, I don't know who are they.
Our goal for a stage 1, destroying everyone.
It's okay what the rest of the team think because we also think that they are all the weakest in the group.
2025년은 DRX의 해가 될 겁니다.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. TLN.
Yeah, it's a whole new level.
Wake up, back fam. We are back. We are on week 3 VCT Pacific, and we are about to watch Talon Esports face off against Nongshim Red Force. Now, Talon, we've seen them make lots of really good changes with 2 rookies coming in on the squad there. Last week, not so great. Cruz, we could see in that content video that you guys got to watch a lot during that gear issue change. He needs to step up, he said. He feels a lot of pressure being their bigger brother there, and he wants to be able to perform like he did 2 years ago. And he was talking about just how important it is to be able to frag out the server.
Yeah, I mean, Talon eating a slice of humble pie served up warm by RRQ last week, but they've got a lot of development to be doing, and perfect stage for them in the round robin format, and another great test against Nongshim here.
Now, that's right, Nongshim have been tested by Talon. It was Talon Esports that knocked Nongshim out of kickoff. So I'm sure there's a little bit of a revenge map happening here. Nongshim, though, this Ascension team is looking very good as well.
Yeah, they're still yet to hit their dizzying heights of last year, I would say, but things are slowly coming together for this roster. I think it's just a matter of time until they find what's going to click for them again in the same way that it did last year. And both these teams in the middle of the table, so every win is massive for them.
Absolutely. We got to find out who our first qualified playoffs team is earlier today. It's one of the Ascension teams. Boom, is Nongshim going to be the other one joining the group here? And of course, we saw the map Vito earlier. Today, Haven's going to be the very first map on the table.
Yeah, I think Nongshim, very lofty expectations of themselves. A lot of people very lofty expectations of Nongshim. Definitely more room for improvement for both of these teams. So I think this is going to be a very interesting match to watch, to kind of feel them out, see how they're going to go and develop throughout the rest of this round robin, and whether either of them are going to start that upwards trajectory they're going to need to be able to make a deeper run in towards the playoffs should they make it there.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think both of these teams in their current form don't feel playoff ready, don't feel championship ready, but that's the good thing about a longer season, is they can take this week by week and now start to come into their stride. So that's really what we're looking for both of these teams. Find some momentum and get it going from now.
Now, Talon has a very interesting win-loss pattern. It's like a candy cane, win-loss, win-loss. And last match, they lost against RRQ. Does this mean a win for Talon Esports today? We're just going by pure pattern.
I mean, depends how superstitious you are.
Going by smoke signals, tarot cards. I know you love the tarot cards at the moment, Vic.
You guys love the tarot cards because they speak truth, and I don't know what they say for Talon today or Nongshim, and here are the agents.
Yeah, Nongshim going back to a similar kind of formulation than what they've traditionally run on Haven over there in Ascension. Saw Darby on the Neon, and I'm very glad that he's going to stick to that.
It's Neon, woo! Over across on Talon, we see them sticking with this Yoro ISO combo that we've seen from them before. Cruz did mention in the interview how Boaster from Fnatic gave him some tips for this comp, and we just saw Boaster fry Vitality, so let's see if they picked anything up.
Yeah, that's really important. You can't just use the comp and think you can do what the team does. So getting that advice, definitely very helpful. All right, we're gonna go into the second series of today, and to take us through that is our casters. It is Quack and Komodo.
All right, thank you very much, Victoria. Yeah, we're going to be back into this one. Both teams raring to go right now. Both teams also, one win, one loss apiece.
Yeah, and in the first series as well, both being able to reverse sweep it, but then the second series in the O2 fashion. So one of the teams is going to break the curse in towards this one, but maybe, one of the teams on the stage is going to follow in pursuit of another Ascension team. Maybe we'll see.
Very, very good Ascension matches today. We shall see how it all fares out, though. I mean, currently, I feel like the biggest analytical point that we can kind of point out is the fact that Demby not on Waylay.
Not on Waylay. Demby not on Waylay. Woo! No, Neon, I mean, a lot of people would think that he's like, he's got he can only play Neon, but we've seen some pretty proficient things from him on the Jet, for example. It's just that the Waylay, I don't know. I agree with Pilsky that they shouldn't be forcing this one out if they don't necessarily need to. And he does. I mean, to be fair, he does look better on Neon, let's be real.
It's true. Well, Hamquack, this is Komodo, and this is Nongshim versus Talon right on towards Haven, where Nongshim starts out on the attack. Recon, where's that going? At least a little bit more information outside A long, but towards the back of B site. Took a while to get there. Nongshim poking just somewhat, but then to hover around the edge of this dark cover. A bit of a trade going through.
Cheeky. Not gonna lie, but the trades do favor Talon at the moment. Looking for some more, and that'll bring a bit of stability, won't it, Quack?
Kind of a collateral as well. Does bring things down to a 1-on-2 where Primi is low, but does still have kind of the double tap shield going off. Jit Boys, though, with the crunch, trying to push his way up mid.
There was timing, though. If Ivy did choose to take the duel against Primi, break the shield, get the shot, it would be a 1 versus 1. But he hasn't seen where Jit Boys was playing whatsoever yet. So it really just does come down to a little bit of luck for Ivy. And what corners he kind of just wants to disregard here.
Needs to bunch up together. Ivy going in for peaks. Oh, what? He goes in for the crouch. He finds the flicks, goes back and forth, and even takes down Premi with a wall bang.
Mate, I just got Icebox vibes from him again, playing around yellow, where he's done kind of the same thing on the pistol round when he's come out with the 4K, right? Again, just another, well, like, I think that's a well-orchestrated idea from Talon. Don't get me wrong, it's a 2 versus 1. You're playing together, double peeking it out, but Primi, I mean, he wasn't even the first intended target. He's just missed his shots there.
And that's also just incredible mechanical skill coming out from the player who has 4 frags already on the board from Nongshim. At the same time, though, Talon not backing down. You've got Killua dancing with danger around the edge of this dark cover.
Yep, you got to be careful if you're going to run in towards 2 duelists in a little bit of a crossfire and you only have the Marshal. But if you do it just like that, not too bad.
So at least able to regain some control, Nongshim. I mean, the entire game plan for Talon, especially with a double duelist, is to continue to find more.
I think the biggest thing for Talon at the moment is good ideas, right? Something that we heard of earlier and questioned about their Ascent play. This is a good idea from them, though, but patience from Nongshim.
Okay, not spotted right now either. You do have a Cypher. Jitboy's up towards C-Long.
Well, you did. Now it's all down to the timing when you're going to hear the rotations eventually,
yes.
and Margaret's kind of just lurking up.
Past tense, Margaret lurking back, might be able to flank Talon as well. It is a pistol after all, but currently, just positionally, Nongshim able to run circles around Talon. Slight collat does tag up Cruz. Possibly looking for the repeat as well. Wow, he knows that Cruz is looking for the hop back up into him. So reloads, gets away with 3 kills.
And just at the end of this one as well here, Quack, this is looking like a bit of a different start compared to the Team Secret game that we did have for Talon, right? Team Secret did pick up that pistol, and then they answered back with the second round force up and managed to find it. So for this time, at least in the beginning stages, right, it was the changing of sides and Talon was on attack, but they're not going to be able to answer back with a bit of a cheeky round here. It's going to be 4 all alive at the end for Nongshim, which means this is what they will be carrying into the bonus round, and Talon are going to look to bring up some weaponry.
And look at this, Ivy in round 3, 1 away from the Hunter Sphere already as well.
Yep, and that's going to be pretty cheeky if he's able to find that one. Not going to lie, you're not going to have too much of an answer on the side of Talon if that's able to find, you know, one of the bolts or albeit a kill. So you want to see some sort of ideas come out from Talon. I think more importantly for me, I want to see some stability if they're getting some opening kills. I want to see how they're going to be fashioning Primi and Killua around on these double duelists as well.
You did mention a little bit before we started the game as well that Francis is now on the Teo.
Yeah, usually on the Breach. Well, I say usually, last time on the Breach, but with the new changes that are all coming through and this new style for Nongshim and just the fact that Teo is in the game, it's not a bad idea to be playing for him. And Francis, I mean, pretty proficient on the Teo.
And right now, just playing it safe around C, does have the stealth drone, and with it being shot down by Primi, he has some information to work off of. At the same time, though, the rest was Nongshim pushing in towards this B site, but it's just a bit of a ruse. We're going B in towards C. Pi now has to hold, but he's not quite able to do that. Primi just stuck and trapped inside this little cubby position while Jitboys tries to creep up around from the back. Primi able to gun down the first, and he's happy to take some duels, but Nongshim knows better than that to give him the 1v1s. They are looking for that 2v1. Now Jitboys has to create a little bit more space, not quite able to do that. It's Nongshim picking up the bonus.
Really nice ideas from them as well, right? When you're going up for a little bit of this garage stall, you got a great paranoia on towards the seaside as well to off-put your opposition Sova. You see Danby opening up on towards Cruz as well, and he just make it a little bit awkward. Margaret, I've always been, a big fan of this guy, but the way that he's able to just slip the net a lot of the times, I think he's only going to improve in his little lurk rolls, specifically on a map like Haven. You're going to always kind of question where is he going to be around the map. But more importantly here, Quack, that's the bonus round going Nongshim's way.
Right. Outlaw now being purchased up as well by Margaret. And Nongshim are happy to play out the pace. A point of discussion that we had from before as well was that Talon, whilst having, some of the optimal agent compositions that they're looking for, kind of go off towards other portions of the map sometimes, not knowing how to pilot these compositions optimally.
A bit of a disconnection between what you would assume to be an agent of 5, strengths versus weaknesses,
that
and,
was
and how
last
you want
week.
to play towards their strengths.
We'll see if they've kind of read up more from their drawing board.
Yeah, well,
since it's been a week against that game against RQ.
Yeah, that's it, right? You'd have a week to kind of, voice your ideas as a team and what you want to do, have your coach's input as well.
Jovi and Frost.
Take flight.
Known to be very impactful coaches, but currently right now just off to the pistols. Talon going for the stack.
Yeah, and they're going to see no one's home as well, and eventually that trap wire is going to be destroyed, and you've already got 2 people. Maybe you can make it 3 as well. Watching for the flank doesn't really matter. Margaret's just going to delete them with the Outlaw. He'll farm up towards his own ultimate, and now it's anyone's guess as, where's Jitboys coming from, huh?
Yeah, I know it's just a pistol, but still, the fact that it was kind of Galad as well, 2 shots both fired off, that was pretty darn lovely. Just Jitboys left, low HP, kind of know where he is.
Now you
actually looking to build up towards these alt points. Nongshim staying ahead of the game, but all right, clear trade.
Maybe they should have given him a sprayable gun for a close quarters duel. It doesn't matter. He still gets an ult port technically and losing his life, and it was just against the pistols, and only one player losing their life on the side of Nongshim. So it's A-okay. This time, more importantly, though, we're going to see Talon back to answer with the weaponry and hopefully able to fashion up an idea on their defensive side. We're seeing Nongshim already play with a little bit of the pivot timing, grouping up together. Operator out for Killua as well. And that'll be positioned more towards the A side of things if he's able to get on the sewers line and gate crash out of there.
We'll see.
I like that smoke as well. Makes things quite sticky for Killua.
But one thing we can point out at the same time is how Nongshim are carefully dissecting their way across the map.
Yep. Problem is, though, they are a team that does like to gather this garage control. Difference now from the breach is on the Teo. Francis can lead with the drone and try and sniff something out for the team. They're not going to be able to find any garage space, of course, but they are going to be able to spot out 2 players there. So it gives you a bit of an idea as Nongshim on where you want to transition at the minute mark.
Yeah, taking some time to bait out Thai's paranoia as well. So
yeah,
that could alleviate some pressure. Nongshim then regroups back into C.
And salvos are online as well now for Francis, so they're going to be able to go and do one of their true, tried, tested C takes that you would expect them to be playing in their scrims.
That's right, explode back into the side. Salvo's already away. You've got the fast lane as well. Cruz instantly recognizes this and tries to play into a more defensive position. But here comes that kill contract as well. Primi trying to create a little bit more of an advantage for his team, but falls to Danby.
Yep, and remember, Margaret is on the lurk up the guts of mid right now.
Still lurking. Meanwhile, the remaining Talon players trying to regroup. Thought about maybe using the position around Garage, but you, of course, still have Killua on this off.
Yeah, but Margaret is keeping Killua in check.
Yeah, that's why Killua's kind of backing off as well. Feeling like the call to a save, so Talon trying to head back into a safer position, but not expecting Ivy to be around grass. Good little trade from Thai. Now, where has Margaret slipped to? Wondering about it. You hear some footsteps as well, but knowing to stay disciplined so as to not peek.
Oh,
spots the third as well. Well, the quad as Francis falls. Still, nonetheless, a good little round for Nongshim, but an ace picked up post-round by Thai.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things.
And he's an Omen as well.
There's enough economy on the side of Nongshim that that's not going to impact them really, especially even if they win the next round, right? They're just going to be building back up their economy towards the max.
It would matter for a bit of a morale boost.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's had a little bit of a, I don't want to say fall off or anything like that, but a rougher series last time compared to the first one, right? Where him and Killua really came out guns a-blazing. So yeah, you're going to have some coach intervention this time in the 5-0 that Nongshim have, been playing pretty followable, to be honest. It's just good old-fashioned play with some rotates, some good layering of utility.
100%. That's just Nongshim playing their composition now, especially now that they have this Teho in play.
I think more importantly, especially that we don't have a Waylay in play.
Another great point, Komodo. This is why you are my co-caster. But at the same time, taking a look at how Talon, it's not as though we can really fault Talon for how they're trying to play around the macro game. They had positions in place, especially around Garage. They reacted in kind. They threw out that paranoia. But Nongshim just evaded all of that. So needing an extra layer to come into play to get some reads, good reads against Nongshim and how they're trying to pilot this composition. We've seen the B hits, the garage pressure, and off the timeout now Nongshim all of a sudden, trying to go back with the stack in towards A. Op being pulled out by Killua.
He's on the line, but you do already have a bit of a cross from Persia rather, and it'll be first casualty.
Yeah, first elimination does gate crash away into safety as well. And then you've got the duo of Primi and Cruz to both block down Sewer.
Difference this time for Nongshim. That's 2 individual peaks with no trade potentials to come on out. So if that's an opportunity for Talon to capitalize, you would hope to see that, Nongshim reel that in and maybe Talon can play a little bit more on that if they're gifted it.
Flash and jump peek. Meanwhile, you've got Margaret still on the lurk mission. Trying to look if someone would,
And if you can get into C, it's good, but you're already seeing Talon adjust to play a retake over there if they do need to. And I like the idea, right? It's 5 versus 3. You've got a dimensional drift if you do need.
At the same time, yeah, you know, he's holding these positions, hoping to see if someone would push into his crosshairs so that he can find that punish, find that numbers advantage again. But Talon are playing it safe. And this is, once again, what you're seeing off of the coach timeouts, which is a very lovely sight. Talon now regrouping all in full round spawn.
So the 5 versus 3, do you send in Killer with the Dimensional Drift? You do. Cruz has been gifted at the Operator in this one. So
Margaret, though.
Yeah, let's see if he can get up Lurk or if Talon can get this retake.
Looked around at the wrong time. It's going to be Shitboys who takes him down first. And here comes the Euro utility. Francis, though, able to withstand it somewhat until Primi comes in with a triple of his own. And that's going to be the first round picked up after 5 by Talon.
Nicely done. Nicely done from them. They do not falter when the first kill and the second kill is found. There's a couple of, trades that go around the seaside there, but it's just, back onto what's going to be a successful win condition, right? Play on the back of that Dimensional Drift, sniff out all the information, get your team to get the kills where needed. A bit of extra utility is always going to be a helpful thing as well.
The desk was kind of wondering, though, why this Haven was even selected, seeing how, Nongshim kind of didn't really pick it at first, but it's not quite the scoreline that we were anticipating.
No, not at all. Whether you call it jitters or just, not a good idea at the very beginning. Nongshim, I don't think they would have expected Haven to come on out, or maybe they did, right? Because they had been banning it and they leave it open. You're always going to have those sort of ideas that we can ramble on, but we never really know. Now, this is a bit of a problem for Nongshim because Killua is getting on a very powerful Operator line.
Able to get Crash away as well. Finds the first pick, and with the slide anticipated coming through. Additional support from Jitboys, who places down a Cyber Cage to continue playing around this spot. Meanwhile, Killua has already gotten away with Daylight Robbery.
That drone removes the trap wire that was in Garage, but it's kind of all for naught now because there's no space that Nongshim have been able to get.
And you have 2 Talon players watching round C as well as A-Link. Try as they might, Nongshim, they have been shut off a lot of these entryways.
Yeah, and it's another 5 versus 3 situation, right?
Trying to at least gets the smokes out, maybe to reposition and find a pick. But as Margaret continues to lurk, he gets spotted out by Cruz.
And immediately going to be droning out for some further information as well. So Talon are playing towards the time. In a situation like this, they don't necessarily need to take any risks and go deeper, though as I say that, Cruz starts to do so, finds the right kill. Does have Primi behind him, don't forget.
And that's extra confidence as well for the captain of Talon. Unfortunately falls by Persia's hands. But thankfully you have teammates enough around the site as well. So 15 seconds left now for Nongshim. Continuing to push past. You got Primi inside of the smoke. He hears the tap, looking for his opportunity. Springs! The trade found by Francis. Of course, the round already picked up by Talon, but can they get more kills? Thai will deliver.
Able to double down on this one now. Again, another good pass mark for Talon. On the back of finding some opening kills that there's not really any big exchanges on, right? You've got the Operator pushing down when you have the camera to find the first little contact of info. Dambi tries to answer back in kind pretty swiftly, but is shut down as quick as he was trying to begin it. And it just leaves not enough for Nongshim at the tail end of that in the 3 versus 5 deficit to bring it back. So wouldn't be surprised if they want to try and get something a little bit quicker happening now that they've got the Overdrive, now they've got the Armageddon. You can see that the setup around C is a little bit more of the passive nature.
Oh, he's waiting for a bit more of a tell from Nongshim.
This is a very powerful drone at the moment to sniff out a lot from Francis, because that essentially clears everything that they're not there. They don't even need to invest the Armageddon to gain control of the site. Camera's still available too, by the way.
Yeah, still staying hidden, tucked away. Smoke dissipates, and Shitboys will get away.
Oh, here we go.
With the kill contract. Primi missed his mark the first time. Will he deliver this time?
Oh, sharp shot.
Instant flick.
Good luck there.
Still though, Margaret instantly deletes Cruz. No more Hunter's Fury available.
But there is an Armageddon and salvos for Francis. You have to remove these.
So needing to push further up in towards C long. Primi thinks to send out the Convergence Shield just to provide his teammates with additional cover. Ult's baited out, tapped onto the spike. looking to re-tap, and that's when Francis spams away with the Guardian. Killua comes for the trades, more trades going through, but Margaret collects on all of these heads, and Nongshim will be able to pick up another round for their belt.
Yeah, at the end they're not sure if anyone's actually able to be on the spike after it is tapped and they get the first kill. You know, you're never going to know if they are body blocking or not, so the idea to just all be in the open and take those fights, they've got the numbers there and they've thrown Talon a little bit of a spanner in the works there. Nicely done though from Primi in the ult at least. I think you'll take that away, that he's going to be winning those ones hopefully more than last time.
Fair enough.
But it's back, you know, to steady the ship on the side for Nongshim.
Yeah, it was somewhat of an expensive round having spent the Armageddon, but still you can feel its effect. Next round coming up though, once again, we have Killua with the op.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a different look as well. Margaret had caged the previous round. This time they're going to dark cover for the silent creep up. There was a camera though down in sewers, and Primi is at the top of it.
Yeah, because it's a dark cover, you can possibly anticipate more than one player.
Ooh.
And Cruz will send in the Hunter's Fury to check, does get away with one kill. Killua with an op shot as well. The spike has been dropped around sewer, where Persia does find a bit of a trade. Killua trades right back.
Yep.
Just Francis left. He might have the spike, but he's up against 4.
And it's another situation where Talon find themselves for, albeit a moment, a small moment, a 3 versus 5 opening engagement going their way. So they haven't dropped these yet. I don't expect this one to really be any different. You play 1 versus 4, right? You just play on the back of where Francis gives you the information.
What's it going to be, Francis? Doesn't go for the tap. 40 seconds on the clock. You certainly don't want to head back too much because players could have set themselves up behind as well. So he goes in for the tap now. And it's going to be met with the paranoia and shock darts, both of them.
And a drone.
Drone spotted out, tries to go in for a cheeky peek down in towards Link, but shot down by Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way that you're going to be able to win that, right? When you've got the dart available, you've got the op line being held from spawn as well, you've got the paranoia at the ready, some shock darts, you're kind of being thrown everything your way. Good start from them, as I mentioned, the 3 versus 5, so these sort of opening engagements, right, you kind of want to reel in a little bit as Nongshim. It might give you a little bit more value if you're droning early on to clear some forward lines first. You know, if you're wanting to go to this A site, for example, again, droning down sewers, droning down long first to push them off the line. If it's mid, you know, you're not necessarily going to want to all run out in towards what now is the operator holding the line for Killua.
Oh, all right. Slight whiff though, but still, given the fact that it is Nongshim on a bit of a half buy with the Sheriffs in play, they are being blocked off very quickly with the utility from Talon. Second shot through, and that finds the spot. Francis's head blown clean off, and now 3 players left to pick up the pieces.
So it's another 3 versus 5.
And it just shows Talon playing a cerebral game of reading how Nongshim wants to work their way across the map. Initially, you know, previous sites, this time slight rush in towards B, and it's quickly dealt with.
I mean, in these sort of situations, it should be bread and butter at the moment, right? It should just be 3 versus 5. We play retake if we need to. We've got the numbers. We're in another situation where we've got a dimensional drift. We absolutely can use it here to try and 100% the remainder of this round.
Cruz back into heaven. Great spot to send in more darts, possibly the recon to aid the retake as well. Still though, 3 players from Nongshim, not out of the question yet. Trying to peek through, but the dimensional drift definitely forces them to disperse so darn much. Flashes and fake outs as well. Cruz with the op does find one, and then the entire squad marches into sight, taking dames and just kicking everyone's butt. And that's going to be Talon, slowly but surely climbing their way back up to a 6.
If there was a world in which there was a gun available for Nongshim and that reveal comes out and Margaret, you know, might even be on the right line without the Sheriff, not even a reload, you know, could have got a lot of damage, but we're not in that world, unfortunately. And Talon starting to get this idea on the defensive side on how they want to navigate it, right? We haven't really seen good success so far this this split from Talon in when they're starting off on the defensive side and how they're converting that into a win, right? It's been pretty abysmal for them. So at least here they're making it challenging and forcing out some timeouts, forcing out some discussions. 6-4, still not a bad scoreline when you consider for Nongshim. And on their attacking side, right, it was the 8-4 half that they had against Zeta once upon a time over in kickoffs.
Yeah, that's a while back.
I say once upon a time because, you know, albeit it's a while ago, it is 4 same agents, right? Slight difference when you consider Francis from the Breach on towards the Teo. You can play that quite similarly.
But that's where I do wonder, you know, you do have more options as well, you know, comparable to a Breach for sure, but currently the recurring theme of today's games has been early op picks or early op presence. Now we're seeing that in the form of Killua. Nongshim needing to carve out a solution to, you know, either push him off of his sightlines or find a way to get a pinch onto him.
And that's something that these drones are going to be able to do, right? The stealth drone, the owl drone. So I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing that invested a bit more in the early stages for them to try and find the, find where the operator is or is not. This is going to be a big round in terms of the ult economy, though. We've got 4 available for Nongshim. And in this sort of time, when there's 2 rounds left in the half, you know, dip in towards it, maybe find them.
Back into A, and you have those salvos already sent out to deal with, you know, Killua if he is holding A long, but he is not. This time, he's over on C.
2 drones really early on clears all of your pathing, ready to do a you know, big explosion in towards the site. Though, for Danby, his signature of kind of sprinting on in and sliding down, those traps would shut that down. Plant established.
Yeah,
5.
Not quite yet to be seen. A secondary trip as well.
5 versus 5 retake.
And you also have Primi with another kill contract. Needs to find the right spot for it, though. Currently just Jit Boys to find some information with a peek out of heaven. And here comes that kill contract.
Oh, lost it.
With the burst as well. It's Persia who takes him down instead, and here comes Danby with the overdrive. Continuing to laser his way through, preventing Talon from jumping down. Cruz can't find any space. The rest of the team trying to break their way through a link, but simple peeks out from Danby. Cruz now continuing to jiggle, but the burst again from Margaret. And with that, Nongshim able to collect the site and moves forward onto a 7th.
Yeah, if they've got all their key components available to play around the side as well, right? Makes it a little bit more difficult for Talon to establish a really good retake. They've been successful in using this dimensional drift, playing on the back of these 5 versus 3s. So the difference is where we're not seeing these 5 versus 3s and we're seeing the early drones clear all of the space that they need to, getting in toward the site relatively silently. They do have the key numbers to be able to just focus on these duels, let Danby do what Danby does best and try and jiggle around the site, get all the shots. Everyone watches their lines. Nicely done.
If I may, though, Komodo, I'm also a little bit concerned. We've seen Primi whiff 2 of his kill contracts now.
Yes.
He's been a little bit quiet since kickoffs.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
That's fair. I mean, there's always an adjustment period for a team when you change 2 players and you put him back onto a role that we're kind of expecting him to flourish in. There is, you know, a lot on his shoulders on this roster.
He does sound a lot more comfortable if you pay attention to the mic check videos that have been posted up. But still, right now at least, Nongshim looking to pull off an A-split push in towards the site. Talon reading a lot of the utility, have rotated on over, but can they hold is the question. Cruz currently able to spray them down. Now coming in with Jit Boys and Killua. They fend them off with a flawless pickup.
Guys, we've learned from Munchkin that you cannot push that smoke on any team side into players. You can't do it.
Certainly an attempt, but still not a successful one, to say the least.
No, but really well done to be able to lock down that side as well, right? There's 3 players that you've got there from Talon. The focus is just shutting down the explosion attempt onto the side.
So Nongshim possibly needing to find a different form from just exploding. Form from, wow, that's a bit of a mouthful. But it is going to be that 7-5 first half, so not impossible for Nongshim to be able to close this onto the second.
Not at all, but this is where we put a little bit more importance on Talon trying to find the opening duels, especially that they are running the double duelist as well, right? How they're going to be playing with their own rotations, how they're going to be baiting out a lot of this trap and combo utility that we would expect Nongshim to have, you know, readily available.
So we'll see how it all begins to fare off on the next pistol. Of course, though, with Talon on the attack now, especially with this double duelist, it's going to shift some of the attention over to Nongshim and how they are able to read or receive some of these hits as well. Also would like to point out both teams in that current sort of developmental stage, as the desk, you know, adequately pointed out.
Yeah, and this group as well that they see themselves in as well, right? It's
evenly matched.
It's a bit more evenly matched as opposed to the other group that we've just seen, right? There's going to be no immediate qualification team like Boom that just got out unless T1 is able to just keep on going. But yeah, these guys, you know, sitting on the 1-1 mark.
But a step forward, yes. It's always going to be welcome and certainly will, you know, give them a boost of confidence as they look to face, you know, upcoming opponents with the likes of Team Secret, possibly even Zeta for Talon.
Yep, and then for Talon, I mean, you've got T1 right
T1
at the end.
right at the end.
So that one's going to be an interesting one. But yeah, for Nongshim, you've got Team Secret and Zeta next.
Speaking of T1, Nongshim just last week did put a bit of a dent in T1.
Yeah, I thought that was going to go to map 3.
It was such a close game. So possibly seeing more improvements from Nongshim in today's games. Talon needing some improvements of their own as well, having that drop against RQ, a team that Nongshim themselves bested from the very first week.
Yeah, that 3-map up. No overtimes, of course, when we consider an RRQ in the server, but still at the 3-map up at the end. Seems like a little bit of a extra halftime break here, but I do believe we're getting in towards it now, so let us resume and see for Talon what their attacking side is going to look like, Quack.
Meanwhile, for Nongshim, mentioned before, they have this Taeho. How they're going to use it. I've already tried, you know, past couple times on the attacking side with the drones as well as the salvos to flush Talon out of position, but currently Talon trying to launch their own assault. Slow creep up C.
Yeah, dart or drone needs to be pretty timed here for Cruz, but it's going to be the dart potentially. There's great paranoia. Look at that. That essentially stops the dry contact up.
And the triple stack as well.
Yeah,
not just a flash, but the fact that you have everyone ready to peek off of contact.
And Francis has just confirmed over at the A site with that drone that no one is an immediate threat to, right? So this does present the time in the round for Nongshim to have a couple of eyes around the map, see what info they can communicate towards the team and what becomes weak.
That's just so darn useful with how you're able to make use of this Teo, right? Already painting a picture of how the map is currently positioned by Talon. And that's why you have this secondary smoke coming out towards Elong.
Footsteps heard at the A site right now from Jip Boys that they might be falling back, so he's got a bit of time here calling for the team to rotate on over. And if that is the correct call at the moment from what we're seeing in the movements on the radar, it is the right call, right? Talon could find the timing to get in towards this site. They've still got smokes available for Thai. That would off-put Francis.
And Francis also sitting on those salvos as well.
20 seconds. So you got the idea now with that smoke. You're going to play to try and stop the spike from going down. And that's what it does. 15 seconds. It'll be okay for Cruz to get the plant. And we'll go into a 5. Whoa, hang on a second. Maybe not. They could flood now. They're all here.
Thinking about where Cruz might have repositioned to. Now drops in towards Hell. Additional support coming out from Domby, though. Francis able to fire back. He finds a triple in this pistol. That's 2 pistol rounds where Nongshim have found in multi-kills.
That is a sensational kill that Francis has actually managed to find, because that goes into what would be a 5 versus 4, a plant established, a little bit of time for Talon to breathe before Nongshim go in for the full retake, right? The fact that that kill gets found, they can just immediately flood on in when someone is still in a non-fightable situation, when they're planting the spike, scurrying to get out of that one. You can see Jip Boys didn't even get the spike, his gun back up, right? So that's how awkward and how great that one kill that Francis finds becomes.
And Domby right on cue as well. That is just beautiful. Next round coming up, it's going to be a bit of a forced buyout from Talon.
Risky, but a big reward if they're going to be able to find it.
They're up against a full buy, though. It's, you've got these Bulldogs, Guardians, Spectres as well for close range. At least the fake out going right past Dambi, trying to get a good read for it. The flash does come out though, and Dambi not quite able to receive as well. Killua in for the second kill. Cruz coming out of his own as well, but then the sprays just putting Talon into a blender up around A short.
Yeah, gets some damage in there, don't get me wrong, but you've got the immediate rotations from the Nongshim guys, because when you see that wall go up, down towards sewers, you didn't really have any other blocking of the visions, and you got the cross of the players communicated, right? So that is the immediate, we need assistance, get here now, essentially. And it's good to see that Ivy is just coming up with all those kills as well, right? Everybody on this Nongshim side are really getting engaged with at the moment, or having their little moments.
And also just being able to kind of anticipate some potential plays coming through. I mean, whether or not it was the force buy.
Yeah.
And now we have...
Well, this is very paper-rexy of Talon, isn't it?
We just witnessed it, but we'll see. Possibly coach camps coming through as well, trying to dive their way into sight. But this is Garage. It's all small and concise, all packed in, where the Stingers will be able to find their mark. Still, though, Francis reading those exits out of Garage. He's able to spray them down.
You're going to have a quick flank from Persia here, and I don't think that they're going to expect it to be this rapid.
Yeah, so Talon needing to kind of stay aware of what could be coming through. Now thinking to push further in, but yes, the drone out from Ivy instantly spots him out. Francis happy to receive and holds down the line. Ivy peeks out, finds the double, and the round to 10 for Nongshim.
Yeah, nice drone to be able to kind of, you're going for the information on the back of it, but it incentivizes Talon to try and push you and get you when you've got that drone in play, quickly gets off it, you've got a teammate with you as well, and then you've got the contingency of Persia in the back lens going for the flank if the fights around that site go awry. So really nice adjustments in the rounds to come out from Nongshim. Again, very paper-esque of Talon to go for that force buy. We didn't see it work for paper-esque. We saw Alex get a little bit upset about that one this time as well. Is Frost going to be upset with the fact that that's another little half force up? Doesn't go the way, right? Because it's a situation where you drop the pistol, you drop the next 2 rounds, you've got a timeout to come out from Talon here. If this next round doesn't go your way, well, that's 11-5. You're potentially dropping this map. And remember, Talon picked this map.
Oh, just kind of quick glimpse of the coach cams as well, though. Well, Frost, hopefully a lot more calm and concise, but needing to be decisive as well as to how Talon might operate on this attacking side.
And this is going to be the important time as well for a team like Talon now that is going back in towards the native Thai language, right? It's going to be important for crews to translate everything that's coming through from the coaches and making sure that the team is on the same page.
Yeah, a lot of lessons to be learned here, especially with Nongshim on the other side. I mean, currently, at least on the second half, Nongshim just feel as though they are maintaining their distance, kind of luring Talon in towards some of these plays where they're just able to set themselves up.
Yep. So this is the, quite delayed bonus round, one might say. You're getting up close to a lot of these ultimates right now, but, it's not the worst equipment for Nongshim, right? So it's a pretty even duel, all things considered.
Very much so. And if they do pick this up, then might even see the game pretty much being hammered in and through. Cam instantly spotting out, so some of Talon's intentions already being told. Killua, though, just sending it into Garage, instantly spammed through.
Yep, trying to get the timing on the back of his clone, but it's not going to be happening, unfortunately. So that's one avenue of how you would get into a site done. You do have Primi, and he really needs to try and lead for the team here, doesn't he?
Also, in terms of the macro game, not too much of a red herring, right? This is Nongshim knowing what they're trying to pull off. It's not a clear fake, so they're still spreading themselves across just to watch out for where Talon might push.
Yeah, and you may have missed it, but Ivy did just use his AL drone to re-clear mid after that camera was destroyed earlier on, right? So there is a lull of info right now that has faded away, and Nongshim fall back from the site. They've still got this trap wire here. Persia is on the site. A smoke to refresh in a couple of seconds, but he kind of is isolated. Now that Margaret's here, though, they can fight.
Trying to refill that space where the drone kind of left off, but still the trade protocol is coming back through into it. Nongshim happy to receive, especially up around the link areas and on site.
And what did I say just before? If that next gun round does not go Talon's way, it's going to make things extremely awkward, and that's even more hurtful because of the 2 force-ups that we had in rounds number 14 and 15. A timeout that doesn't convert into your team's way either. So things go from bad to worse for Talon right now. 2 rounds essentially, and this map could be done.
On Talon's own map pick, if you're Nongshim, you might even consider just buying an Outlaw, considering the fact that they're all probably going to be on light shields, but we will stay on the rifles.
A bit risky if you do go for the Outlaw, though, because Killua has the dimensional drift, right? Yeah. So you kind of need to respect this at the moment. You play off-site, and you go in together. You've got an overdrive for Danby to throw in there. You've got the Armageddon for Francis, and on a map like Haven, that could be really impactful today.
Give them that space, do your due diligence in working across the map. Where could some of the possible lurks be? Now they've spotted out Cruz. Simple trade being found, 4-on-4. Killua, though.
Yeah, you almost need to feel like you have to use the Armageddon here to help your team get into the site.
You've got a lot of space if you were Talon. Make sure to hold on to that space and try to prevent Nongshim from pushing through. Armageddon being sent in by Francis just to cause some havoc on the site. Dabby sliding in with the overdrive, and he's gonna be able to delete every player. A triple found in the round, especially with more support from his teammates. Nongshim reaching map point.
And that feels like a really quick decision has been made from Nongshim as well, when they recognize that they could go for a flank or they have to come back towards the site. You know, what abilities do we have? How do we try and navigate this? Well, let's lock somebody in hell. Let's set up for Danby to get on the overdrive, and together as a team, flood the site, knowing what angles to clear. The fact that there was a bit of a recon scan on towards Jit Boys did not help his situation either. And it's just really quick plays from Nongshim. Everybody, you know, doing what they need to in that sort of position. And now they have put themselves on, map point of their opponent's picks, and they've got 7 of them to play with.
Every step of the way, every round, Talon tries to peek into a site. Nongshim are there. They're here, they're there, they're every frickin' where, and that's going to be just Talon now trying to hold back with their last-ditch effort, the last buy that they could possibly afford. If they're able to make this work, then 6 rounds to try to claw things back into overtime. A-Long already blocked off, though.
Yep. Droning out mid to clear some information. It's going to get dodged.
Pretty standard for now.
Yep, and Margaret, I mean, in this sort of situation for him as well, he knows that he needs information in either garage or over at long. Camera to be destroyed, so now he's got the info.
Especially with the conversion wall being sent out as well. Currently not seeing too much though, but Persia will continue to peek around the A site, spots out one, and here comes Primi with another kill contract, needing to hit the spot.
Okay.
Will be able to find his ground. Retaps onto the shield.
Ivy Hunt is Fury though.
Trying to set himself up for it. Team in position, 4-on-4 for Talon. Trying to get themselves away from the spike, possibly play post plant around C-Long, and that's when the hardest Fury comes out. So trying to call that the site is somewhat clear, does find Killua as well. So more trades found now. C-Long being smoked off. Primi and Jit Boys needing to find the correct spams, but Nongshim's got spams of their own. It's just Primi running out of bullets, does find a tap, but Danby finds the map. Final score, 13-5. Not what I expected at all. Did you expect this, Komodo?
I mean, I predicted Nongshim. I didn't think that this map is going to be that much of a landslide on the second half. That was a flawless defensive run to come through from them. And if I'm looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, okay, Nongshim have just taken a page out of RRQ's book. A team that was really happy to give a lot of the site control to Talon to go in for the retakes, where they had a lot of successful retakes. That's the kind of same thing that we're seeing here from Nongshim. I think that is one of the weaknesses right now of Talon, of this roster. They cannot secure anything in the post.
It's pretty tough, given how the situation has been playing out. You know, in the first half, Nongshim being able to meet Talon with full force, down onto the second half. Like you mentioned, flawless wins all throughout. Just Nongshim being able to recognize every situation, every round, and every play. It's tough. They haven't quite been able to find the solution.
And I mean, I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, Danby's getting some great kills in there. Margaret's lurks are insane. You know, everyone's getting these assists.
Francis?
But for Persia, specifically for me in this one, the timing of a lot of his smokes and the setup and positions that he's afforded for the team here, and his paranoias that were usually always hitting their line as well for the team. That's something that you don't generally get to see a lot of, and that was really impactful here.
Especially in that first half, we saw a lot more of it. But at the same time, I mean, a lot goes to Danby and Margaret to be able to lurk their way across, Danby being able to just find those entries again. So, I mean, this has been the story for now. Those post-map stats will tell a lot more as we toss it back over onto the desk.
It's a brilliant day for the Ascension teams, isn't it? Nongshim securing this map very convincingly. I have to say, they just had this read every step of the way.
Yeah, great map, especially as we get across into that second half. It looked very, very dominant. Exactly what you want to see from Nongshim, and I think Talon not able to find their feet in this game, and it felt a lot like last week to me for them.
Yeah, for sure. I think
it is kind of, it could be somewhat of a side effect of the comp that they're running. Like, that's the thing. Even when T1 were finding a lot of success with these double duelist comps, I felt like the approach was very straightforward, but they just had such great individual players that they could bail themselves out of even when the rounds got sticky or got into the XVXs. I think a lot of teams that are playing these double duelist comps, like if they're getting out macroed or they're getting read a little bit, it's going to really expose them at the end of the day. So unfortunately for Talon, like similar to what we saw even in the last series with, I felt like the Ascent comp from Boom, you know, once you show something and you are going to play these more kind of like simplistic comps in some degrees, or they have some glaring weaknesses that the other team can exploit, and you go ahead and you play it again in the same map, it can be problems for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, you do in general have like less utility to work with, I would say, a little bit less room to be creative.
It's a solo Sova. It's a solo Sova at the end of the day. You know?
Or you just put Danby back on the Neon and
Let's go!
Yes.
Woo! He's back on the Neon! He's back on the Neon!
Jesus
Finally!
Christ, he just yeeted Penguin.
Finally!
He didn't deserve
No
it, man.
more Waylay! This is what we wanted to see, Danby! He's back! He's back!
He is so back. I like your enthusiasm, Morgan. I completely agree with you. This is what we want to see from Nongshim. Like, forget the Waylay. It wasn't working out. This is what we want to see. And if they continue on this momentum here, this is going to be a really good sign, because this was Talon's map pick, right?
It was, yeah.
This wasn't even peak Danby, by the way. I have to say, he's looked so much better than this, but it's so much more natural. Thank you. I feel like they're growing, they're listening. It felt like a Nongshim of old. To build a 13-5 Talon, I'm very happy. I'm sorry to the
Do
Penguin.
not talk to me or my son ever again. Ever again. Unbelievable.
He was just so happy that Danby's back on Neon, yet he wanted to fly.
He's got brain damage now. What's wrong with you?
The penguins that jump off the cliff into the...
Thank God he has a helmet on, or maybe it's a beanie. I can't really tell. Well,
That's a beanie.
He did bounce quite well. Talon will also have to bounce back, unfortunately, on their opponent's map pick. Haven didn't go particularly well for them, but I don't know. It was a nice, well-rounded game from Nongshim. I felt like I was watching the Nongshim of old at the end of the day.
Yeah, in fact, let's rewind a bit and look at some of the best moments from Danby on Neon.
He's back on this. This is his signature agent. This is where he made his name, and Nongshim made their name in that Ascension run, right?
Yeah.
They dominated with this Neon. So I understand that they were trying to do new things. They were trying to get creative. But at the end of the day, if it works, keep running with it. I think this is where they should be.
I think they're trying to reach for like the same level of like the same ceiling or the same level of brokenness by trying to go towards the Waylay is what it feels like for me, when this is not as good as it was or as broken as it was when Neon was peak Neon, but it's still good. They're still a very good team when they're just doing what they used to do.
Like, the way I see it is partly why they did so well is because Neon was broken, right? But I also think Danby was the best Neon that we saw. So I do think there's a comfortability factor that you have to consider, where it's like, if Waylay isn't going to be as broken, sure, Neon might not be as good as it used to be, but Danby is very good at it. So as we get across to Lotus, hey, you can play Neon on Lotus.
100%, and that's exactly what I was talking about with the map pool, because we've seen Nongshim time and time again pick things like Split, and they've changed their comp going from kickoff to stage 2. You can go and look through all of the different comps that they played and the little kind of tricks and adjustments. Initially, they did try to fit that style kind of to Split. They had Neon KO, and they played against Zeta, and I was not sold by it, and they continued to pick Split and kind of change up what they were doing into the Waylay meta, where they tried to do that, and they did get some wins here and there, but they were never super convincing. So I would just rather see them go back to their patented style and maybe adjust the map pool a little bit, maybe mix Fracture into there. Let's play Lotus, let's play Haven, let's not go towards the maps that don't really fit our style, and if we are going to play them or the other team's going to pick them into us, maybe we can play some more defensive sided comps, because they have quite a strong kind of backline in their team.
Well, we are going to see a Lotus, so good thing for that, and hopefully they keep that going. And you know, when devs nerf agents, it's not to make it unusable anyway, right? The whole point is to bring more balance. So, yeah, I mean, Neon isn't broken in the negative way, clearly, by any means. So Talon wants to play on Lotus. Nongshim, we didn't see them play in Stage 1. We saw them play it a lot in Kickoff.
Yeah, 3-1 overall. They did pretty well for themselves, honestly. They lost only to DRX in OT. They were able to beat Boom. They were able to play 40, 50 rounds, whatever it was, against RRQ. They played like a whole series on Lotus. So if anyone's got their reps so far, it's them. In the head-to-head, I think they beat Talon on Lotus last time when they got knocked out. Unfortunately, they lost the other 2 maps and split. The third map, Decider, was not super promising, but this map feels like it's a good one for Nongshim. It feels like one they're very confident with, and for Talon, they've kind of been hit or miss on it. They beat a GE on it, but that was, I mean, again, I feel like a lot of wins against GE at the moment have kind of asterisks on them because they're just a very up and down team as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a comfortable pick. If you're a Nongshim fan right now, I think you should start feeling good heading into this map too, because this is a map where they have been proven to be strong, even if they haven't managed to play it in stage 1 yet. But, you know, I think they'll be very happy that this was left open in the veto and they were able to pick it.
Well, I can't wait to see the Neon head-to-head. That will be really fun. Hopefully, if they end up doing that, not Waylay, Neon, or...
I don't want to see Danby on Waylay ever again. I'm sorry, Danby.
Ever again?
I love you, but he's too good on Neon. He's too good on Neon.
Fracture's a Neon map as well.
I think this is one of those times where you don't need to change things. Like, man,
Okay.
I'm struggling.
Let's talk about... It's okay. Can Talon win? Can Talon win their map pick, even regardless of what, you know, Danby is playing?
For sure. Like, that's the thing with Talon at the moment, and I keep pointing it out. Even in the secret game that they won, on Pearl, they looked completely lost. They are just really up and down at the moment, individual performances, and it's just down to having this new roster, betting in some rookies. Some of the time they don't have, and as well, I think philosophically what the coaching staff does a lot of the time. I feel like the coaching staff, they can have some really hard hits, and you can look at a Talon game and go, holy crap, they had the perfect read, they had great preparation, I loved what they did that game. But then you have some, like the RRQ game last week, where it just doesn't hit, or maybe they've got a bit of a misread, or it doesn't get executed right in the server, and then it just doesn't hit. And I think unfortunately here on Haven, maybe a little bit too much rigidity, and Nongshim with a great approach coming into this game. I think Talon tried to expose their map pool a little bit, because Haven's been a very inactive map for Nongshim. They played it once this year, and then back to Ascension you'd have to go for their last time playing Haven. So that hasn't worked out for Talon, but hopefully we see them step up a little bit more here on Lotus.
Well, we didn't get to talk about predictions at the top of this series, so let's pull out the predictions and see who the crazy people... Oh, it's us. Me and Quack. It's not that crazy.
It's
Come
always
on.
you two. It's always you
Is it always
No,
us?
it's not. No, Quack's not always absolutely delusional. It's sometimes Clinton too.
That's true. That's true. But today we voted for Talon. Look, this split for the viewers is actually a lot more evenly split than it is on the talent pool right now. Why is it that the talents are mostly picking Nongshim here? Talon, besides last week, they were pretty good.
They're the known factor. You know, they're the team that we expect to be consistent here. I think that they're the team that you could definitely bet on, even if they're not playing their best, which they're playing a lot better today. Looking at these
Oh
comps,
my goodness,
here we go.
Primmy's on the Waylay instead.
But I mentioned, guys, Talon has been probably the best team in terms of executing this Waylay comp, and they did execute a similar comp on Fracture with a lot of these same kind of pieces and same agents. So I'm keen to see how that transitions here on Lotus.
Nongshim, Danby is on the Neon, but
Ivy
Ivy's on the
ISO, what?
the ISO? This is a strange take on Double Duelist for this map, with just that solo Fade as the initiator, so you're not seeing Breach or Teo, which are by far the two most common. So this is very, very different. This is a different look to the map for sure. I do think ISO can do a lot towards A. We saw T1 run it, 2 great effects, so I think I'm quite excited for this.
I'm very interested to see Ivy on the ISO, because for anyone that doesn't know their Ivy lore, he is a player that sometimes can just absolutely pop off. Like, he had games at Ascension where he dropped like 20 and a half. So.
I would love to have some Ivy highlights after this. All right, we are going to send it to the second map of Lotus, and sending back to our casters, Komodo and my fellow delusional Quack.
Absolutely delusional. I mean, what are you guys talking about? It's still going to be a Talon game for sure. Just watch on Lotus. It's going to be a bit of a head scratcher for sure. I mean, currently with the double duelist composition coming out from Nongshim.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the map that they played against each other before Nongshim got eliminated in kickoff. Right?
Eliminated by Talon.
Yeah, so it was the opening map. It went Nongshim's way. Whether or not it's going to happen here, there is a change-up, as we've kind of highlighted, right? Number 1, Ivy on the ISO, Primmy on the Waylay. Some trickling of lore. It's not the first time that Ivy has played Duelist, but it is the first time he's played ISO.
We'll see how effective this ISO is going to be, at least for now. Primmy trying to toy with the utility coming out from Nongshim in towards the B side. That's that refract
being used effectively. Meanwhile, Jit Boy is continuing to lurk and find some taps through. Does take down Ivy's shield, but Ivy continuing to hold the angle, finds a double.
Oh, vulnerable going in as well. Remember the little update, but
and
it's
the
Darby.
relay bolts.
Yeah, but it's a 2 versus 2. So this is where I would expect things to settle down just a bit.
Just reset. Talon trying to find more opportunities and space somewhere else. Still needing to be careful, though, in case Nongshim might have pushed up. But still holding around Baby Door.
If they do decide to go to the C site, Margaret does have a trap wire, so they'd have to pivot all the way around towards the pillar side if the camera doesn't spot anything out.
If you're going to B, though, then you got to watch out for a link where Margaret is still lying in wait. Finds the first tap. Instant dink as well. That is a lot of damage.
And now you play the 2 versus 1.
30 seconds left.
So in with the spike plant, you've got some utility. You could hang back, but need to play and time this carefully. Pinged as well. So a little bit more as he fans himself out, but not quite able to find the flick. Back towards the top. Unfortunately, it's going to be Margaret who Goomba stomps on him instead, and that's Nongshim picking up the pistol.
Yep, 3 out of 3 pistols here, so you'll you see themselves kind of finding a couple of the good ones that they want to see. I believe before today, they were currently 50% on the pistols, I believe. So if they've managed to find all 3, that just furthers that scoreline vertically, which you do like to see.
Certainly, for sure. Just meeting again, Talon with Force. Right before this, towards the first map, we were talking about how this entire matchup kind of feels like shades of Talon versus RRQ, the way that Nongshim is playing currently.
Yep. Yeah, highlighted that at the tail end of the first map. Of course, we did see it on this very map, right? How RRQ were happy to let him in, let him play post, and let him kind of crumble in the post.
Now, though, maybe trying to pull off some different looks, Talon, especially with the Waylay deployed.
Yep. And if Primi can't make Waylay work,
then no one can.
Then no one can.
Oh, this is a little bit of a tough spot to be in as well. You got to use the drone to possibly clear out the corners in towards B.
Yeah, you're just kind of waiting to see what Talon are going to do here. Nobody of Nongshim's going to go too far forward from the B side into pillars and give them a duel, so they're going to have to recognize the trap wire here.
This is something they do so well, isn't it? You've got these long-range weapons, and they're maintaining their range as well, sending some utility into the site. Still, though, Talon happy to stay grouped up together, but that's where Margaret will come in to spray and pray everyone down.
And it's okay that Francis loses his life, getting a little bit ambitious there with the ghost, because it was just a ghost, right? They take the remainder of the weapons over to this new round. You also deny the spike plant from going down, so no extra ulti orb at the end there, no extra monies.
No extra anything. No extra win.
No extra nothing. No. So the gun round for them this time, they won't be trying their little shenanigans on forcing up upon forcing up and then dropping the next gun round. This will be a proper bonus round.
Full buys up for Talon as well, though. Cruz 1 away from the Armageddon.
Big rubble contest. Technically, you would argue going the way of Talon right here, with the utility providing them the forward space to stretch out in towards tree, and now give Francis a bit of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of information at the very least, trying to get himself out of danger, but still Primi quick on the draw. The rest of Nongshim, though, already up towards heaven. Primi, especially as the Waylay. Oh, he's dancing with danger right now. Able to get the third kill as well. What was that tap? Margaret and Persia left. Will smoke off tree to try to re-aggress. They've already picked up and upgraded some weapons, but this is where Talon get to erase all the mistakes from the previous map. You've got the composition for this post-plant.
I mean, you've got Salvos and Aftershock. Should be unwinnable for Nongshim.
One enemy
Up the smoke, Thigh comes in for the peaks, and he will find the double to collect.
Yeah, nicely done. Just Primi, the only casualty, and his job was already kind of done, right? Finding the space and building the pressure around rubble, going forward in towards the site where he gets a quick shot on towards Francis, and then somehow is able to just spray transfer onto the third kill onto Danby. See that one back in the replay there as well. Quite unfortunate if you are a Nongshim fan, but if you are a Talon fan, brilliant. They got the bonus round, the round that they should be winning.
I wonder, was that Francis hit by a stun? Nonetheless, we're going back in for another rubble contest. This time hit with the ISO shield sending forward. Primi refrex back though, and that's when you regress into the B site if you're Talon.
Yeah, they're going to look to go potentially quick here. You've got the ults going on in as well. You've still got that trap wire at the front of sight, so you do shut it down. Ivy though.
Off with the kill contract will fall, and that's now Talon looking for other options. Mid-round calls into the C site all of a sudden. Margaret only here to receive. He does have Francis nearby though, and that's where they find a single frag. Takes down Cruz. If you're Talon now, feeling the pressure, how do you regroup? How do you recollect? They're still trying to break their way into this site, but it feels a little bit disjointed. Down to Thigh, trying to collect on some couple of frags, but they are down to so low HP. Jit Boys out towards Mound, and yet big reveal. 2-on-2 though.
They should know that it's Mound and backside too.
Still within lethal range. Talon could find a chance to strike, but Francis in for the sprays. Close range hit by Paranoia. No problem. We will find the ace.
Yep, that's great from him as well. Really patient for the first 3 kills, holding it down from the site. And then at the end there in the 2 versus 2, right? A brilliant horde. Very self-sufficient for him and just dancing around this site, assisting his team. Definitely want to see moments of brilliance coming up. All right.
Just in total control, especially up by Waterfall, holding that angle. No one was able to make their way past Francis.
This time maybe we'll see some boys back up Talon, back up Primi in the play for the rubble control as he refracts on out. Well, we can't really see the same Thigh.
Oh yeah, unfortunately will fall.
Yeah, he's left him. He's left his boy there, and now they've got no smokes.
You trade a player for some utility out from the other side. Is that worth it though?
No. Right now,
certainly
it's
not the intended play.
Because no one else from Talon got out to be able to help, right? It's the stalling of the utility. If you want to reclaim the space, I mean, the ultimate is certainly going to help you, but not if Persia just dodges everything here.
Oh my god, and that's where he sprays at the right time! Bit of a spray transfer as now Danby chimes in for the double to finish things off.
Big numbers there from Nongshim around the A side as well. Getting the first kill. It doesn't matter that the saturate collects because Danby's just there, right? He's already ready to fight, and he's absolutely okay with having the fights thrown his way. Really, really good repositioning from Persia, I must admit. You know, the drone that starts to come on out, it'll find his position, but there's no, you know, quick communications that you can get for that really quick shot. You know, we're not reading minds here to get Persia out there and maybe bring some stability back towards Talon.
Just had no idea that he might be in that spot. You know, they were anticipating him to be, you know, on the further end, but now as the next round plays up, it's Talon with full pistols, just classics. Trying to pick up on Altovers at the very least.
Double trap wires on the side as well. You know, you'll usually see Shrouded Steps on the top of the boxes where that one you would hope to find, or if your Waylay is dashing in, that's where you would trap them as well. So some good kill trips to come through from Margaret here. If anyone's watching and you're playing against Waylays in your ranked, for example, if you're a Cypher, there's some trips for you.
Something to take note of, but at the same time right now, at the very least, Francis with the Prowler back, it does send Talon off across the map, possibly into the B site now. Camera just to check. But Ivy's in position, so is Danby.
It's just the pistols though, remember? Unless you're investing a lot of this utility to try and push Nongshim back.
Trying to at least possibly get the spike down. The refract will help out the rest of the team though, and it allows for Cruz to find a couple of taps. Still though, within close range, Cruz continuing forward, goes in for the right click, pulls out the stun, and that's Primi now finding some kills, picks up onto the Vandal, and you've got the spike. It's a 1-on-2.
Full classics to get the job done, maybe here for Talon. They hear the rotating door. Persia does have smoke and dark cover. The ladder used already.
With the Shrouded Step and now back into stairs. Surely Talon expects this, but they will hold out from spawn with a high-low.
Yeah,
smoke, though.
That allows Jet Boys to reposition. Really quick call from them, but is it all bait for Persia?
Information is key. Just trying not to reveal too much. Repositions with a Shrouded Step, though. That's completely well read by Primi.
Yeah, not able to, or not choosing rather, to creep up in towards the site and go deeper to play against a high-low setup, for example.
That was an incredible round, you know, held with a Waylay.
That was a round that probably shouldn't have happened, to be honest with you. It's full classics getting in towards the site where the classics are getting the shots done. You have Thigh, you know, kind of push a little bit first as well, and there's trades that are coming on out. But the thing is, Talon are not aiming to get the spike down at the B site when they rush in there, right? They're happy to play the duels. They're happy to play close proximity with the right-click classic.
I mean, if you're Nongshim, you're just kind of reacting with the things being thrown at you. So with a refract at play, all of a sudden, you got to watch out for the rest. But now, Talon looking to hang back, anticipating peeks from Nongshim. Full spams through and back in towards Rubble. Dambi, though, sprinting ahead.
But it is good damage, right? That off puts Killua from potentially going for an early duel again here. Play more on the setup spot. Timing on the dark cover as well is going to halt the proceedings over at this C site. And remember, those kill trips are still going to be here for Margaret. This dark cover, when you see that played on top of the smoke, you would on top of the site, you generally expect shrouded steps to come in. We've been seeing that a lot from teams lately. So heads up play from Margaret to at least anticipate that from the beginning there.
Still, though, with that space being relegated, it also allows for Killua to pick up the Yaldor, who now has a Rolling Thunder. So looking to reaggress, possibly with fault line in towards A.
The Prowler, though, the fact that it gets someone so close to the pillars and you see the cage, you're not incentivized to expect it to be the full play.
Yeah, still now, time ticking. Persia will be able to eliminate Thai as he tries to launch an assault. We're back in towards the C site where Margaret is lying in wait. You still have those kill trips.
Oh,
dodged fully by Primi. And that allows her Jit Boys now to relay back into the site. Rolling Thunder and everything else dumped in. Jit Boys, Primi finding frags for themselves, and just Dambi off to the other end, not quite able to assault himself back in. Still, though, will certainly give it a go, but Jit Boys shuts it down.
Oh, a couple of bits of timing there for Talon to get on in and the rest of the squad as well to overwhelm Nongshim, right? You've got an Armageddon that's thrown in the mix there from Cruz, which puts him in a bit of a spot of bother when you also consider that the Saturate did catch Dambi there. But the fact that Margaret's kill trips don't work out the way you would hope as well really makes things a little bit difficult for him to re-navigate around the site and try to find some value as the Sentinel.
Certainly is tricky given how that light speed works. But still, so far we're seeing great ways for Primi to effectively use this waylay.
Some great
waylays for Nongshim to peek outside of C Mound. Up around this dark cover. Triple peeked into the slide. Persia finding the shot. That's a weapon picked up.
But they get the idea that Francis is playing front B by seeing that Prowler, and that there was a lot of players over at C. So you're going to start to toy with the ideas of rotations, right? Rotating door was popped over at the A site. You don't know if they're in tree at the moment. The Cypher setup is at A, so there is a bit of a change here. Now, you're playing towards numbers. If you're Dambi and you see them over at the C site, you kind of fall back. You play with your shotgun. You see if you can get one to keep some favor for your team.
It's just the fact that he has the shotgun as well, but no slides, so certainly still a bit of a tricky spot to be in. But Talon, cutting a lot of noise. At this point, Nongshim should have some question marks in their heads, so setting themselves up for a potential C hit. The flash does deter Talon, and that continues to burn down the clock.
And Salvo's just used as well, right? So you would have to get the spike plant down here as Talon to be able to reuse them in the round.
So the closest opportunity is going to be Primi around this A site, but it's an outlaw.
Can he duck that?
Trying to, but you're going to have to time this so well. Margaret on the other end. Oh, he's going to buy time instead.
Yep.
Stay alive long enough for the rest of the team to recollect. It's a bit of a 5-on-4 nonetheless, so we'll see if Talon's able to hold.
And remember, those salvos are going to come online. Killua with the aftershock as well if he wants to reposition to tree, but they opt to go forward first.
Okay, shield popped, now pushing in. Talon then extends their range. Primi using the outlaw to his advantage. Killua as well to hold the angle. It's just the somewhat of weaker weaponry trying to push their way through. Francis in for the tap, but spotted out by Primi. Off to the back, Dambi as well. Jit Boys making it clean for Talon.
Can't help but wonder if we decided, you know, to kind of send it when they're going for the plant, right? Try and pull them off the plant by a little bit of extra time when it starts to go down. You could see the idea maybe was toyed with for Margaret when the traps did get destroyed, but thought better of it. So a well-navigated round at the end there from the likes of Talon, not deciding to backpedal after the space was found by Primi, right? Just really silently walking up towards A there. And we're going to have a timeout at the 4-4 mark, this time for Nongshim. Well, for the first one of this map.
Still somewhat even, but it is Talon beginning to find, well, shades of red. Both teams do have red logos, but again, being able to maneuver around the map with this Waylay, I mean, it has been quite effective, you have to admit. Maybe not so much on Dambi, but with Primi and with proper team protocols around this, he has been somewhat baiting out utility around Rubble, refracting back, or even just dashing into the B side, for example, back on that pistol.
Yeah, a couple of the earlier duels, right, when he's going for the Waylay by himself and just, you know, disconnecting, right? They're not really it. The value that we're sort of seeing is when he's with the team and they're able to flood in behind him, right? Really a good layered approach. So that's what's probably going to happen around A at the moment, where we're just going to get a big contest around the Rubble. Or for the fellas out there, contestation.
At least for now, Nongshim going back into it. It is just Primi. That's a lot of utility already spent.
Yep.
Then Talon fans out a little bit closer in towards B, a little bit in towards C.
Oh, does Ivy want to use the kill contract? He won't, so he won't have a shield going into it. But remember, if he does get the kill, he'll have a shield coming out of it.
Sure. But still, it's a bit of a lurk already eliminated. It does alleviate some pressure towards the C site. Margaret, knowing where his opponents are coming in from, pops the cage and then falls back into a safer spot. Nongshim looking to retake with numbers.
And he can't play off his trip there either, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's so good.
Remember, Primi does have Convergent Pass as well, so maybe they want to find some deeper space towards it.
And kill contract from Ivy as well would give Nongshim more of a numbers advantage, but...
All the info, neural theft.
True. Talon looking to extend their reach.
Oh.
But now being hit by nicer utility undercut being sent through. Primi, though, still able to land a nutty shot. But that's the kill contract now coming through. Primi off to the other end, still able to find another frag. Killua deletes Ivy as well. No longer into that alternate dimension. Now it's just left down to Dambi and Persia to pretty much run off for the save.
Yeah, Ivy not having a good day in the office in the ISO there. Unfortunately, another kill contract that doesn't go his way here.
That's still such a methodical round coming out from Talon off of Nongshim's timeout.
I want to see that ridiculous shot that just, you know, a jump peek out and you just delete it.
I certainly hope that we will get to take a look at that during the replays, but still, I mean, the way this entire round was piloted by Talon. First of all, you have Primi just to bait out all that utility, then the rest of the squad. Oh, right there.
Yeah, I wish we could see that from Primi's point of view, if he was already ready for it, because he was strafing towards the corner side of sight, right? Either way, Talon are going to be able to find the lead here.
I wonder what our desk thinks now. This is the first time we've seen.
No,
like,
we can't give the desk the fuel for the Waylay. We can't do it.
Why not?
My camera is destroyed.
I don't know.
Could be good. Could be. It certainly is looking good for now, but I will hold my tongue because the scoreline is still rather close.
We were just highlighting why Dambi shouldn't be playing it, right? Because Neon...
Different player.
Yeah, not wrong.
Still though, Rubble control now for Nongshim. Margaret has been...
Well, look how deep they are in lobby, though.
Holding this responsibility to hold down C with a push out all of a sudden now. Something that Talon hasn't quite anticipated. They will feel the punch off of that one.
Yeah, and you give the spike to him. You don't want to overstay your welcome when you've got the player advantage. You've also removed smokes now for Talon. You've removed crews as well, so no salvos and drone that you got to contend with.
It's going to be a little bit tougher if you are to retake Rubble, especially with that smoke in their faces.
But Persia is by himself, and they're just going to contact out to him, so he has to hit these shots, Quack. First
and
one's
he
good.
will. It's a clear and concise off angle, simply held. Perhaps if Jit Boys might have bought some attention, especially around B, but unfortunately it wasn't quite there. So now maybe Jit Boys using this slight positioning or time to sneak into the B site.
I don't think Francis saw him whatsoever.
Yeah, not quite, but you've got Primi still.
Okay, now he saw them.
And that's a bit of a tell already. You still got to watch out for where Margaret could be approaching in from. It's just a tap. 15 seconds, and then you're running it down into the C site. Margaret's still somewhere. What are you going to do?
Yeah, the camera too, don't forget.
Not entirely sure. That's the swing from Jitbois, unfortunately into his own death. 5 seconds, Primi looking for the stick, and with that stick comes the kill from Margaret. Nongshim tying up the score.
Yep, didn't need to re-get on the camera to try and tag Primi up there. Just recognized that he has to go for the plant with the time there, and he can catch him when he tries to re-pull the primary weapon out. So an immediate answer back for Nongshim. And a wise idea for them to push the lobby as well, right? You're kind of catching Talon a little bit off guard with that aggression.
Yeah. It did get a little bit worrisome at some points, but I do believe Nongshim playing the macro game right now, able to read the map, especially with Margaret anchoring down the C site. He doesn't feel too much of a presence coming up from Talon, so that was the call for the rest of the team. Talon possibly needing to retool their current approach.
Yeah, well, they have already found 5 rounds, right? And that's what they did get against RRQ, though their defensive side was a little bit lackluster. So I am hoping that they've fine-tuned that a little bit more going on the flip. But 2 more rounds to play in this half. Again, we're going to have a bit of rubble contest that Nongshim are ultimately going to win. Yeah. And Primi didn't actually use Lightspeed this time to get out there, right? So he's still got that available with an operator to post up a line early.
That's something for Nongshim to take note of as well. Primi wasn't here, so he's got to be somewhere else, and that refract is still in play. So positioned up towards C, he's trying to find Margaret. Meanwhile, the peek out from Nongshim outside of B, though, instantly punished. And then the mid-round to crunch down Francis's position. That's Francis gone, saturated into the C site. Margaret peeking out, unfortunately to his own death. Persia firing frantically to try to survive. But with that, an open sight onto C.
False sense of security, unfortunately, for Nongshim there when Francis throws in the Prowler and it doesn't spot anybody deep enough at the pillars. They try to throw everything at it, throwing 3 players, and it's just a little firm how do you do from Talon that they're ready for.
Firm and steady, and now on for a bit of a hunt.
If you do remove this gun from Persia, you go into the last round where you're still going to have to see the full rebuy from Nongshim. No overdrive for Danby either.
He needs to stay alive.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's at the right position, technically, if you look at the way that Talon are kind of consuming positions around the map.
A big long smoke to try to throw Talon off his scent as well, but now already spotted out. Flushed out of position. Thigh. Okay, we'll jump on over. Primi holds the opposite angle. And that will hurt your chances at buying back into the next round.
Well, you got to buy in the next round. It is the last round of the half. It mainly is the difference between what the rest of the team is going to have, right?
Can't buy one up for his teammate.
Can't get one over towards Darby. Wouldn't be surprised if they want to go for a bit more of this A-Rubble control, get the orb, get him one step closer to the overdrive that you might have available if a plant goes down, for example.
We'll see. Before now, again, this waylay and how much it's able to do, or maybe not even that, just Talon's protocols and how they want to show off different looks across the map. Rebel control conceded for now.
Yeah, and Thai's going to commune that over to the team that he saw the convergent wall. So you know that the ISO was around the A site. Don't know if they actually spotted out Danby though, who has the judge in hand. Now they will with the drone. So you get an idea that both duelists were towards the A site. Where would the Cypher be? Generally wouldn't be at the same site then, so you kind of assume maybe over towards C that he's been time and time again.
And that's how Talon can kind of formulate a plan around this, right? Let's avoid the duelist, head in towards an opposite site, but Persia will be able to strike all of a sudden as well.
Oh, he's hungry.
So look for the trade. The duelist now continuing to push out. Hungry, thirsty, but that's where they get punished by Talon.
Yep, and
Talon,
they're just going to pivot towards this C site together as a team to play strength in numbers.
Absolutely. You got a little bit of a potential pinch from Francis, though, but he's only got the Guardian. Rolling Thunder now sent out by Cruz. Or not Cruz, but still, the entire site, everyone collapsed on into it.
Yep, 7-5 half. Some good rounds to come out from Talon, specifically in the later stages, right? 4-1 at the very beginning if you might have joined us midway through this map, but then the right idea to play with a lot of the rotations, to kind of play a little bit more patiently for Talon and expect that Nongshim are going to be playing a little bit more towards this A extremity as well, right? Really trying to press the issue, get forward, finding some good space for the rotations and some good patient plays. So the halftime switch up, I know I highlighted it a little bit before, last time on Lotus, a little bit lackluster for Talon. So you're expecting maybe with this slight change up in their comp that they've had the reviews maybe expecting this map of Lotus to come out in towards this veto. Not 100% sure because, you know, had seen Nongshim picking up in towards Split, for example.
We don't have Split for today at the very least, but still trying to see how this composition currently will play out for the team. On the defense, that kill contract hasn't quite landed impactfully.
Yeah, Ivy on the ISO was definitely not on my bingo board today, gonna say. But again, we've already had some shaky ISO play today too, right? And we've seen in recent history in Pacific, at least, the ISOs be a bit hit and miss. So you know, maybe it's something new for them.
Not
maybe
if
it's
you're T1.
not. Yeah, I think they're just an exception though. Really, let's be real. Let's see what he can do though. You know, new style for Nongshim on this attacking side. Ivy and Darby, bit struggle.
It was a bit of a question mark for our desk. It's a bit of a question mark for us as well, but
yeah,
we'll see how this double duelist fares off on the attacking side for Nongshim.
I would actually really like to know, like, when Ivy played the Reyna and the Jet that he has dived in towards before. Like, how long ago was this? With what roster? You know, I got to dig deep
for that one for sure, but at least for now, a lot of noise made outside C-Mount.
But are you going to go with it? That's the thing right now. Differences in terms of our initiators, where Cruz gets that drone up through mid, different than the Prowler that Francis was throwing. And you're already seeing a big rotation from Talent towards this C site.
Yeah, someone getting the read for it, but this is when Margaret goes in for that lurk once again.
Yep.
Ooh, early flash.
Very proficient in his lurks, but does he expect Cruz to be on this slight little off angle? Good reposition.
Spotted. He swings for it as well. That does hurt for sure. Margaret feeling the pain from that one. And then the salvos to flash out those footsteps closer in towards A main. So Talon ready to strike. Unfortunately, not quite as swift and precise as they needed it to be.
Needs to make sure he doesn't refactor to that spot.
Yeah, so that's going to be Nongshim able to get the spike down into A. How will they play it, though?
Look at Francis and Cruz.
As well as Dabby continuing to push further up front. Cruz, though, on a bit of a tear in this pistol. Dabby feeling the pressure, needing to push on out. Will be able to find a double.
Is it enough for his team, though, to be able to close this quack?
2 on 3. Cruz is relatively low, and Ivy is, well,
in no man's land.
Somewhat sussed out. Have an idea of where he is, and he does have that double tap as well. Meanwhile, Persia just staying hidden, but with the wrong timing for it, Jit Boys will be able to strike him in the back. Cruz then to clean things up. Talon picking up the pistol.
Yeah, they're going to find their first one of this series as well. And I got to say, all of those duels for Nongshim, they're essentially individual, right? Very disconnected in how they're playing those pistols. I mean, you get the idea that you want to try and see Danby push up in towards the spawn, bring something back towards the team. But apart from that one, you know, Ivy is not playing an agent that can really have some great impact on towards the post plant when he's all the way at the rubble. You know, he has to run in, especially with Persia losing his life. A little bit questionable in that sort of scenario. You know, if he finds the right little lurk timing in there, okay, sure, but it's not going to be reliable.
Yeah, it's not so much of a post-plant agent, more of a slightly initiating duelist kind of agent, so you need to be pushing up front, especially alongside Danby. I gotta imagine that's what it is, but still, right now with a bit of a slight half, you got Danby on the Bucky, and he's just non-stop assaulting himself forward, takes down Jit Boys, and that's already a bit of a frag. Spike down as well.
Only Danby would do that, and now they re-clear towards the halls as well, and they pilfer a gun.
Outlaw whiffed, and Danby seizes the opportunity to slide further in. Triple found, trying to shut him down, but reeling from the losses. Trades found by Francis now.
And they know Cruz is here because he just opened the rotating door. The camera is just going to catch him smiling.
And he's going to have to save.
Yep. Unfortunate. What a round from Nongshim.
It's just Danby. Well, I mean,
what a Nongshim round. Honestly, only Danby would.
You'll love to see it. It took him a couple of shots.
Waylay can't do that.
That's true.
Waylay cannot do something like that.
You know, Big Time kind of talked about it. It just looks natural for Danby to be on the Neon. Yes, but I do wonder, you know, what's going to be that natural look then for the likes of Primi and the rest of that Talon squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of growth for Talon as well, right? Incorporating the 2 new players from the Challengers circuit and how they're going to look. You know, Primi still relatively young in this roster as well, right? So you really do have a lot of newcomers coming in towards Talon that Cruz has a lot of responsibility.
I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
So far, able to live up to that mantle, but as the rounds continue playing out, we'll see. Because this round is one where economy not quite favoring Talon for now.
Big trap.
They do have that 4-1 on towards the A site.
Big trap if they hear an orb tap or any footsteps around the rotate door. There's info that a breach has been spotted.
Jiggles as well, Prowler now. Camera from Jit Boys, though, still seeing that nothing much towards the C site. Until
these are the sort of situations for Talon as well, right? That you're kind of really hoping they come towards this A side, or if not, they're going to have some significant time to set themselves up around C. And you are waiting, as you mentioned, for this camera, right? When it eventually spots out something, you get the full rotations happening. They finally start to do so.
Got some trips as well. Maybe not quite the guns. We'll see if he can do some damage. Spike going out around stairs. Nongshim fanning out.
Yep, Guardian for Primi needs to be the deal breaker here.
Play close, play safe, get some frags. But Margaret not allowing for Talon to do that.
Nah.
Waterfall, you're trying to regress in with the paranoia, and it does work out for now. Primi in with a third. He continues to swing, but still, Nongshim's got their number.
As I said, it needed to be Primi with that Guardian to get something happening, but unfortunately just not able to stand and deliver there. So Nongshim, they will find the 2 rounds. They will knock on the door of Talon. We're finally going to have some weaponry to see what they can do on this defensive side.
Still kind of making it somewhat doable.
Yeah.
Some of these kills, you gotta imagine that he's close to his ult as well, but I do wonder how effective that could be on a retake.
Going to favor the 1-4 setup yet again because they didn't show it in the previous round.
All back in towards that Rebel contest. Oh, and it's just Talon not slowing down. Pushing on through, the shield's been cracked. Killa in for the kills, and now
Spike down.
somewhat of a loss for Nongshim.
Yeah.
3 players are gone off the wayside.
Primi.
Cruz as well jiggling, might have spotted out by the minimap.
Oh, Margaret, though, he's going to run into the potential trap wire as well, destroy that one. And he needs to buy enough time for Persia to get over here. They should know the killer was low by the spray that they saw earlier on. But in a 2 versus 3 here, Quack, when you got to consider that there's fault line flashes, salvos that eventually come online. Just now, in fact.
Trying to create some fake presence around the door as well. Salvos, fault line, you have a lot at your disposal. Yes. Baited with from the shadows on Persia. So still trying to keep himself positioned around. Cage out from Jit Boys, and they're looking to push out of it. There it is. Margaret, though, off to the other end. Bit of a trade down to just kill collecting on those heads. And Talon up to 9.
Very close to being taken out as well, and then that situation wouldn't have been possible, right? So a little bit unfortunate, but a really nice idea on when you open that rotating door over at the A site from Die to take this duel, right? It's shutting down Danby. You also remove the shield of Ivy, and the rest of your team kind of approaches the scenario and wins it out as well. Happy enough to play retake.
Just a bit of a micro as well with how Thai is able to peek off of one end. You've got Killa around the back. Killa, who, by the way, off of that little kill towards the end, does have the Rolling Thunder online for this round.
The defuse, rather. You got the defuse, so picking it up there. More towards the A site.
And that could be a potential retake or way to push Nongshim away. Nongshim, though, cutting out noise.
Let's see what information now is Talon that you can find. You conceded a lot towards A, finding a little late lurk in Danby. Cruz to the front of B as well, but ultimately, if you do try to overwhelm the forces at C and you give anything towards Primi, he's going to have that convergent paths open. You're really toying with the positions here now of Talent and where you want to maneuver them around the map, but the ultimate idea is get in towards this C site. You forced the only soldier back in Primi. Good saturate.
An attempt at from the shadows from Thai as well, so a little bit burnt.
All the stun.
Especially in with the utility. Dambi trying to go further in, but Jit Boys will shut that down. Now here comes further utility. Rolling Thunder sent out, and Talon looks to swarm the site. Killua especially finding a lot of these sight lines. Now just down to Francis. We'll find one with that last bullet from the magazine, but Cruz cleans things up quickly for Talon to reach a 10th.
Yeah, some unfortunate timing there for Dambi as well, trying to push back in towards the holes, trying to find the space, right? Trying to find the kills as well, but just stunned up. So that's quite unfortunate for him in that situation when he pulls out the overdrive, and even Ivy caught out repositioning back towards the site. So a couple of moments where these Nongshim members, they're caught off guard just a little bit in an unfortunate situation where there's no trades available, but I flip it on over towards Talon. And they're forcing a timeout here from Nongshim, right? They're really starting to play with the rotations, play with the numbers, recognizing their own successes. And if I'm Talon right now, I'm kind of thinking to myself, let's just play post plants. All right, we're finding these members caught a little bit off guard in the timing. So if we're getting quick post plants where we figure out where they're going to be landing, it's not bad so far.
Yeah, especially if they're able to read a lot of Nongshim's intentions, Primi, and that little duel back there. Still though, out of this timeout, what could Nongshim be looking for? Again, you've got the double duelists. They haven't quite been able to make it work as fruitful as they wanted it to. Rubble control has been contested before. You've got a lot of the B and C sites being locked down by the likes of Cruz, maybe Jit Boys at times. And Primi, who still can do so much, especially with that refract at hand. Sitting on his ult as well.
Let's go back towards the A site, why don't we? This time we're going to be backed up by Cruz.
Ivy
does have the Armageddon available. I want to, that's one of the things I am interested for with a comp like Talons, right? Convergent Pass, Armageddon combos, you get destroyed.
100%. Well, for now, though, at least they're on opposite ends of the map, and it's just Dambi sliding in. But quick traded.
And this team isn't able to, reiterate back immediately. So they've gained rubble control. They've lost their speedway into the site. You can go at it a little bit slower with the Prowlers and with Ivy as well, if he wants to pull someone in towards the Gulag.
I have to imagine that's kind of how you would want to masterfully make use of this, right? Buy some time away from some of the opponents. You can take Primi away, possibly. Still, though, that's going to be the Waylay ult somewhere, and at the same time, Thai now trying to hold them off.
Yeah, they need to get in towards the site, though, because it was a 4 versus 4, and they've got the site control, but they're looking a little bit deeper for it.
That's time bot away. Numbers dwindling as well for Nongshim, so kill contract might be working against them right now if they use it in a bad spot, but still with the spike down, trying to reposition up around tree. Primi taking that duel out towards baby door. Nongshim beginning to run out of options. Ivy trying to jiggle, especially with the double tap shield. He's blinded as well. Sends out the undercut, just a delay. Unfortunately, not quite able to hold down Tree any further. It's just Francis who has to turn towards the back, and Thai will find that frag off an elevated angle. Talon moving forward into an 11.
Nongshim are really trying to press a little bit deeper to find some advantages. I love the fact that Primi is really keeping Francis in check outside the baby door. I mean, I saw the convergent paths, and he's kind of dancing around it, right? He throws out the saturated, actually caught Francis, but he's not going too far forward, right? He's not overplaying his own hand. He's stalling for time for his team to get over here, and he's winning these duels, and ultimately, Ivy is not having success on this ISO at the moment. It feels like as soon as Dambi is kind of removed from the equation, Nongshim crumbling a little bit to try and reclaim some space, reclaim some advantage positions.
Oh yes. Talon being able to play this sort of post-plant game. Primi and Cruz leading with the kill feed, but still, here comes Dambi once more. Team not quite there to follow up, though.
Oh, but we're going to get the kill contracts. Will he win it this time?
The one that he did take away is Thai, though, so now able to find that one right back into it. Just kill on the site. Primi up towards the top of heaven. Spots him with a crosshair placement, though. Saturate lands square at Ivy's feet. That's the triple found in the round. And just Margaret left. He might have snuck up in towards the B site, but the spike's down on the ground.
Yep. Very difficult situation for him to try and win a 1 versus 3 from, especially now that that door's closed. Here he's to re-navigate around the site, and eventually, you know, as Talon, you make a decision here. You look towards the choke of the A lobby.
And that's just the clear thing to do.
Or if he gets in towards the site and he picks up the spike, well, we're just playing it as 1 versus 3. You know, we should be winning those 100% of the time.
You got the fault line, you got the saturate still. Is that the refract? No, that's a refract.
You're also not playing positions as Talon right now where Margaret can really find a 1 versus 1. They're all collected together. It's really nice, like, crossfire triangulation
where they
around
can regroup as well.
Yeah. And now it's map point for Talon, looking to potentially trade each other's maps here. And we do get another look at potentially Fracture, where we know Vic wants it because it's going soon.
I feel like Vic's not alone on that. Come on.
I like Sunset.
Yeah. Oh, Sunset. I thought you were going to. All right. Well, we'll see how it all goes when that map does come back in. But for now, at the very least, Talon looking miles ahead with how they were playing as compared to before on Haven, especially with the Waylay into play. Back in towards that rebel control once again, and you've got Paranoia and everything sent out just to try to deal with what Dambi might be trying to pull off.
Yeah.
He's been doing it for the past 2 rounds now. This time,
I mean,
wrench thrown into the plans.
Definition of insanity, trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, right? This time in a game of Valorant, I mean, it kind of defeats that. It's plausible.
Yeah, you got 4 players this time. The trip out towards pillars as well, though, and intentionally breaking it. Talon trying to pull Nongshim away. Camera still around C.
Now it's just about these timing rotations again. Talon have been very successful in repositioning at these later stages of the rounds to the right spot.
And the later stages is exactly what they want to play. Cruz, as long as he stays alive, you've got that Armageddon in hand.
Yep, and now it's going to be towards this C site that Jit Boys is going to be dispatched of, so it's going to be the opening frag for Nongshim in the post lanes.
And Jit Boys tried to play sneaky beaky. Still though, how do you refill back into the site? Where could these Nongshim players be? Certainly thinking about Mound, but Dambi hiding inside of the smoke, that's something that they might not quite anticipate. And Dambi will spring. Out 4-1 against Primi. Now to hold the angle passively against Thai. Will be able to collect onto a second. Killer for the trade. And you also have Margaret for the flank. Off a timing as well. Does Talon read this? Not quite. Francis able to hold. Killa able to flick as well, but the round nonetheless will head on over to Nongshim.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Primi in that duel. Could have definitely been the one that like kind of closed things around the seaside and made it a little bit more claustrophobic for Nongshim. They have to get in towards the site. The gun model is what betrayed him a little bit there, unfortunately. But a bit heads up more for Nongshim, able to find the right timing to dispatch Jit Boys in the site and then lock it down, which we haven't really seen them being able to do just yet, right? We've seen, you know, on this defensive side, good positions, good shots coming out from Talon, good work from Primi a lot of the time.
And a bit of that mental conditioning from Nongshim in towards the A side, working out a treat as well.
Oh, but
and they're looking to do the same thing again.
Yeah, the 1-4 setup. Once again, all the utility raining around.
Look at that from Primi. Does find Dambi in towards the back. Killa with additional support. Thigh, everyone all collapsing into this one position where now the Armageddon gets set through. Margaret, if you are him, you're just wondering, what just happened? My teammates are all gone. I'm getting hit, I'm getting Valoranted, and Killa finds the final frag to bring that scoreline down to a 13-8.
Oh boy, 13-8, which means we are trading each other's maps here. We do get the third in this series. People wanted Fracture, we're gonna get it. People wanted to see good Waylay play. I will admit it.
Yes.
Right? It was good Waylay play from Primi. That's fine. I can sit here, you know, on what's the meme? I'll sit here in my comfy analyst chair and I'll just say, you know, the bad things, the good things and everything. But no, Primi really had a good showing on the Waylay here, finding a lot of great space, a lot of great duels being set up really nicely from the likes of Thai, from Killua, and from Cruz. Your initiators and your controller support really playing and providing dividends here for Talon. For the first showing on Ivy though, on the ISO, I'm gonna be brutal on this one. That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it.
Yeah, it certainly looks pretty rough at times. He did find more of his kill contracts towards the end of the map, though, but still, nonetheless, as a whole team concerted effort, it wasn't quite truly there. It didn't quite find the strats that they wanted to pull off, especially on their attacking side when Talon was just making quick work of everything. There were these rounds where we're seeing Dambi finding opening picks, Persia finding some opening picks as well, but down to it at the very end, Talon was able to regroup themselves, especially in a lot of these post-plant situations.
Yeah, and a bit of discussion for the teams, of course, to renegotiate what they want to do, looking in towards this next map as well, right? It's now essentially the old best of one. Going in towards Fracture, Nongshim got to choose between that or Icebox, remember, and this isn't elimination too, Quack.
Yeah, not entirely, but still, I mean, we'll see how it all fares out in the final map. For now, we will toss it back over onto the desk, and I gotta ask him, I'm not entirely delusional, am I?
Well, I don't think you're delusional. I picked the same thing you picked, Quack. But maybe the gentleman here, our analyst, what do you think now? I mean, this is a good look from Talon.
You know, I can't take anything away from Talon in this map, to be honest. Running the Waylay was not something I expected to look good, but once again, Talon are the ones who are able to make it work.
Yeah.
Really impressed by Primi in that map. I felt like, especially as you get towards the second half, they start to look great again.
Yeah, for sure. I was amazed by their ability to be able to retake. I thought they had a great game plan on attack as well. I felt that they read the way that Nongshim wanted to play a lot of the time. And you even saw it, I mean, that last round of defense was the perfect example of it. I don't know if that's prep for how Nongshim wants to kind of set take in towards the door like that. You saw Dambi do that multiple times, going straight up into tree like that. And you just had the Omen sitting up on top of rubble, or the Waylay sitting on top of rubble, waiting for him to run into the door. Like, I feel like either whether that's on-the-fly adjustments from Cruz and being on top of things, or whether that's them, the coaching staff really prepping for how Nongshim wants to play, they were really on top of things. So I really love the read you got from Talon there, and you saw a lot of it during that game, whether they were waiting for the front B aggression or the way that they were able to retake effectively on that defensive side was super impressive to me.
Absolutely. In fact, let's take a look at some of the player stats here. It was pretty evenly neck and neck earlier on, especially in the first half before Talon started pulling forward there, ending it into 7-5 half.
I mean, we have to highlight Primi here. Look at this. 24 and 12.
Yeah.
Very, very dominant from him. I feel like he hit so many fantastic shots that only Primi could hit the whole way through.
I think, honestly, this agent kind of suits him as well, because the thing with Primi is, like, a lot of people have criticized him at times for being someone that doesn't want a hard entry a lot of the time. But Waylay is this character where you have a get-out-of-jail-free card. You can kind of hard entry at times, but then you can refract back and be able to play the duels that he's very comfortable and very good at winning from that position. Like, it's almost like he's going in, scouting, getting info for the team, and then he's able to refract back and take some of those aim duels and gunfights on his term, or coordinate with the initiators or the other players on Talon to be able to set up how they actually want to tackle a lot of those situations. I think it actually works very well for him.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. In fact, we saw a lot of that happening on C when Talon was on attack, right?
I mean, yeah, I think the C executes, for me, it comes down to one of these kind of old TAC FPS fundamentals, which is when you're down in players, you just charge into the small site, and if you win a couple of aim duels and get into the post plant, then Bob's your uncle. Easy rounds at that point.
It's so crazy he managed to get up and over both.
Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle? It's a classic.
I've never heard that before. Sorry, I totally interrupted because I was like, what?
The Commonwealth is against you right now, Vic, and actually it's very rude that you've interrupted your majesty right now.
You go up and over both traps on the Waylay. It's really this, you know, up and over Bob your uncle.
Yeah, Bob your uncle, apparently. Not even plural at this point. But yeah, you can see they just brute force their way into that Seek site, as you see a lot of teams do game plan wise. And I think for Talon, like I said, it was a very patient game plan. It was one where either they would go towards the C execute in the mid to late round. They were very confident in the way they played those post plans. Even on defense, retaking C, they were very, very clean. So it's clear Talon's very comfortable with that site. But also, I felt like they punished a lot of the aggression. Half the time, Nongshim was like shoving front B, and they were getting fault lined, or they were just getting absolutely domed as soon as they peaked.
Well, now, Uncle Bob, what did you like?
Uncle Bob.
Did I use that right?
So
I don't think I used that right.
Not at all. Not even close.
You butchered it so hard.
There's one thing that I did like, and it's the same thing that I was very happy about on map 1. And it was that Dambi is still on the neon.
Oh my god.
He didn't win the map. He didn't win the map, but he did look.
He lost. Yeah, okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Point, Bob.
we have some replays that I think we can get into in a second that we had to pick out because
oh my god,
Danby is back.
He's back
on
his
form.
VS.
Look at this. He's got the bookie. This is what I want to see from. This is Danby for me. When he's messing about on Waylay, he's jumping about on other agents. I don't care. This is what I want to see from Danby. So it wasn't enough to get them quite over the line in this map, but I think it's showing a little bit of a return to form, a little throwback to that old style.
Oh, for sure. Even that small detail there, he's like surfing on the side of the door. For those that don't know, you can run like strafe into the door and you speed up even faster. It's like these tiny little mechanics that he's perfected on the Neon when you open the door like that. Like, that's what I want to see. That's what a lot of people became fans of Nongshim, and it is their quintessential style. I think because they haven't done it in a while, people forget, but the amount of rounds that these guys used to win with a shotgun and a couple of sheriffs was ridiculous. Like, they won whole games off the back of big swing rounds won with just little weaponry.
We saw a lot of shotgun in the last match, the first series, that feels so long ago at this point, and now seeing Dami with a shotgun just seems unfair almost. Now, Fracture is going to be the last map of today. We got to see Fracture earlier today, and we're going to end it with another Fracture banger. And because we love Dami on the Neon, I hope we get to see that again on Fracture. Otherwise, I will be with Morgan and be a little, sad about that.
I mean, Nongshim last time around, they haven't got a dub yet on this map. They've lost to DRX and RRQ so far, although they have not looked terrible in those games on Fracture. They're all playing the classic kind of style of the Breach Teo with the Prim, the core of those agents, Senti, as well as the choice of Raze for the Duelist. I'd like to see that change. For Talon, though, the graphic says it all here. Against Secret, they smashed them, and their Fracture game plan was super unique. Very, very on the cutting edge of the meta. A lot of set plays that looked really, really well drilled and well thought out. And there was just no answer from Secret. They did not know what to do in that game.
And I think especially if Talon didn't want to change their comp on Haven, that means that they weren't really worried about an anti-strat. So that I don't think they're going to be sticking with this comp as well as we head into Fracture. And Primi's just been warmed up very heavily on the Waylay. So.
I mean, they only needed to show like almost none of their defense, because I think it was like a 10-2 attacking half or something. They rolled them on attack.
Yeah, so I think we're going to be seeing this come through again from Talon. And I think if you're Nongshim, you got to be a little scared. Primi's Waylay looked very, very scary.
Yeah.
We've spoken many times about how we think that Talon are able to run this better than anybody else. So I think if you're Nongshim, you should be a little bit frightened. But Danby, listen to me. Listen to me. Don't fear my son.
Danby Waylay.
I think...
Stay on the Neon. You've got this.
I mean, a lot of people are playing Neon on Fracture anyway. You're seeing T1 player, you're seeing... You literally just saw Boom player. Like, a lot of teams quite happy to run that. So I don't see any reason why Nongshim shouldn't run it. What they shouldn't run is the double duelist, though. Because, honestly, I don't think it fits their team at all. And I think a lot of teams are just going, let's just throw double duelist in there at the moment, even when it doesn't necessarily make sense for their personnel, the players that they have, and their style overall. And I think that it didn't really go great for them on that Lotus game. I would have liked them to just keep things the same and make some small tweaks instead.
Really? You don't like Nongshim on double duelist? I mean, the double duelist that they picked for Lotus was definitely questionable. But either way, I think we're going to get a pretty crazy Fracture. Both of these teams are, Nongshim is just such a fast team.
Yeah, we said this before, but Fracture should really suit Nongshim's style, and I do think it suits Talon's style as well, because you're able to be tricky with that util.
Yeah.
And there should be a lot of good setup in this game, so I think this is a very, very exciting map 3, to be honest. I mean, I really like Fracture. I'm sad it's leaving the map pool.
I love Fracture. I don't want it to ever leave.
Okay.
But we're getting it right now, and we're going to find out what the agent picks are going to be, if Nongshim's going to change things up, if they're going to keep the Neon, if they're going to go to Waylay,
Give me
if
the
they're going to
Neon.
do something else.
Give me the Neon.
Okay, so Talon does seem like they're going to stick with what has been working for them, and I'm keen to see more of their defense that they've got to start out on, because they did most of the work on attack that last game.
Danby can hear me from down there on the stage. He's staying on the Neon. Let's go. Backing it up with like the classics across the board. Sorry, you see Breach, you see Teo, Cypher being the choice of Sentinel for both of these teams, which is harder to play against that Teo, but at least it's even across the board. But Danby's on Neon.
Well, this is good. I think everyone is on the agent they should be on. These are the comps we want to see from both sides. So I think we are going to have a really long and exciting Fracture to end the day. And to take us through it all, it's Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Well, I would just like to point out, though, for big time, you know, just a couple of weeks ago, he was kind of saying, Rome wasn't built in a day. Let's put Dappy on Waylay a little bit more. But now he's all like, Dappy Neon all the way. Yeah. All jokes aside, though, yes, this is definitely what we do want to see. But I'm a little bit curious as well. We do have some little swap-ups and rolls.
I mean, not built in a day, but you got stepping stones. And it looks like we're building a bit of a difference where Ivy last time was on Breach, now on Taeho. Francis was on Taeho, now on Breach. We've got some tree control immediately from Talon, and of course to highlight as well, Danby not playing Raze, he is on the Neon.
I do love what the desk was pointing out about Premi and the way that he's using this Waylay, which is, you know, intentionally how Waylay was designed as well, Jun Cuervo. But still, we do want to see currently how Nongshim are going to work their way across this fracture map on their attacking side, playing it very slow and steady.
Cruz is a little bit isolated at the moment, and you can get snuck up upon by Francis into the stun. You should be dead to rights, no one can trade you, but you managed to hop on out of that one. Live to fight another day.
Yeah, I thought he was playing a one and done, but right now with the salvos back online, he's able to kind of prevent the rest of the team from catching up to Danby, which then Premi might be able to find a way to strike back. So, especially in with that saturate now, able to collect a lot more space, and then for the rest of the team to swarm down on towards that final player, Persia. Talon picks up the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, they found the pistol on the second half, of course, over on our map of Lotus, but they did drop their round after that one, so maybe we'll see if that happens here or not, or if not, for Talon, I mean, a start for the final map here wouldn't be too bad, right? We already saw that they had a pretty not needed defensive half, I'm going to say, against Team Secret after their attacking side was pretty much flawless from that 10-2. So we'll see what the defenses are looking like, but I mean, the fact that Cruz is able to get out of there and not lose his life, or stunned as well. They have the first protocol to gain some tree control, which they want to do yet again.
And that's definitely one of those things where Nongshim needs to be able to read and adapt to Talon's defenses as fast as possible. Right now, just completely running it down and sacking it into B tower, where, a little bit unfortunate, the entirety of Talon is here and ready to play and refrag back. Still though, Margaret will try and attempt for a couple more frags before falling to Jit Boys.
Yeah, I think one of the things for me in terms of stability for Nongshim is it feels like they haven't really found the right recipe of agents on how they want to play this map though, right? When you're considering kickoff, how they played against DRX, you'll call it a close map in the 13-9, but they had a couple of different agents in the mix, right? Where Margaret was playing onto the Killjoy, that's like kind of the only change in that one, and then the last time they played it, right? Danby was on the Raze and we had swapped roles for Francis and for Ivy, so we're chopping and changing a little bit, but it still does kind of emphasize a little bit, you know, how comfy are we on this map, right? We haven't found exactly the right agents and exactly the right style that we want to be finding for this map against a Talon who may have found what works for them.
Possibly. At least for now, though, starting things off, they have done quite a bit to Talon's economy. Now hanging back as well, 1-4. Just Ivy to hang out around south side.
And they're not going to really find any momentum up through drop to get out in towards the site. They don't have some crunch control either that they've lost over at the A lobby side of things. So a little bit more passive up towards the B side of things here, using the rope. Always risky, considering what's creeping up A at the moment.
Yeah, I gotta imagine Ivy with that drone was trying to bait out more of a reaction from Talon, but nothing too much found. And now Talon all of a sudden peeks out with that flashpoint. Premi to stun as well, but the fault line will catch one or two of these players as well. Still though, being able to hold this slight crossfire. Then comes the trades. Persia able to find numbers for Nongshim. Cruz though, fending off from drop as well. Incendiary to stall, and in with the special delivery as well.
20 seconds, though, to essentially get in and get that spike plant down. Incendiary's not going to keep them at bay for that full time, but the damage has been done, hasn't it? A 3 versus 3 when the spike starts to go down. You're going to see a group up in towards lobby at the moment, where it is just going to be Ivy.
That's where there are some guns scattered across the floor, though, so you can see why Talon wants to take this spot, but got to make use of that weaponry. Cruz able to take that burst down against Ivy. 2 on 3 left, and there are more guns found now, especially for Jit Boys, but Thigh will get taken out. So needing to mount this entire retake out from main, it's a little bit tricky. The angle is instantly felt and dealt with Persia now trying to hold the angle, but he is kind of pinchered into this one little spot where Cruz finds a burst, gets the defuse just in time as well for Talon to pick up the bonus.
It gets close there, 0.65 at the end of it. Difference if the spike was maybe planted a little bit more open and Persia could have gotten out the incendiary. You saw him try and contend with it, but you got to do all your trigonometries to be able to try and get that incendiary at the right spot at the end there, it feels like. Quite rough, right? You got a lot of great damage that's being thrown in towards that round by Talon, who go from fast to slow. You got a lot of numbers around the A site. You got some really good repositioning from them. The fact that they are grouping up back in towards main to do it together, right, and not just trying to play 3 different angles to try and keep Nongshim locked in towards the site. So yeah, they'll set themselves up nicely on this defensive side. Now this round should be a gimme, where then you'll also start to consider ultimates coming in towards the next rounds, right? Cruz is one away from the Armageddon.
Primi in with the Outlaw. Gimme, gimme, and he will be able to take one away. Oh, the stun slows Nongshim down as well. Danby couldn't quite do what he wanted to do. So back off in towards B, in towards bench and arcade. Margaret is kind of lying in wait as well, but
yeah,
he's alone.
The lurk value at the moment is not going to bring too much for Margaret, unfortunately, because you spot out information as Jitboys, yes, but you're still running in towards the Cypher side.
Yeah, you got all those trips online as well. Kill trip found. Just down to the remaining 3. Francis with the stinger picked up. Persia, you might have an ult, but not quite the best opportunity to use it just yet. Talon beginning to surround them as well. I mean, look at this coming out from tree. So in towards tower now. Jitboys takes back a bit more space. Margaret in for the peek. But at this point, if you're Talon, you know exactly where Margaret is. The lone survivor, smoked off, blocked off. And Primi to hold a shorty onto the other side. Dives in to find the shot now. Talon with a clean 4-0 to start this map.
Another cosmetic stun up in this round, of course. I feel like that definitely needs to be fixed. But 4 out of Talon, again, that's the round that they should be winning. Maybe not so night and day with Killer and Jitboys losing their lives, but that's kind of the pass mark indeed. Really want to see what Nongshim are going to be able to answer back with as well, right? Because Danby's trying to get on in, trying to find some space. Ivy's still looking a little bit rough at the moment. I know it's a small sample size of rounds on this one so far, but you know, he needs to bring in some value here. Taeho is going to be one of those important agents on this map for Nongshim. You know, when Francis was playing it specifically against RRQ, you know, you got to remember the value that was brought in for all the space, for all the duels that he was getting activated in to provide a lot of that space for Danby to get in close proximity and take those fights.
And apart from that, to be able to possibly soften up sights as well. I mean, dealing with how Jitboys has his trip set up might allow for Danby to find easier entry. At least for now. At the same time, though, for Talon, just for Primi to be able to hold down entire positions by himself, especially, you know, with the way that he can stun.
If Primi's in a flow state, you don't kind of want to play the map that'll stop him from being able to do so, right? You want to activate him. You want to really set him up for success with the kills to then refract out or to saturate and go for more.
I mean, speaking of Primi flow state, yeah, just so much of this. The last time playing this against Team Secret, it was Primi leading the entire kill feed by 17 kills and only 5 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest highlight for me in that one, that it wasn't necessarily Primi getting the opening kills in that series, though. Jitboys was finding a lot of them, and Primi was looking to lock things down at the end.
For now, though, Talon happy to sit passively, listening for info coming out from Nongshim. So once again, stealth drone, this time a bit of 3-2 split.
And you're going again into the Cypher setup. This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier, though. If you're going to get trapped up by the ults, you're just absolutely conditioned and dead.
Crunched through. The Armageddon actually placed in a way that it flushes Nongshim into the site just for Killa to collect onto the last 2 as well.
I mean, it's in the new Breach Taeho meta, right? It's one of the kind of standard protocols. If you're getting a stun up, you're Armageddoning, you're forcing the team to either die in the ult or run into a spot where they have no real time to collect what angles they need to look after. They can't get utility out. They have to just be gun ready, and it's really awkward. So that is a great little pocket play to come out from Talon on the back of Nongshim's timeout.
Especially up by the choke. the very least, though, Nongshim will be close to their ultimates. We'll see if they're able to make use of some of these. Back to the 4-1 split in towards bench. Primi with the op all of a sudden now, though. Instant shot fired off, instant stun sent back in.
Yeah, and it's not the dash on out for him either, right? It's just run and have it available still with the saturator by the time. Rolling Thunder in is going to lock him in an aftershock as well. And they're in the salvos too, man. They're just destroyed.
Completely consecrated in with the salvos, like you mentioned. Now Dambi, though, trying to fire back against Talon. Does have a bit more space, but is it safe? That's the question. You still got Cruz somewhere nearby. You've got Primi as well, who can do quite a bit. Thigh in with the incendiaries, not quite sent out either, so all of them just hovering nearby. You've got a minute to work with.
And the thing is, how do you get a plant here as Francis to get the Rolling Thunder to potentially get Dambi into the fight to win?
Can you get that spike down? So they pick up the alt orb.
Yeah, that can be used to buy some time when you want to go for the plant, but you have to set up Dambi here.
Trying to at least, but you can already see Talon backing away from that range. In with the salvos as well, but Dambi looks to get ahead. He's by himself, despite the stuns. Cruz able to collect. Just Francis now. Oh, he got off the spike plant. 1 on 3, all of them right in front of you, and it's just Thigh with the op shot through into his head.
Dambi has not been able to find really anything, but I think more importantly, I'm most impressed by how quick Talon are getting out these combos of utility. When the Rolling Thunder is there, just look how quick Killua and Cruz are with the Aftershock, with the salvos, just at the right spots as well to, again, push Nongshim out into a really
listen to those comms
difficult position. I know, like, how do they get out of that? Up the rope into a potential player in heaven as well? Like, a tower, it's just not working for Nongshim.
Not working for Nongshim. Working out incredibly well for Talon.
100%.
Full Thai squad. They're flowing together as a team. Meanwhile, Nongshim now further splits 2-2 and 1. Now, given the fact that they don't quite have the buys in this round, this makes sense.
More of a default for them. They can play on the back of the passive approaches here with the pistols that they are expecting that aren't necessarily going to be too quick to get up in your face. And as long as they're playing the distance game, right, and spotting out if anybody of Nongshim are getting close to you, you'll be okay in this sort of round to continue this flawless defensive run.
Precisely that. So now information gathered just for Jit Boys to try to hold, but ooh, bit of a burst down from Nongshim will be able to take down Jit Boys. That is a weapon picked up, but Primi back in with the op. Feeling a bit of a pinch though. That's that stun. He does send it out, but also coming up from the back, it's going to be Ivy who takes Primi out. 2 on 4, and a bit of an opportunity for Nongshim to turn this around on its head.
And now they've got Armageddon and Orbital Strike.
Okay, well, Thai, though, tries to flush a player out of position with that Incendiary, but Persia able to avoid it. Salvo's back in as well, and that's going to be the frag. So back to a 2-on-2. Thai with his own Orbital as well. Do they know where Margaret is, though?
No, not at the moment by their positioning, but they're going to start to clear things and try and bait out Ivy with the salvos and the Armageddon.
That's going to be Tree now cleared off.
Half defused.
Margaret coming back in slowly. Cruz getting off the spike now, beginning to look somewhere. Armageddon sent out just to buy further time, but Cruz sticks the defuse at the very end of it. Just as the Armageddon collapses onto him. Opshot found as well, but Talon sitting on top of 7-0.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that Ivy isn't able to get that one out as quick as possible. I mean, I saw the salvos coming, right? There's time for you to get the half defuse there as well. And then there's wind-up time on the Armageddon. Yeah, you can try and get it as close as possible to the spike, but it's just the stick really quickly accumulated that Cruz can stick that one there, and this flawless run really starting to become a problem for Nongshim.
Yeah, especially given how all of those ultimates were already spent.
Yeah.
4-1 setup, Sky smoking their way.
Primi's essentially just locking down all of Arcade at the moment with the operator yet again. You've got a forward line being held by Thai in towards A main. Now you're droning out drop. So you've essentially cleared 3 positions around the map as Talon at the moment. You hear some info around A, but again, you've just got the trap. That stun sends them back.
For some more information, and now stacking up in towards main. Nongshim, though, trying to backpedal.
And as Talon right now, you're trying to funnel them in towards more of where your traps are. It's either 3 players contained around lobby, or you're going into a B site where you've got Jit Boys with his traps available, and you've got Primi who's pretty close with the ultimate to bail them out.
Nongshim were trying to deal with some of these traps, especially with the salvos out from Ivy, but to no avail. The salvos just alerted to Jit Boys as to where Nongshim might be heading in from, and now the only option left, back into its A main, where Thai is able to hold. Dambi, though, almost for the burst. Coming back in for the slide instead. Back into a 2-on-2. Primi off to the races into the site.
Gotta get the plant here because the flank rotate is eventually coming out for Primi, for Jit Boys. Here comes the ult.
Gotta watch for Margaret as well, though, but Primi at least quick to look for that deletion onto a player. But here comes Margaret. Takes down Jit Boys by drop.
It's not planning for
knows
him.
Where he
can
is.
stick it.
Yeah, and that's where Primi is able to stick it all the way through. Margaret didn't quite hear it, so slowly creeping forward, does find the frag, but once again, the round handed over onto Talon.
Oh man, the fact that Primi immediately catches Dambi in the convergent pass, he just funnels right on towards him, and then you recognize, hang on a second, Margaret's just been seen over at Sans. He got the trade. I can just stick this defuse. It doesn't matter if I die after time. We've got the round, and we are absolutely laughing. That is an 8-0 flawless run so far. I'm kind of questioning a little bit this veto right now from what we're seeing from Nongshim on this attacking side.
Would prefer it if they went to the icebox?
Potentially so. Potentially so. I mean, the way that we've just seen this map played out by Talon against Team Secret, not affording them any real space to get anything in towards the map. And the real struggles that we've seen from Nongshim against DRX and previously as well, right? Like, I don't think there's much you can do in a timeout like this with the way that Talon are rotating around the map, in what angles they want to challenge together as a team, and how they want to clear in the beginning, in the middle, in the end.
It's also one of these scenarios where you're heading into this without much information, without much intel as to how Talon plays on the defense, kind of like what the desk mentioned. Big Time was saying, you know, Dambi, do not fear my son, but it is what it is right now. The timeout's being called. We'll see if they're able to reroute this. I mean, Icebox definitely is a consideration, but
I mean, it has to be.
We have what we have right now.
It has to be right now. You know, it has to be the 8-4 half for Nongshim. It has to be the pistol in the second round because we've already seen destruction from Talon on attack.
Possible answer off of the timeout. They're looking to take more space around Arcade, possibly to find a pinch onto what has been one of the bigger problems, Primi, in for the sniper.
But he's not there this time, right? No operator to look at the line. He's going to be running the Outlaw.
And that's just the read from Talon. Adjustments back in, the triple stack, now they're pushing in a tree.
Yeah, they're retaking some space to make things a little bit more workable for them come a post plant.
Okay, still though, with the site relegated to Nongshim, the team is happy to try to get the spike down somewhat for free.
Okay.
Utility spent here and there, but avoiding the trips for now.
No ultimates here for Talon, right? So this is a straight up 5 versus 5 standard utility gun round.
Where you got Margaret sneaking up from the back as well. If his timing is pristine, he could find advantageous numbers for Nongshim, and there it is! 5-on-4.
Still got to clear a lot of these angles though, and that's time that works to Nongshim's favor.
Jit Boys slowly clearing out from tunnel. The rest of the Talon squad moving upwards from tree, but instantly found by Dambi. Just Killua left. He knows where his opponents are, but he's alone. And without much utility, there's not much that he can do. Francis to find the simple trade to put Nongshim on the board.
Finally there. Converting on the back of their timeout. They do so quite nicely up in towards the site. And I don't know if it's the idea of Talon wanting to take the tree space or if they feel like they're forced to because of the haste pressure that is built up at the arcade area. Regardless, you know, you got to be clearing your corners when there's a Taeho in play. They might not necessarily be on the site. A map like Fracture, you've got a lot of these longer lines that you can fall back towards for the likes of, you know, a Breach, a Taeho, a Brim if they've got the lineups.
Also around where Nongshim didn't have to spend too much utility to get into sight, so...
Yep. But can they do it again? I mean, you got to consider, right? They have to be consecutive now on this attacking side.
That is the question. Nongshim trying to pull off a similar strategy, but on opposite ends of the map. So 1-4, slow creep up into tree. Talon, though...
This time it's not proactive information gaining from Talon. It's more on the passive, shouldering approach, waiting for Nongshim to get in, and then they'll act.
Precisely, especially with those trips at hand. Jit Boy still anchoring down the site, and you also do have Thai right around the corner. Cruz as well, if he can find a pick or an Altorb, that's going to be Armageddon. Jitboy's now with the Judge, suddenly sounding off, and that's going to be Nongshim, surprised as heck. Francis able to find at least just one, but here comes Cruz out from the spawn area, finding those frags.
Yep, now you've got that ult online for Cruz as well in the next round, one away from the orbital from Die. So you think about this is the second last round of the half, you got the last round of the half, you know, those ultimates can be pretty impactful to get you the win condition. So it's just back to the old Talon, working the map really nicely, getting a good idea on the positions, and then at the end of it, when they do relinquish control of the site towards Nongshim, just playing the angles, ready with their crosshairs at the right spots, adjusting for the kills.
Certainly looks really comfortable for Talon right now, but we'll see if Dambi possibly with his overdrive could force them into some discomfort.
Yeah, but the thing is the team really needs to set up Dambi with the overdrive or with the Vandal to find an opening kill, and then consecutively they just need to find more than one.
They're sitting tight for now, trying to bait some utility out from Talon, but still that's where they get caught. Persia unfortunately gunned down. Dambi tries to slide on through, but Cruz and Thai all expect it. Finding those shots, finding those frags. It's down to Francis, who finds one and two outside of the smokes. That's the Rolling Thunder. Sends it through, but Talon avoids it. Now backed into tree. No smokes available. It still is tough for Nongshim to get the spike down safely.
And Ivy is low. 30 HP for him. They will dodge a bit of this early utility.
Salvo's back on
I can use the orbital if he does want to, but it's the 2 versus 3 at the moment. Plant to go down, time to be bought by the orbital, and this allows Jitboys to start to get that flank a little bit closer.
Timing for Jitboys. He knows he can play it safe. At least for now, fault line sent out, but with the peek, Thai just holds it down right. Francis, 1 against 3, desperately tries to go in for the flicks and the peaks, but still quad being found by Thai.
Every single duel that Nongshim found themselves in that round was essentially a 1vx scenario, right? Pushing out, the members of Talon were just ready in crossfires of some sort, whether they're holding hands for the later ones or the ones in the middle of the round, they're just ready. The fact that Francis finds those two, okay, outliers, right? Didn't see them going for pot shots, they happen. Really well positioned round from Talon there.
The only consolation prize in that round has to be just Persia finding some shots outside of the sky smokes, but that's that. Last round of this first half now, and they're looking to just dump everything into tree, into this B site, but they get slowed down!
Yeah, that is a huge counter to Dambi's speed and haste to just get in towards these sites.
Well, he does kick things into overdrive and just continues forward, though. Clears out tree, Margaret finds one in towards Canteen, and that's neural theft.
Give themselves a couple of seconds to slow it down. If Ivy does get one kill here, Quacky will have Armageddon.
Okay, Cruz knows that he's got it tripped. Has to watch out for potentially where Margaret could be, but at the same time, you've got Dambi continuing forward as well. This throws Talon off balance, trying to reclaim some space outside of Canteen now. Thai and Killua able to find it. Was there a flash? Still though, now Salvos, just to buy a bit more time. Cruz playing off of timing, but no. He's been spotted out and gunned down by Margaret. Thai for the trades, and with the spike ticking away, Thai just continues to flush it down. Nongshim to collect back onto a second round win.
Well, you flip the way in which Talon did it, but it's another 10-2 half here on Fracture, seemingly a map that they are extremely comfortable on. Of course, for those that might have missed it, it was against Team Secret that I'm making this reference to, where Talon had 10 rounds on the attack, kind of destructive as this was, and we're questioning, all right, well, we didn't get a good sample size of what their defense was looking like. I think we have now, guys.
Yeah, we shall see, won't we? 10-2, definitely not the scoreline that you would want if you are a Nongshim fan.
Not what I expected, given what we've seen so far in maps 1 and 2, where it was more backwards and forwards. Yes, there was a lot of rounds in a row that we did see, but maybe one could make an argument that Nongshim's map number 1 of Haven, you know, with the start and the end, they had a lot of these consecutive style of rounds, but I don't think it was this destructive and clean, more importantly, like we've seen from Talon now.
And definitely not once Primy stepped into form with this wailing. I mean, it just kind of fits, you know, Thai agent, Thai player, Thai star.
I mean, the way that they're just meandering around the map, man. Like the crossfires that they're getting, the right utility to stave off any aggression from Nongshim, to keep them guessing. The corners they're locking them into as well, and having trap utility ready.
The one that brings to mind for me, though, is the stuns. I mean, it's not just Primi as well. You know, the entire team is finding a lot of it, and it stalls.
It's the Danby counter right now.
Stalls Danby's engine.
He wants to get in. He wants to high gear it up. He wants to sprint at you. He wants to slide and remove your head from your shoulders. But literally, you look at the composition that they're running, right? Stuns from Killua, impeccable so far. You've got stuns from Cruz. We've seen a couple come through. More importantly, Primi on the waylay. The saturates, I mean, pretty much all of them that we've seen have hit Danby.
I wonder if we have a tracker for that, but you know what? We're starting things off with the second half. Let's go. Nongshim already trying to gun up for some information.
It's only up from here, Quack.
3 players. Cruz knows that he's in a bit of a hot seat right now, so zip lines all the way over onto Dish, where he will rendezvous with his team. Here comes Primi. Light speed onto top, and he's sticking the plant.
They've got a lot of post for this
Could
position.
still refract back.
Aftershock, salvos, but they have to use them now early that Primi's gone.
Yeah, there's the aftershock. Gets Margaret away off of the spike. Persia still trying to hold close with his off angle where Talon might not expect him. Oh, Killua jumps down, and now the defuse gets stuck all the way through. Danby picking up the round for Nongshim without, kills truly found. Persia now still spamming all the way, just trying to collect as much as possible.
Yeah, it's very big, pistol EDG vibes to come through on that one, right? Where last time we got to see Fracture when we had the waylay, we saw them get quickly in towards the B site. Similar idea, where you just get your waylay right on in to provide you with the plant, and then you've got a lot of that post-stalling, though. I don't think they expected Margaret to be able to get it to half as quick as they did, right? They're still trying to set themselves up after going contact in through the drop location, in through Dish, to get up, all of the utility, the aftershock, the salvos, the incendiary.
So execution maybe needed to be tweaked a little bit.
If it was 2 milliseconds earlier, it would work.
Yeah, possibly. But you're happy if you're Nongshim on this one. Danby now in with the Outlaw, takes out Cruz, locks out this Dish position.
Yep. You're going to funnel them back on over to the other side of the map, in towards the trap that you've got Margaret. And a couple of the supporting cast here for Nongshim as well. He smokes from Persia. Francis as well. Just running in with the Ghost for this round.
Certainly. At least, though, for Talon to try to regroup, going to these CQB positions. Still able to take down Margaret. That could be spike planted.
Well, this is where things get a little bit awkward, yeah, because it is lesser weaponry, but you've given them... Well, actually, you haven't given them the plant, so they can't establish it now.
Good little spam coming out from Francis. Hey, how about that? Now Ivy to hold Canteen. And Talon trying to scramble. Primi, though, very close range, but unfortunately out of the smokes. Instantly spotted. Just Jit Boys, and this is the round done.
Hey, you got the plant. I think you're okay with that as Talon.
A little bit more extra money, some up points, but nonetheless, a possible chance for Talon to... Well, for Nongshim to strike back against Talon.
Well, they essentially have to copy the successes of Talon, right? They have to get not just all the rounds in a row that they managed to do in 8, but the way in which they were doing them, balancing out their own economy to ensure that they've got buys upon buys, changing positions. A lot of those successes were the 1-1-3s or the 4s that are taking a lot of the space in towards like A, or good decisions for some arcade holds as well. Primi, huge success on a lot of those spots to lock it down, get activated in the duels.
At least so far in these 2 attacking rounds, it's not really quite there yet.
So this is going to be a really important one for Nongshim to try and get back in towards this game first and foremost. 1 foot in front of the other.
Fair enough. Primi, though, so quick. Lightspeed, and Ivy was not prepared for this.
No, and I mean, the kills for Primi don't really show it too hard at the moment in, the 7, I believe he's got so far. But the space and the pressure that he's built for his team here.
Right, all of a sudden, look at the mini-map. Nongshim's thinking, I got to stack up on this A site. And that leaves B a little bit more open. Cruz beginning to investigate. I think he spotted out Danby. A possible pinch shot from Jit Boys now, but Danby with the movement! What is that?
It's what we were missing. It's what he loves to do on this Neon. And when Primi's not around to slow him up or...
Well, regen shield for now, so he's down to about 30. You could still die to a single bullet, and Cruz is hunting for him.
You don't know that Cruz has slipped through here, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's a kill, it's all the space, it's an audible call. They can set themselves up for a post plant to their heart's content. They can plant wherever they want.
Fault line, incendiary salvos again. You just got to make sure that Nongshim does not stick the spike.
And a saturate too. That'll
Okay.
slow you up. I mean,
well, if he is within range, Premier, at least for now, trying to hold out towards south side. Nongshim all towards the north. We do have Francis around Gantine, and he's trying to set something up with possibly the flashes in the fault line. He's got a full kit.
Yep. They
got to help out tower at least.
Got to get a wriggle on.
There's the fault line. Cruz gets ahead of it, but still Margaret able to find the frag. Now Francis's position alerted, but here comes Primi in with a stun. Somewhat lands, not quite. They
Body block incendiary.
dispersed. Incendiary lands just in the nick of time, and still Primi able to find the frag at the end of it. Talon will move forward to 11.
Attempted body block of it, but you got stunned up as well, which makes it a little bit more difficult. But then you've also just got guns ready for the Talon members to start to shoot. So.
This is a crazy composition.
Crazy comp?
Yeah, for the attack. You got so much in post-plant utility.
Yeah, it's, you know, old post-plant vibes on Bind, where you'd never see your enemy. You just only play post-plants.
Oh my god, look at that though!
Yeah, but it kind of, you know, doesn't have any weight in the round, really, does it? Because the post is just that much stronger from Talon.
Just saying it looks cool.
It does look cool, but...
Put that one for the TikToks.
Convert it into a round.
Yeah, we need the round.
Yeah.
4-11. Surprise up.
You can't make a mistake as Nongshim. You absolutely cannot. You go for a little bit of a soft handshake towards the B tree. You reposition yourselves as well for an arcade, and you see nobody there.
One of the last possible few. Camera for Talon. Camera for Nongshim as well into its A main.
This should give Nongshim an idea on where Talon are around the map, right? You don't see anything north side. You've not got your trap wire popped over at drop. So you know that they're either B at tree or they're A lobby. And the bait plays at the moment are trying to draw rotations towards this B site.
Be entirely right about both.
And Nongshim are second-guessing themselves. This is a fake by Primi.
Oh, and that's exactly what he can do as the Waylay. This is beautiful for Talon.
But now Nongshim are starting to rotate back to the B site where Talon are looking to transition to.
Yeah, they're already in position. In terms of timing, Talon's kind of got the drop on this one. And thanks to that, Cruz finds a trap on towards Francis. Persia, though, alongside Dambi and Ivy trying to anchor down. 30 seconds and Talon has to push up. Relay Vault, and that slows them down. You're running out of time, Talon. Persia in for the spams. Orbital Strike ripped and ready to let go. But Dambi holds the slight sliver. Double found. Persia coming back in. Thigh out to frag everything out, but you're not able to collect on the final one. Persia stands tall.
Gotta respect Thigh for giving that one a good crack. You also understand why he wants to try and get that spike plant down. Just not expecting Persia at the end there. Imagine a world in which Thigh was able to clutch that one through. Oh my lord, I would have jumped out of my chair. But for Nongshim fans out there, it's not over just yet, right? They haven't seen Talon get to round number 12. They've still got a sliver of space here that they can provide themselves in the map. And what some successful early conditions are going to be, gathering the map control at one or two locations around the map, seeing if Talon are going to be there. These are the rounds that you want to just hold everything towards the next as well, given that it is the pistols of Talon.
It is possible. Well, we will start off with early version of Dambi, yes. At least still with the relays, will comfortably find Jit Boys. Meanwhile, Talon looking to aggress in towards B Tower. The Saturate finds its mark yet again. Margaret, though, it does take a bit of time, and now he's back online where he finds the collateral. In with the Phantom, in with the third kill, and Dambi for one apiece as well.
Yeah, even whilst hindered, though, the cage is providing enough protection for him to just get out of dodge there and hold true. Got to say, it was against those pistols, right? So these are the sort of rounds that you really shouldn't be losing too much. They'll only say goodbye to Persia in that round, so it's one gun that they need to buy on up. But more importantly here, Quack, it's these gun rounds that they have to have a really good grasp on what space around the map they want to hold, or how to re-get space if they give anything up and Talon find it.
There's quite a bit that you could possibly do if you're Nongshim, though. I mean, well, ultimates are beginning to come online for both teams.
Yep.
Locating target.
Nongshim a little bit closer. Armageddon, Orbital, all very useful.
Stealth drones being exchanged. Defensive side up through the dish that'll get destroyed, but the one over to the B side for Talon all the way to find all of the info and space. Dambi just caught unawares, off guard. on an island. And
Boys
now you've
delivered.
got all the information from this neural theft to potentially even just speed things up to B. And look at that, immediately being sent in there. And Jitboy's reposition is gorgeous.
Masterful play, and the stars align for Talon to set this up towards a series point. Margaret, though, will try his darndest to fend that off. Spike downed as he holds the off angle against B Tower. His own neural theft being sent out as well. Now beginning to peek out, trying to catch them unawares, but still, Cruz and Thigh happy to hold a bit of a high-low to find that 12th for Talon.
There was a time limit there for Jitboys as well to come for the flank, so that's why they're going for the 2 versus 2 tower play, but low on HP and not really able to find it. Map point, series point here for Talon. And they've got a lot of them. 6 here, Quack.
Yeah, it's just an incredible round, especially coming out from Jitboys. A little bit unfortunate for Dambi to kind of get sussed out, but that's the price that you got to pay at the very end of it. Talon looking to close this one out. Dambi pulling out the op.
Yeah, it was something that was really successful for Primi to get on a couple of lines and be a bit of a scare tactic as well, right? Now Dambi's going to dispatch of Primi, so bit of a difference in duelists. I wouldn't call it a duelist diff, though.
At the very least, it is one less problem to deal with. Frontline as well now, just to keep them invested in towards A lobby.
Yep. And you got to remember, too, you talk about ults starting to come online, right? Look at what Talon have to play with. They don't need to invest them here. But if they do, they will get them back if Nongshim run this deep gauntlet.
Always got to watch for Francis, though. He's been one of the pivotal players, especially when he's holding up towards Canteen. Right now, undetected, still hiding in the sky smoke. Dabby might have been flushed off, but he repositions around the drops.
Excuse me?
And that's going to be Jitboys cleaning things up just a bit. You got the salvos as well to possibly flush Francis out of position now, and that's going to be the fault lines that have already eliminated. Now back into the site, Killua flushes himself out, spots out the next player. Margaret in for a trade. Down to Jitboys and Margaret. Cypher versus Cypher.
No cage.
Sticking halfway, he must have heard it.
Oh, he got off.
Gets off at the right time, but Jitboys corrects his aim at the right moment, right guy in the right time.
Unfortunate for Margaret at the end there. Quack could have stuck it, but of course he doesn't have our bird's eye position view. I think the biggest takeaway in this map at the moment is that Talon have a defensive side, they have an offensive side, they have a great idea on how they want to play this map in Fracture. Primi, valuable on the waylay here, whether or not that will continue in towards the next couple of maps as well, because he technically is the least amount of kills in the server on that map there, but the rest of the team, I mean, Thigh is topping that one there with all of those kills. Great lurks out from Jitboys. Cruz and Killua's value and attention to detail on the timing of when they want to put out that utility was impeccable. That was a really well played map from them. For Nongshim though, a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking about how Dambi wasn't quite able to get online. A lot of them completely stalled and stopped thanks to all of these stuns coming out from Talon. That will be that. I mean, a very well-deserved bow, moving forward and improving as every week comes by. You do have the series closing out 2-1, and the final scoreline on the map of Fracture 13-6. Talon will take this win.
Yeah, they'll get their 1 championship point on the back of this win as well. You know, the goal for them, hopefully playoffs, you know, that's what we're going to do. But we know it's going to be growing pains. There's a lot to learn for this team. So picking up a win here in that 1-1 will make them now 2-1.
Oh, well, at least we'll try to learn what Talon has been cooking up as well as we toss it back over to Jen on the stage.
Huge congrats to Talon for picking up tonight's win. Now, Primi, if I can have you over here, and Cruz, thank you guys for joining us. All right, you know what to do. It's too heavy for me. 3 is too much. 네, 탈론의 프리미 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 승리로 2승 1패를 신고하게 됐는데요. 먼저 오늘 승리 소감부터 들어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, Primi. Also, congratulations, Cruz. Thank you for joining us for translation. Now, you guys are now 2-1 in the leaderboard with today's win. So, can you tell us how happy you are with today's win?
เรา 2-1 แล้วในลีดเดอร์บอร์ดรู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีครับก็ถ้าชนะได้ก็น่าจะได้เข้าเพลย์ออฟเร็วๆนี้
Feels good and hopefully we keep on winning so that we can make playoffs.
너무 좋고 계속해서 좋은 경기 펼치면서 플레이오프에 진출할 수 있었으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이번에 또 타이 선수와 킬로아 선수의 합류가 있었는데 프리미 선수 입장에서는 이 두 선수의 합류가 좀 어떤 영향을 미친다고 느끼는지 들어보도록 할게요. Also, let's talk about Killua and Thai, the two new signings on the team. They're doing pretty well. And I feel like you have less pressure. You're more freed up as a player as well individually. So, you know, what do they bring to the table? How much game changer are they, especially for you?
เหมือนเพื่อนสองคนใหม่แบบว่าทำหน้าที่ตัวเองได้ดีแบบมันทำให้เรารู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกเล่นได้ง่ายขึ้นครับผมแล้วก็ทำให้ทีมชนะง่ายขึ้นครับ
So it makes me play more freely and I feel like it makes the team win easier.
조금 더 프리미 선수 입장에서는 정말 자유롭게 그리고 부담 없이 경기를 치를 수 있게 되고 그리고 팀 전체도 이 두 선수의 합류로 인해서 훨씬 더 수월하게 경기를 치르고 또 작전도 수행할 수 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 프리미 선수 웨이레이를 많이 보여주고 있는데 어떤 웨이레이가 좋은 웨이레이인지 뭔가 웨이레이 잘하는 방법 웨이레이에 대한 철학을 한번 들어보고 싶고 그리고 현재 타격대 메타에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 파악하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶네요. We've been seeing a lot of waylay from you. So, you know, what do you think makes a good waylay? What do you think you need to do to be a good waylay for the team? And also, what do you think of the duelist meta right now?
เห็นเราเล่นเวเลย์บ่อยมากแล้วคิดว่าต้องทำไงถึงจะเป็นเวเลย์ที่ดีให้กับเพื่อนแล้วก็คิดว่าเวเลย์เป็นดูลิสในเมตานี้หรือเปล่า
ก็อาจจะคิดว่าเวเลอาจจะไม่ได้เป็นเมตาเนี่ยครับแต่ว่าก็เล่นกับทีมดีครับต้องสื่อสารเยอะๆแล้วก็คุยให้เข้าใจกันครับ
So I don't think Waylay is the meta but I think that if you communicate with your team well she's really good and it's gonna help the team succeed.
일단 웨이레이가 메타 주류 픽은 아닌 것 같고 좀 확실한 메타 픽은 아닌 것 같지만 그래도 팀원들과 소통을 잘 하면서 잘 사용한다면 정말 좋은 픽이 아닐까라고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 마지막으로 다음 경기 제타거든요. 각오 한마디 들어볼게요. Next up is Zeta. Anything you want to say or what's your mindset heading into that one?
เกมหน้าเซต้าแบบว่ามีอะไรอยากจะพูดกับเซต้าไหมแล้วก็ mindset ที่เราเข้าไปแข่งเกมหน้าเป็นยังไง
ก็ขอให้ทุกคนเล่นได้เต็มที่แล้วก็ชนะก็พอครับผม
I just want everyone to do our best and let's win.
잘하고 이기자라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 프리미 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Thank you Primi and thank you Cruz. Good luck next week and that's it from us on stage. Good night.
What a way to end the day. Talon finishing this off in Fracture. Their Fracture was phenomenal. A masterclass in how this map should be played.
I think so too. Honestly, might be a little bit of a respect ban coming out for some of these teams if they cannot figure out Talon's Fracture. They even started out on the defense and looked super impressive. A lot of, ballsy sticks as well when it came down for like the last couple of seconds, just holding down the spike in some of those rounds, which did kind of blow out the scoreline a little bit more than it might have been, to be honest. I think Nongshim definitely could have gotten a couple more of those rounds on the attacking side, but more so I was impressed with this man. You see some of the highlights here. Thai was absolutely cooking them on the Brimstone.
He did a great job, a real pleasure to watch. And we also saw so many really great util combos, I thought, across the board from Talon. Like, this is what we talk about them being a util-heavy team that have a lot of structure, that are able to make this waylay work, and that's exactly why, full credit to Cruz and the coaching staff that goes behind this. A very dominant map 3 from them, and they move forward with another one in the W column.
That's right. So they're following the pattern. The signs checks out. It's the win-loss, 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 win. So this is where we are at now. And again, that was just really enjoyable. I think anyone who wants to get to know Fracture really well, how to win on Fracture, just rewatch this VOD.
This is why I love Fracture. This is why I don't want them to take it out the map pool. There's so much you can do. It's so fun. Riot, listen to me. There's still time to change your mind, please.
Riot, please.
It's okay, guys. I mean, I think we've still got some more games, some more great games on Fracture to come, at least in this stage. And I think Talon, honestly, another reverse sweep after a not great map 1, a lackluster map 1. Their peak of Haven did not go well. I thought that was going to be a difficult way to start the series and they might fall apart from there, but they showed some great resilience, honestly. Like, I was really impressed, and that's the second time that they've been smashed on the first map, 13-5 or so, and then being able to just show some great resilience and reverse sweep relatively convincingly, like both of those last 2 maps. I mean, Lotus was touch and go a little bit, but very convincing, especially in the second half. And this game of Fracture, they absolutely cooked them.
Yeah. Mental resilience is huge in this in these series happening over in Pacific, and I'm really glad to see that Talon is doing exactly that, keeping it strong.
Now we take a look here at just some of the player stats. Ty, of course, will be our map MVP. 24-12, incredibly dominant. I also think Jitboy's had some big rounds as well. I mean, I think all the way down, even if we go down to Premier at the bottom, I don't think his stat line was amazing, but I felt like he did his job.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he definitely informs a lot of the decision-making. I actually liked a lot of the ideas that I saw from Attack. Attack Waylay this time, they were doing a lot more set executes against Secret, but they were doing some double dash into Sand with the Refract active, and then they just throw a couple pieces of util at it to try to create a chance to create an opening pick. Like, especially with the coaching staff that they have, that they might be able to read some teams' positioning and then try to create these niche chances to get an opening. And I want to see more of that, because Waylay is just this agent that you could try and send it for a specific timing and get an opening pick, and then if it doesn't work out, it's fine. You just have your get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I feel like it was that kind of bait style Waylay as well. He's just kind of going in, not afraid to react out. He's just trying to bait util and create openings for his support players like that on the Brimstone. You know, we got to be seeing more Brimstone, man. The Brimstones are always top fragging. I'm telling you, that's the way to go. If you want to get active as a smoker, get on Brimstone.
Get that stimmy.
Good.
Yeah. It's good for you. Makes you MVP. And yeah, you're right. We've been seeing that happen in the last series as well. Now, the match MVP, you guys were praising good uses of Waylay.
Yeah.
And Primi is definitely... do you think he's the best Waylay we have in Pacific? I think he's top 2 for sure.
I mean, I think we went for him for the match MVP, even despite a poor stat line in map 3. I feel like in map 1, especially map 2, he really, really shone. And, you know, I think it goes to show that it's not always about the stat line. I still thought he was able to provide a lot to the team, bring a lot of value, and I think Primi is always the one to watch on this Talon roster. And even when it's not him getting the kills, he did a lot to be able to set up his team from that forward position.
Yeah, for sure. You can. I mean, you saw a lot of different ideas with the Waylay, whether it just be like the hard execute going in and you're double dashing, those niche kill opportunities that you're looking for, whether it be finding picks on the defense or just kind of the set plays to get an opening kill. But like I said before, the Refract is a great tool for someone like Primi, because he's someone that in a fair aim duel where it's just a gun on gun and you're using your movement mechanics, he's one of the best. So the ability to be able to gather that information and then go and take that aim duel later on in the round, it really suits him as a player.
Now, where does this put us all in the standings? Let's see where we are at right now. So as of now, for Group Omega, we still don't know who's guaranteed for playoffs. We do have one of our playoffs qualified teams in Group Alpha. Of course, that being the other Ascension team that we saw earlier today. Boom. But this helps Talon a lot. That one loss, now pocketing the second win, I think, you know, they should be feeling pretty safe. Do you think they're pretty safe?
Their group is incredibly close. Their group seems very, very competitive. So every win is very important. It's going to sting a little bit for Nongshim that they weren't managed to get across the line for this. Because they don't really have a lot of super easy games coming up.
No, they have the easier games coming up in my mind. I think they've already played like RRQ and T1, haven't they? So I think they'll play Zeta and then they'll play Secret. But the thing is, the problem really for me is that they've lost now their head-to-head with Talon, who there might be a 3-2 tie there, honestly, because Nongshim, they've got Zeta and Secret coming up, and then over on the side of Talon, I believe they've got T1 and Zeta. So if they can beat Zeta, I mean, T1 might be very difficult for them, but that'll be a 3-2 tie, I'd imagine, if Nongshim win both of their next 2 games, because they played a lot of the tougher teams. But they've got the head-to-head now, Talon, so that's actually a pretty big game for them to win, especially if Nongshim is going to throw their hat in the ring as the other team that might want to try to be coming into that 4th spot. But even if Zeta wins one of those games or the other, that could really throw this group into chaos.
Yeah, very much so. And then we look across to Group Alpha. Boom, topping that 3-0.
Well done.
clinching
Hats off
playoffs.
to them.
Well
Really,
done.
really good stuff.
And we will see DRX just below them play Global tomorrow for a chance to match that record. And of course, T1 are also able to move to 3-0 tomorrow.
That's right. In fact, let's pull up tomorrow's schedule. It's been a really exciting week 3 so far. But we are going to be seeing some teams that we do want to see more of. DRX and Global, as you mentioned, Morgan and T1 versus Team Secret. T1 is also continuing to look strong. DRX continuing to look strong. Now, Global Esports, a lot of potential there. Well, I don't think we've seen the best of yet. Patrick Hu coming back into that roster, but it looks like things still need to be settled in a little bit.
Global, in theory, right, heading into this, we would have said they had their easiest 2 matches first, in Boom and DFM. And we know Boom's not the case now, but they have a tough run. DRX, Gen.G, PRX, things need to turn around fast for Global if they want to get their spot in the playoffs. And it's a very similar story for Secret. They need to start getting some wins on the board as well.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see those particular matches. And you know what? We are also continuing our fundraiser. As you guys know, there was a devastating earthquake in Myanmar, and then it's affected surrounding regions, including Thailand. So we are doing a fundraiser. Please scan the QR code if you are able to contribute. It would mean a lot to the people who are in need over there. So we'll leave it up there for you guys to scan, and you know, any contribution is a huge help. So please participate. It's been a fantastic day 2 of week 3 here at VCT Pacific. I think today, unsurprisingly, went the distance. We were expecting this, right?
Very much so. And, you know, it's been a long day here, but it's a lot of Valorant. So this was, of course, in my mind, the highlight day of this week. So many good matches. You know, Boom managing to get that win, clinching playoffs. What a story. What a story for those guys.
Absolutely. All right, with that, we are going to end today's show and see more of you guys tomorrow. Pilski, big time, always a pleasure. I'm Victoria. Good night, everyone, and see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
The other guys over at Long will be. It's a bit of a duo stack as well. You know, it's one of those agents that we usually assume is very capable. We've seen Famous on the Neon Ascension last year on the Jet. First contact spots him out, and there it is! The ace! Back into it. Bit of V-long pressure. Famous back in with the up. He continues to lead, and up kills! Still trying to go in off a bit. At least the Blaze kind of using the shorty. Shira off towards V-Link as well. Bit of a whiff as well. Now spots out Famous, but look at the movements! Into the site. Paper X, the rest of them looking to arrive on the scene. So the Tethers reveal positions, and Patman! Specifically Breach, he's seen as Paper X tries to rotate their way over. Of course, though, Berserk's happy to lock down this entire lane with his Famous, trying to give him the ace, and there it is, Berserk's clutching out the round for Boom, the 13-9. Nongshim from pushing through. Armageddon being sent in by Francis just to cause some havoc on the site. Dabby sliding in with the overdrive. He's gonna be able to delete every player. Mid-round calls into the C site, only here to receive. If you're Talon now, they're still trying to break their way. Full range, Talon could find a chance to strike. In for the sprays. All the utility, great rounds. Look at that from Primi. Just spine down me in towards the back. Kilo with additional support. I'm getting hit. I'm getting Valoranted. That's going to be Tree now cleared off. Cruz getting off the spike now, beginning to look somewhere. Armageddon sent out just to buy further time, but Cruz sticks the defuse at the very end of it. Corrects his aim at the right moment. Right guy in the right time.
Let's fly.